Hundreds turn out for the funeral of a Dam Busters hero and his wife, which I liked. James Dyson, betrayal of a Brexit backer. I think we'll go to Singapore, shall we? Tax rates are cheaper, aren't they? I seem to remember in Singapore, aren't they about 2-point-something%? Wonder why you gone there. Queen Olivia leads Britain's Oscars challenge, and TV's Jack P. Shepherd has a hair transplant. There are so many photos, I'm assuming it's a freebie, because he's named the clinic where he's had it done. You've been allowed to photograph in there and take pictures and all the rest of it. Did you cough up for that one, or did you get it for free? It's seriously, listen, if you're going bald, mate, you're going bald. There's not a lot you can do about it. And forever you'll be known as that person off Coronation Street who's had a bit of a hair transplant. All they've done is take it from the back of the neck and stuck it on the front of it. It's been going on for years and years. The hotel praised, which exposed a couple's fake illness claim. We'll tell you who they are later on. They're a pair of idiots. They go on holiday and they decide to cheat the system. A lot of people do. Unfortunately, they're now finding out to their cost that they're being dragged into court. Anyway, this particular couple go, oh, we were sick, and it ruined our holiday, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, because they're really not bright pennies, they wrote a thing on the hotel's website saying what a great time they'd had, and they couldn't wait to go back. So anyway, the tour company took them to court. They've just been fined £7,500, and there's a whole lineup of other people. You start making claims against a hotel, they're retaliating. They will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, and so far, nobody's got away with it. They've all had huge fines. One couple, 20,000 quid. £20,000. I couldn't have been happier. Could not have been happier. Somebody else has come forward to claim that the Duke of Edinburgh knocked him off his bike when he was a boy. The complainant is 71, by the way, so let's go back into the dark ages, shall we? You know, as I was speaking to Nefertiti only a short while ago in Egypt, and she was saying what a dreadful day she was having. I said, you wait till they bury you, nobody will find you. And so we got that one, and then somebody wrote to me and said, you seem to be saying that the Duke of Edinburgh is not guilty. Obviously, I tell you, even I get stupid people. This one was about the thickest ever, now putting words into somebody's mouth, claiming that he, I'm assuming it was a he, a bit difficult to tell really, judging by the bad spelling, that I assumed it was a child. It can't have been anybody else, it couldn't have been an adult, saying that I appear to be implying that the Duke of Edinburgh is innocent, which of course is no such thing at all. Nobody's got any idea. I wasn't there. I have no idea, but I'm telling you now, if it hadn't been the Duke of Edinburgh, nobody would have heard of this stupid case. Seriously, nobody would have heard of it. Also, what was the other one? Queen Olivia leading Britain's Oscar challenge, and a couple on a dream cruise go back and find some crew members having sex in their cabin. I mean, you pay extra for that. Extra. Also, the Diane Abbott, who says she was treated in a horribly racist way on Question Time. She's never experienced anything so awful. Well, she did sleep with Mr. Corbyn, didn't she? I mean, what was that like? That was from one of the columnists, Dawn Neeson wrote that one. I had to repeat it, actually. And who said, here is today's question, I've got a following of 5 million, which is pretty impressive when you consider that Jesus only had 12. Yes, there she is, didn't get any awards, nothing at all. The GC strikes again. The loose women, even after all their brown-nosing with their poor, pitiful audience, saying, oh, look, and here's some more little clips. If you could vote for us. I mean, it was getting to the point of desperation. They might as well have paid everybody to vote for them. It didn't work, though. It went to This Morning, which, of course, it had to. You don't want to see the same old moggies, do you, turning up a little bit later? Not very good at all. And what was the other one? The sick betrayal, an old age pensioner. Another one being filmed being taunted with a sex toy in a care home. What sort of disgusting people are allowed to run care homes? I mean, seriously, I don't know if they're as bad here as they are in other countries, but we certainly get our fair share of people here who abuse... This one's got Alzheimer's. Luckily, it was filmed and caught on camera. What a piece of disgusting pond life. These people should be dragged into court, put up on the front pages of newspapers, and absolutely pilloried, going, this is the sort of person they are. This is the sort of person. Shane says you've got a new listener in Sydney. My mate heard you on my mobile. He loved the show and he's downloaded the app. Ta-da! There you go. And no money changed hands. No money changed hands. A little slurp of water this morning. Do you know, I've done milk, now I'm doing water. Something nice about cold water from a mountain stream. From a mountain stream. So all of your texts and emails, which we take every morning, as you know, between 4 and 7. If you're stupid and write in and so say, oh, why don't you take phone calls? You're blocked immediately, okay? So just be warned. It's so much easy. You know, we just push a little button and zip, you vanished. Never to reappear again, so you have to go and buy another telephone. But then we just zap you again. You know, we do get some really stupid people, but then I think that's only to be expected. I sort of take that on the chin and with a pinch of salt. I always think, listen, you know, judging by the sort of people who turn up and sort of vote and stuff like that, and they haven't got the faintest idea. I've heard people talking about Brexit. I don't talk about Brexit, mainly because we don't want to have people arguing about everything, do we? What's the point of having a programme where people argue? Heavens above, you want a programme like this where you put the stupid in their places. You know? Ron says, best presenters for the 18th year. Is there anybody else apart from Ant and Dec? How about radio presenters? They don't do radio. They don't do radio presenters. Just as well. Why would you want to do radio presenters? I mean, you know, it's called the National Television Awards. And that's, you know, that kind of gives it away, I suppose. If it was radio, it'd be the National Radio Awards, but it isn't. And also, I don't think it's necessary to get awards in this business. The fact you've got a contract in this day and age is the ideal situation. They give you a contract, and then you go home and they have an extra piece of toast to celebrate the fact that you've got a contract. I was talking to somebody the other day, actually, because my brother has now decided... Oh, I can't tell you, because some of his family might be listening. So, anyway, he's decided that he wants something different at his wedding. So, there you go. That's all I can tell you. But just in case people are listening, you know, Kevin is... not another Kevin. Is everybody called Kevin now? You know, at this time of the morning, it's the 4:10, well, you must be Kevin. Now, this one's in hospital, in Guy's. I'm assuming it's a hospital. I don't know. I'm just guessing on that one. Guy's. And so you've had an operation. Can you listen to... Oh, I suppose you could take the phone in, couldn't you? Listen on the app. Oh, right. Is that where Guy's is? You were born there. They've got a lot to answer for, haven't they? They've got a lot to answer for. And also, you've had an operation. What sort of operation would you have where you wake up at this time of the morning? The operation would have been last night then, and then you wake up this morning going, oh, God. You know, covered in, you know, little stickers on your chest. Oh, dear. You're going to have to get out of bed in a minute because you're going to be so thirsty. When I was in bed after my operation, I was consuming water and everything else like it was going out of fashion. Marilyn says, I think James Dyson's very disloyal moving his business to Singapore. Of course. Jim says, you partial to the grapefruit juice? No, I'm not allowed to have it on the medication I'm on. That's not had grapefruit juice for about 10 years, which is a shame, really. Trucker Joe has woken up in the cab at -1 this morning up near Kendal. Plenty of snow about. Yeah, we had snow yesterday. I came out, I looked on the patio, and 2 of the sun loungers have got snow on them. I nearly took a picture just to go, look, you know, we've had snow on the patio. But I think more to... In fact, actually, we said yesterday, snow. We were not wrong. We did predict snow. I also predicted that company who had the vegetarian or the vegan Cornish pasty would be in trouble with the law, and they are. They've been threatened already, so they've had to change all the packaging. They're not allowed to call it Cornish. But there again, they should have known that to start with. You're going to set up a business like that using somebody's registered trademark, you know, well then, you know, you're going to get it. All the papers are full of this morning, the National Television Awards, and what basically people were wearing. Freezing cold, Holly Willoughby gets it right yet again. Some of them, I think perhaps Gemma Collins thought she was at the Oscars, which of course she isn't. And then, you know, to go home with Arj in the cab, I mean, she was practically hanging out the window because he took up most of the back seat. And she had her little handbag with her, who apparently is her fitness trainer. Ha, 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 ha. He had to sort of rearrange the clothes. Obviously, Arj couldn't do that, because if he bent over, he'd have fallen over, and that would have been it. Michelle Keegan's wearing the most inappropriate outfit. Looked absolutely ridiculous. Lucy Pargeter, nice, but don't ever wear patterns. Plain is the order of the day. No matter how nice the fabric looks, it photographs badly. Okay, Zoe Ball gets a 4 out of 5. Emily Atack, still no work on the horizon, but she gets a 5. Lauren Steadman, a strictly contestant, 4 out of 5. Samir Longshombottom, 4 out of 5. Michelle Keegan, 2 out of 5. It was a ridiculous outfit. It's a freezing cold night and you're wearing that. How dumb do you have to be? Darcy Bustle, sophisticated elegance. Holly Willoughby gets 5 out of 5. Shirley Ballas gets a 4 out of 5. It was nice. It was one of those one-shoulder fishtail gowns. Rochelle Humes, difficult to tell whether it looked like a toilet roll holder or whether it was actually a classy sort of dress, because that's it, isn't it? Because they all stand and go, and everybody does the pose, and then people speak. So in Gemma Collins' case, she's wearing, I don't know, I'm assuming that Billy Smart's, one of their circus tents, has gone in for a bit of repair, and she was modelling it for you, which is lovely. And she left before the end of the thing. Obviously decided she'd had enough, she wasn't going to win anything. They've taken all the pictures. Caroline Flack wearing, I don't know, dear, I mean, is that really a winter outfit? The answer is probably not. Susanna Reid looked great. Nice little bit of showing of the old breasts, you know, which was sort of very... And also, this is called a keyhole neckline, by the way, in case you don't know. and it's also in green. And I don't think anybody else was wearing green, so that was nice, wasn't it? We liked that idea. Unsteady Rooney slurred his speech and smelt of booze. The Star's airport arrest report has been released, because that's what they do in America. Over here, we just sort of hide things, don't we? We're also trying to find the missing striker, who said he was afraid of flying in the plane that vanished with him on board because it had trouble getting airborne. I'd have got off it, I'm afraid. I'd have got off. Simple as that. Let me have a quick... I mean, we're assuming it's him on board the plane, and we're assuming it's been lost. Right, let's have a think. Guys, yes, and St Tommy's is at London Bridge. Thank you. I had a kidney transplant there in 85, Steve. It lasted 31 years, back on dialysis now, and living in us. Oh, dear. But actually, thank God for dialysis. Thank God for dialysis. I always think, listen, just thank God for hospitals. I was saying the other day, we sort of... it's so funny, because, you know, some days you feel your age, and then other days you don't. Well, I'm not sure what age I'm supposed to feel at the moment. Because if I actually felt my own age, I'd be in a permanent state of depression about sort of how old I am. And there's some you know, I need to go and get another pair of shoes. I seem to get through shoes quite... because once I've worn them in, I want to buy another pair. So I might go and get some more shoes later on today, depending on whether the snow... if the snow comes down, I'm not going out. I've got enough food in to last through the entire summer and into next Christmas. I don't need to worry about things like that. I've got enough drinks. I've got everything. I just haven't got what I really want, which is, now you've reminded me of grapefruit juice. I used to love Tropicana grapefruit juice with bits. And it was the bits that made it important. And the Tropicana orange juice, I could get through tons of it. Tons and tons of it. Today... says Silicon Valley Sue, I was one of our leading pharmacies, and I went down the Band-Aid aisle. What should I see but Manuka honey burn bandages? That's what I had. They make Manuka honey bandages. And in fact, I was also given, on prescription, still got it, squeezy tubes of Manuka honey for medicinal purposes. So you put it on, then you put the bandage over the top of it. Oh, yes, yes, yes. All those people who go, oh, it doesn't work. Listen, I'm telling you, the Burns unit in one of our leading hospitals, they use it all the time. So, once again, you were ahead of the curve, says Sue. Should have invested in the idea. I agree. Mind you, we a lot of things that start on this programme end up, you know, sort of looking quite interesting. I'm still wondering, as indeed are many people, wondering about whether or not Prince Philip is going to be charged. We don't know. So far, even the woman with the bandage and the look at me kind of syndrome, who wasn't driving the car, wasn't her car, is sort of milking it for as much publicity. Luckily, in today's papers, nothing. They're obviously they're more interested in what people were wearing at the NTA Awards. But Jane says, another one bites the dust on the Essex High Street. Chloe Sims has put a statement out having to close as new and exciting things are on the horizon, so she cannot commit to running the business. Too busy attending NTAs with all the other superstars, says Jane. I didn't see a picture of her. I'm assuming she wasn't there. I mean, why would you invite her? But of course, you know, all these people with their sort of outfits in their little shops, they're all closing one by one, aren't they? Every single one of them. We had Gemma Collins is closed with debts of 76,000 because once they've milked it. Can't wait to see them all paying their tax bills at the end of this month. Can't wait for that one, because you know, sure as God made little apples, there'll be a few of those old Z-listers going, I ain't got any money. It's at times like that I think we should build some new prisons. Mark thinks that Gemma Collins looked quite classy. Not in the picture I was looking at, I'm afraid. How about a big surprise for your brother, says James. A big miniature neon truck festooned in neon lights bursting out of the cake. Yeah, actually, do you know, I don't care what anybody says, I like the Coca-Cola truck. I think with all the lights on it, it looks fantastic. Lee says, not everybody at this time of the morning is called Kevin. I'm Kevin. All right. But you're really Lee. But for the purposes of this programme, you're Kevin. Everybody's Kevin. That's how it worked. In Billy Elliot, every one of the boys was Billy. There was an Eric, I believe, who actually turned up, and he didn't last 2 minutes because it confused everybody. Busy laughing here, says Bunny, just like Patricia Routledge, who had to be fully made up before she took a phone call, combing my hair in front of the mirror, just in case you give me a shout-out. Shout-out for my husband, who should be listening, in Edinburgh, 350 miles away. He knows I'm up when I get a shout-out. Oh, God. That's going to be trouble, isn't it? Christine says, I'm now getting the pint glass bottles of orange juice in local shops. It used to be delivered by my milkman. Oh, I used to love that. I got sent Where's it gone? Oh, it's over here. I got sent a lovely bag of goodies. I can tell you about it later. Because sometimes people very kindly send me things, you know, Christmas time and birthday. Oh, I got a birthday. But this is about tea. And you know me and tea in the mornings. I'm a tea boy, if anybody's a tea boy. Hubby in hospital, says Sandy, for prostate biopsy. So lovely to see the snow. I've got a bad dry cough, can't stop coughing. Tried all sorts of it. Breathing in the cold night sets it off. It does, doesn't it? I got it yesterday when I went home and I thought it was milk. I think milk might adhere to my glands. And if you put your fingers either side, you can feel if it's swollen. And it is a little bit on the right-hand side, which is your left. But then it seems to be okay. It seems to be okay. We've muddled through. I started taking, I forgot to take them yesterday, turmeric tablets. Which are very nice. I bought a big box of them. I'll do a sort of kind of thing in Costco. And I thought I better start taking them. I don't know what they're going to do to me, but everybody says years and years ago they were saying when I first started taking turmeric, they said turmeric is the happy clappy thing that will solve all of your problems. And I thought fantastic. And Sel says, why no tea this morning? Tea slurping sounds so much more appetising than water. Does it? No, wait a minute. That's tea. And this is water. The trouble is with water, it's a bit clearer, isn't it, sir? Oh, and it's ice cold. Seriously, it's tea. You think tea's better? The water's lovely, though. From a mountain stream, which we've had tapped into the building. It's lovely. At the very end of our corridor, they put in, I don't know what it's for, actually, they built in these rocks coming down the wall, and the water trickles down. And at the very bottom, there's a little pool, and you dip your cups in that. How cool is that? And we've got big blue balloons everywhere. Big blue cup. You try saying that first thing in the morning. Paul says, take care. Snowing heavy in Deal. Can you send him photos, please, of your snow? I would love to see some snow pictures. And Carl is an HGV driver on his way to a cold Scotland. Oh, it will be cold up there. You've got to be careful if you're an HGV driver, as you know. Here we go, Paul. Oh, look at that. My God, you have got a lot of snow, haven't you? I was going to go and get the car washed today. I shan't bother, actually. We're going to end up like that. It makes the car look all dirty, doesn't it? I hate it when it looks dirty. But that's lovely. So more of your snow pictures, please. Anish is on a train travelling to Hyderabad. About 27-hour journey. Oh, God. That's from Kerala in India. I quite fancy that idea, but I don't know what the trains are like. I don't know if are you really squashed in? Is it really, clinging on the outside of the blooming thing, trying to make sure you get to the other end? And I worked for a man many years ago, says Christine, who taught us the many medicinal purposes of honey, burns, cuts, grazes, colds, and the list goes on. When your taxi driver says, I have LBC ready for you, as you're one of the people I pick up who always asks to listen to it, says Anita. When your taxi driver says, I have LBC... No, never. I've never got in a car and somebody says, your one says it to you. Always ask to listen. Oh, she's going on the Jeremy... Are you on the Jeremy... What are you doing on the Jeremy Vine show, Anita? What are you doing on there, dear? So, you have to keep up with it. You're a bit early, aren't you? What time do they start? You're way too early for that. Go back to bed. Go back to bed again. You're way too early. I normally get the people listening to me, like John Nichol, who are going up to do the Sky News thing, and you're doing Jeremy Vine. Hashtag 4am drive, hashtag TV life. Of course, they're now going to have to Google you and find out what you're doing. But actually, it's interesting, is whenever I get in a taxi, nobody says anything at all to me. It's only occasionally somebody will go, do you want to listen to LBC? No, not really. No, thank you. I don't think I'm going to make any difference first thing in the morning. Do you think? The answer is no, probably not. Morning, everybody. Stuart Manning is on his way to Glasgow this morning. He's only at Derby, poor soul. He's already been through 60 miles of roadworks. Don't you just hate roadworks? The worst thing is, for me, roadworks, if you're stuck behind a big lorry and you can't see round it. I like to see how far ahead the traffic is stretching. But there is snow all over the place, so just be careful. Also, please, can I remind you, I won't be the first person, because Joanne will remind you later on as well, that if you're going to the airport today and you're out at, say, Stansted or Gatwick or something like that, then leave in plenty of time, okay, just in case your flight is delayed. Steve, can you remember the day when every second guy was either a Kev or a Trev, obviously named after footballers of the day, says Bill, who was not named after a footballer of the day. And my birthday on Thursday, it says Waj, is going to be 35 God, blimey, you never get anywhere near the cake. 35 candles on a cake. Actually, gone are the days where you had that. And then they brought out candles that you can't blow out. You know, the sort of candles that you light them, and you go, and you blow it out, and then the thing lights itself again. I like those ones. They get infuriating after the second time of blowing. Tea slurping only, says Neil. I think I'll be the decider of that one, you know, because that's the sort of thing that I do. And police have made a video showing the brutal reality of their work to weed out unsuitable recruits. Because people join it and they go, oh, I can't do this. Why? Well, somebody was rude to me today. Oh, dear. Unfortunately, now it's a lot worse than that. A lot work. And here is the couple who made a bogus holiday sickness claim, caught out. Tanya and Kieran Towson, a right pair of old thickos. 36, mental age playing, about 10, I should imagine. They claimed they suffered food poisoning at Jazz Mirabel Park in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt when they stayed with TUI in 2015. But the firms, of course, they actually probe all these things now. You can't get away with it. They found that the pair wrote on TripAdvisor, everything was amazing, and they couldn't wait to go back. That sealed their fate. The Towsons, otherwise known as the Thick Pair, from Andover in Hampshire, appeared at Winchester County Court. They were found to have been dishonest and fined £7,500. Yes, results. That'll teach you, won't it? You pair of old frauds. Honestly, I mean, how stupid. You know, we're putting in a claim we were sick and it ruined our holiday, and on TripAdvisor we had a wonderful time. They check all these things, don't you realise, you pair of dumbos? Oh, blimey, honestly. David Platts, Corrie's Jack Shepherd on why he's had a hair transplant, because presumably it's falling out. You know, and if it falls out, it's falling out. But they've allowed him to film, you know, them doing the procedure, and so he turned up at the National Television Awards. You might as well have got a can of spray foam, dear, and put it on your head for all the good it looks. Everybody now knows you've had it. The whole idea is we go, wait a minute, is that a Dave Beckham one? Because we don't know, do we? Is it true? Ron says, is it true that your mate has ditched his mobile phone? How can this be? He has. He has ditched his mobile phone. My friend has ditched his mobile phone. He did send me a message the other day, obviously using somebody else's phone to phone me and just leave a message on my phone saying that he's ditched the phone. He's ditched the phone. Big thing to do. How long it lasts, I've got no idea. The office are going to be working overtime. 84850. Bella says, I'm not at all narrow-minded, but what sort of message is it giving our young people that you can be a totally irresponsible drunk driver and still be awarded Presenter of the Year? Listen, you're asking the wrong person. I picked it up from the newspapers, and then I thought, they are having a laugh at the National Television Awards. Could somebody explain to me at the National Television Awards why a convicted drink driver fined £86,000 gets Presenter of the Year when he wasn't even on television for a year? How does that work out? I mean, that is just the most stupid thing I've ever heard. That means the credibility of the NTA has gone right out the window. Let's see who talks about it today, shall we? Do you think they'll be mentioning it on This Morning? I bet they won't. They certainly won't be saying that, because they're very good for... Yeah, all they are, they'll actually turn up and Holly will be going, oh, like that, and we'll be going, oh, it's so funny, isn't it, to watch somebody who's drunk on the television. You know, because persistently she's been drunk on the television. Well, there you go. And you think to yourself, why are we making that out to be something really funny? And yet you see police programmes with drunks who are attacking the police, and we go, get this scum off the street. If it's on the television, they're called a presenter, apparently that's okay now. That's okay. It's ridiculous. £86,000 he was fined. He could barely stand up. He got in the car with his mother and a dog, and they've just given him Presenter of the Year award. He's not even been on blooming television. But I wonder, do you think the Loose Women will mention it? Of course they won't. Of course they won't. They all get their own backs. I promise you. Promise you. If anybody mentions it today, I'll eat half the studio. Well, not half the studio. I couldn't eat half of it. Way too much of it here. Company. And Mark says, to be fair, Piers Morgan's been banging on about Ant and Dec winning the award at the NTA, said it should just go to Dec. Yeah, they're only saying that because they're all up for awards. They're all competing. So, I mean, of course it shouldn't go to Ant and Dec. He's not been on the television. That's like giving it to... Let's give it to David Nixon, shall we? Because he's not been on the television for a few years either. Let's give it to Dale Winton. How ridiculous to give it to a drunk driver, a convicted drunk driver. You know, as if it was something very light. No, it's not, I'm afraid. No, it's not. Sharon from Epsom says turmeric is good for arthritis. My friend's dog takes it. That'll be useful. No snow in Clacton. Big Steve. And, well, there is in certain bits of the country. I don't mind it. but we definitely had some last night, but I missed it. Anish says, thank you for your concern. Not clinging to the door on my Indian train. Got a reservation, but I used to cling onto the door a lot, sitting and sleeping on the doorway. Typical Indian trains. Oh, I've seen them. I've never been on one, but I've seen all the train journeys throughout the world. They look great. I love train journeys. I really do. I know we're complaining, Steve, says Connie, about the freezing weather, but how should people feel in Canada and parts of the United States where the temperature is between -15 and -30? Well, yeah, but they're just used to it. They are just used to it. Nobody sort of worries about, a temperature of that much. And I say that because it's absolutely true. It's like, if you go, they were showing a programme the other day, and I think it's people who live, and they're very isolated communities, inside the Arctic Circle, where it can be -65. Literally, I mean, it is so cold you cannot imagine. But that's what they've grown up, whereas we've grown up with rain, and we grow up with a little bit of snow and stuff like that. They've grown up with freezing temperatures, so they know how to dress, they know how to keep themselves warm, and for them, it's a case of, it should be okay. But they seem to survive. We get a little tiny bit of snow and immediately the whole country grinds, doesn't it? Oh, it's very cold. And as I've said before, doesn't matter what you look like. Doesn't matter what you look like. If it keeps you warm, you wear it. It's as simple as that. I mean, I don't care what I look like. Makes no difference. Rich in Kidderminster. I don't know if that's rich in Kidderminster, or whether it's rich in Kidderminster. Because Dave O'Brien lives up Kidderminster way. He's rich in Kidderminster as well. Not much snow here, none now, Steve. We had a bit yesterday. It went as quick as it came. You can't beat a cuppa. But is the GC still dancing on ice? No, she never danced. She just waddled on and waddled off again. Piers Morgan has said he'll take a year off if Ant and Dec won, says Paul in Edinburgh. That's why I voted for them. And light dusting in Feltham, says little Julie. Yes, that is the young people's offenders place. And when we say a light dusting, are we talking like... are we talking about things like that? I don't know. Who knows? Also, I was fuming last night, says Debbie. Graham Norton should have got that award, not blooming Ant and Dec. It's ridiculous. But I don't mind giving it to Dec. But it shouldn't be Ant and Dec, because they haven't worked together for the year. What's the point? It's a convicted drink driver. There's no two ways about it. It wasn't even, £86,000 he was fined. And they give him an award. You're the best presenter of the year, but I've not been on television. I know, that's what we said. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. Also in the papers for today, the missing Premiership striker's fears over that plane trip. There's no doubt in my mind that he was on the plane, and there was no doubt that I don't think they're going to find him. I don't know how they lose. I don't know where people go to when they lose people over the side of ships, or when they lose people when planes crash and stuff like that. Do they find all the bits and stuff like that? It was only a light plane, wasn't it? But it had trouble taking off. I wouldn't have got in it. I'd have gone, well, you better find another plane. Seriously. Front page of the Sun this morning, a picture of absent Ant still winning. Ant says it's a shock. Yes, how do you think the rest of the country feel? We think it's an absolute outrage that we should... what next? Let's get some other drink drivers out, shall we? And start giving them awards. Doesn't matter whether they've been on television. Makes no difference. Riz says the NTAs are voted for by the public. Just shows you how many thickos there are out there. They probably think it'll be good for Ant's morale to vote for him, even though he's not been on the telly for almost a year. That's why I listen to the radio. People are a lot more intelligent. Go on the spike. Is there some sort of closed shop operating on British television? All we get is Ant and Dec, Schofield, Willoughby, Dermot O'Dreary, and the little bloke who replaces Piers Morgan on a Thursday. Who's that? Who replaces Oh, Ben Shepherd. Oh, little Benjamin. Let's face it, says Nigel and Ealing, they're all bang average. I see, the fun thing is, I do like Ant and Dec. I'm sorry, you've done drink driving, and then you're given an award for being on television, whereas in fact you haven't been on television. That's what's called a lie. That's a lie. That's just ridiculous. Schofield is good in his price bracket. Holly Willoughby always looks good. She will look as though she's got the hangover from hell today. And the only person who's actually sort of increased figures is Piers Morgan. That's what he does. You're not going to get anything at all. I mean, it's very sweet to watch Benjamin Shepherd struggling through news stories, because he's more tipping, isn't he? More tipping thing. And Tav says, you've got me giggling here. Eat the studio. I'll buy a seat. Thank you. Actually, to be honest with you, I've got 3 seats in the studio. 3 seats. I quite like them, actually. Any country planning on invading the UK should forget bombs and troops and just invest in a snow machine. We'll be on our knees inside 20 minutes, says Chris in Yorkshire. Probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. And somebody says, our horse has turmeric every day. Good for the joints. Steve Allen, 10-1 for the Grand National 2019. 2019. Oh, lovely. Dorothy says, snow on the mountains in Crickhowell in Wales. I was going to sing the song again. And I decided against it. I thought if we started every programme, it would sort of cheapen the name of the railway station that nobody can pronounce. And I'm determined to try and learn it by maybe Christmas or something like that. Who have we got here? Let's have a quick look. This is Anton Deck winning this, despite Star's absence. I agree. Holly Willoughby was very overcome. For that read, she's had a few sherbets. That's generally the overcome thing. And nothing for Cheryl Cole. But all the Jungle team turned up, which was very sweet, and they all looked good. Everybody looked very smart. And Peter Kay's car share won the comedy prize, but he missed the ceremony. Well, he didn't miss the ceremony, he just didn't go to the ceremony. It's interesting when you look at all the people. Obviously, the people who do the ratings for all the clothing can't get it right. They can't get it right at all, because some of them gave Michelle Keegan an 8, whereas in fact the outfit was wholly inappropriate, completely inappropriate. Fine for a summer thing, dear, but you just look ridiculous on a freezing cold January evening. Who else? Holly Willoughby just ties her hair back, sticks on another frock, sticks some makeup on, and she looks perfect every time. Katya Jones, so-so. Emily Atack, very nice, dear, but I thought you were trying to get away from this, all people want to see me is in my underwear and stuff like that. Well, stop playing into it. Try and learn. A little picture of Gemma with Arj. He's sort of kissing her. The trouble is he doesn't know if he's kissing a sofa or the side of her face. And then Bros turned up, but nobody really bothered about that, did they? I can't remember. Did Bros sing at the NTAs? We don't think so. Matt was there without his hat on, but his hair, which arrived a little bit in advance of him arriving, and then I think they just glued it on. I don't know what sort of hair it is. I always like to know these sort of things. Love Island's fakery pair, Jack and Danny. Nobody's failed to see the funny side of that couple. They just trowel her with makeup and then pray to God she doesn't open her mouth, which is a lot easier. And Beckenbauer, Bex, Bosch, BMW, Brahms, Bratwurst. We love you too, Germany, but we still want Brexit. That's what it says in the paper today. Jane Moore, talking about Dancing Queen, the Gemma Collins. She is the queen of media manipulation. Just talentless. I thought it was quite funny, actually. Somebody said she looked like Anna Nicole Smith. She looked exactly like Anna Nicole Smith. Bit of an embarrassment because Anna Nicole Smith isn't with us anymore. And if you don't know who she is, you'll have to go check. Just go check. Here we go. The stink of cheap perfume in the upper floor in Chelsea Cloisters, a building known to well-paying punters as the 10 Floors of Whores. It's sort of a block in London. I've known about Chelsea Cloisters for ages. I didn't realise that it's a load of hookers working in there. That's just absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? But there again, I suppose they've got to work somewhere. They say the girls all get on. It's useful when a customer demands a threesome. Lovely. Honestly, kind of lose the will to live, don't you, really? Also, do you know there's been 18 attacks foiled by UK cops since the Westminster Horror? So that's good news. The Duchess of Sussex is using vegan paint infused with eucalyptus oil to decorate the gender-free nursery for her baby due in April. They had one of those people on the television the other day, on that Naked programme. They actually put a woman on there, but she doesn't define herself as either a woman or a man. Look, she was non-binary. She looked like a woman to me. And she's going, I'm not non-binary. And I thought, what in God's name are we talking about here? Non-binary. So they didn't... Well, they did actually check and say, can we call you she? And she went, yeah, that's all right. I thought, so it's a load of old rubbish, isn't it, really? And then you said they and them. I mean, sorry, if you're a woman, you're a woman. I mean, God in heaven. And so, I suppose having all men, they had 2 women on there as well. It was all a little bit pretentious. Moi, je, yes. Carl, Ant winning Best Presenter. What next? Prince Philip hosting Top Gear. I see no reason why not. And Neil says, if an NTAA is awarded to a dodgy driver, then my prediction for a 2020 winner will be Prince Philip. Yep. Television is chewing gum for the eyes, says Paul. Eastbourne's the place to be. No snow here. Will be. Connie says, in Minnesota. It was 2 degrees yesterday. Today it's 20 degrees. I'm still freezing. Yesterday was lovely, though, wasn't it? It was sunny. Sunny. It was nearly getting out the ombre solaire. Nearly, not quite. So anyway, so now the Duchess of Sussex has got this wall paint. Also, child-proof windows. Child-proof windows? What a load of old claptrap. Isn't that just bricked up and there's no hole in the wall? Child-proof windows. And also an eco-boiler costing 50,000 quid. She's enlisted the help of an interior designer who decorated celeb hotel Soho Farmhouse, where Meghan held her 3-day do. Oh, God, it becomes more rubbish. How can they afford the boiler? What? Oh, yes, it's us paying for it, yes. Did I not mention that? I'm sorry, Anna. So, actually, you know, Meghan's going, yeah, gimme. And so she's taking £50,000 boiler. Mind you, in the case of the Beckhams and their little cordon bleu cook, who they've got, little Harper, she can reach the Arga. I wonder if she understands what £7,000 worth of oven means. Probably not. Lynn says, quite a bit of snow here in Bushy. The dog Henry's going to love it this morning. Do you know, I dreamt about that. Not your dog. I dreamt about my dog. But I haven't got a dog. And so I just dreamt of a little puppy going outside in the snow, going, you're not going to like this at all. It's very cold out there. And dogs, mind you, cats are the funniest. They sort of float over the top of it, which is sweet. Best dress at the NTA, says Nancy, was Claudia Winkleman. Such a wonderful eye for fashion. I know, that wonderful eye in the middle of her forehead is so amazing, isn't it? And there she is. She's known in the business as Gold Cyclops Winkleman. That's what she's known as. And such beautiful hair. I know, if only it was her own. All of that is so marvellous, isn't it? I think she's got it from Cheryl's company. Cheryl? Yeah? You got any hair? Yeah, loads. Gemma Collins took another outfit to wear, so when she went back in the car, you know, she's the sort of person, she changed into a tracksuit to get into the back of the car. Meanwhile, I think Arj had lost the will to live, which of course he'd have to. Oh, God, she's still here. And they toddled off early, which is good, isn't it? I quite like that idea. Short break, shall we? Really nice to be company. Wednesday. Get paid Friday. That's what I keep telling people. They go, oh, great. Anna says, is it possible for you not to slurp tea live on the radio? Of course not. Don't be so stupid. What's got to do with you? Mind you, do I come round and say, sorry, is it possible for you just to be quiet and not write stupid tweets? You know, that would be the kind of thing, wouldn't it, that would go. I did a thing the other day, actually, and said it's really cold out there. Some of them now being repeated. When I say it's very cold, it's cold, of course it is. Apparently, Steve, school shut in Chalfont St Peter today. It's a hashtag snow day. Kids love it. New York, no snow, but it was -13, with the wind chill factor -20. Oh, my God, fellas. That is freezing cold, isn't it? But it doesn't really matter, does it? It's only weather. It's only weather. Do you know, I turned on the radio the other day. Where was I going? Oh, just going out in the car. And Nick Ferrari was playing Margaret Thatcher. It was a bit of deja vu, actually. He was playing Margaret Thatcher. She sounded quite relevant. More people talking about the NTAs and people expressing, you know, a little bit of a surprise that a drunk driver convicted can actually win Personality of the Year. What sort of personality would that be? Could you blow into this? What sort of personality? Please tell me. I'd love to know. And who went? Oh, my friend Kevin went. He says, great to finally meet Matt and Luke. Well, you can buy a ticket, Kevin, to their show. They've got a few tickets left. I don't know what they were doing there, actually. I couldn't quite work out. Beth thinks that... and then Josh Coop retweeted, the most genuine and iconic duo in national television history, Ant and Dec. Really? I'm obviously missing something somewhere. Perhaps Josh will explain that to us when he gets back from his sickness. Jeff Stevenson's in Mexico. He says, after 3 weeks of a low-carb diet, I can't keep it up. I don't even know what a low-carb diet is. Is that the one that doesn't have any bread or something like that in it? Oh, I can't do that. I don't have bread very often. I'm not sort of a great bread eater, but I do like a bit of toast every so often. I wouldn't eat loads and loads of it day after day after day. Apparently, says James, because turmeric is poorly absorbed into the bloodstream, you could be missing out on its advantages unless you use turmeric with added black pepper. Oh, I couldn't care less, to be honest with you. It's just a blowing tablet, isn't it? And why do the media, says Mike and Bromley, keep knocking on about this drink driving thing? It doesn't affect his talent as a presenter. We didn't say that. He hasn't been presenting for a year. This is for the last year's presenting. He's been off since March. I mean, you know, I appreciate Mike, dumber. When you get to Bromley, maybe we're not sort of singing from the same hymn sheet. They said, if he was an ordinary person, he is an ordinary person. He got in behind the wheel of a car when he was drunk. Nobody would bother about it. I would think they would, drunk drivers. That you ask any police officer, so how do you feel about drink drivers? They'll tell you, lock them up. Lock them up, they're a danger to themselves. It's the fact that he got Presenter of the Year and he hasn't been on television. How can that? Childproof windows, Steve. They should be smart enough to baffle Harry. Childproof windows. Mind you, as they're spending our money, they couldn't actually care less. Couldn't care less, I don't think so. Desiree's in Sheffield. Says, I've got to be up at 7:30. I did that. We've got loads of time. Loads of time. You've got 2.5 hours to have a little kip. Just close your eyes. There you go. Just close. That's right. Just drift away. Oh, sorry, I just realised we've sent off Scottish boy to go and find a tap with water in it. He'll never find it. To him, it's like an expedition to go and talk to people. So he wanders around chatting away to people while we're all dying in here. All he's got to do is put the hot water. It should take about a minute. I can't see how it's going to take any longer than that. But my wife complains about my slurping at breakfast, says Rob. I thought it was okay after listening to your show. It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. And in fact, it's almost revered in some countries. In Slovakia, I believe you can slurp as much as you like. Nobody says anything. How old is Claudia Winkleman, says Steve in Croydon. 47, she is. Vernon Kay's Toss Daly wife looks better weathered. Yeah. It depends what they look like. Some people get photographed very well, and some people don't photograph very well. No trains today. It's a snow day. Makes the train driver. It's a snow day. Makes the train driver. Nope, not getting that one. But there are loads of trains today. Don't panic. Just in case you hear things. And George is going to listen all the way to sunny Southsea. Don't be so ridiculous. There is no sun in Southsea. There's an S and an O and a U and a TH and an S and an E and an A. But there's no sunshine there. With this cold weather, Harry and Meghan could stack dead homeless people against the walls of the biggest cottage. No, they've left the cottage. Oh, you didn't know about that? Ah, right. I can bring you up to speed. They can't afford. They were only renting it from a friend of a friend, so they aren't in the cottage anymore. They're actually going to be in the one in Windsor, which you're paying for, £3 million. I don't know why. They've got a perfectly good place at Kensington Palace, but of course, as they're so busy. God, if only we could sort of say that. No, they were paying for that cottage, but they can't afford it because she doesn't work. She hasn't got any income. They'd rather that we paid for it, and we should be eternally grateful, I think. So that's why there won't be any sort of stacking of people up against the walls at all. Chris in Hampton says, I bet there was plenty of snow at the NTAs last night. I bet there was as well. I reckon I could point them out to you. As well. The snow comes down. Where is it? It's at the NTAs. Yeah. Oh, dear. Great show as always, says Chris in Hampton. Has he lost the kitchen? Should I go out there and try and find him? Do you think he's really not able to find the kitchen? We sent him away 5 minutes ago to get a cup of tea and a glass of water. He's not sitting on a lake drilling a hole in it to get water out of the lake. How can it take that long? I can manage to do it in less than 30 seconds. He goes off for a wander and then sort of seems to come back at some convenient... Well, anyway, you wait till he gets back in here again. We shan't ask it. It's quicker for me to go and get it. I can do it in 2 minutes because I have the news bulletin. I can go to the kitchen, empty the tea bag out and put a new tea bag in, turn on the hot tap, get some milk from the fridge and come back. And I can do that in under 2 minutes. It's taken him the best part of 7 minutes so far. He's only gone round the corner. God, dear. My local bakery, Steve, does a fabulous sun-dried tomato and pepper bloomer. Oh, God, how naff. But pretentious. Oh, we're having sun-dried tomatoes. Who cares? Is that artisan? Yeah, I think actually that's some mispronunciation as well. Oh, here we go. Don't say anything. So, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Lovely.
What's this?
Leave it. Just leave it. Touch stuff in the studio. Where did you go, by the way?
The kitchen.
Which kitchen did you go to?
I'm just there.
Right. I was just explaining on air to my listener that I can manage in the news bulletin of 2 minutes to go round there, go to the toilet, get a cup of tea and come back. Takes you 8 minutes. That's why I asked where you went.
I went to the bathroom as well.
Oh, God, honestly.
I also went to get my...
Oh, you went to get food?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about us. You take your time. You take your time out there. Great to be with you again. Just remember, this is a non-speaking part. 2 days, I've told him that now. 2 days, a non-speaking part. He insists on speaking. So let me just have a little ice cold water, which is now tepid. But it doesn't matter. I'll cope with it. Don't worry. Seriously, it doesn't matter as long as the presenter's okay. Let's not worry about anything else. Dave says, first time hearing you, and hope you're on treble Nicky Campbell's money. I don't know what he earns, actually. Why would he be on treble, Nicky? I mean, I don't know. We've often said on this programme, the same as on everybody else's, I couldn't care less what everybody else earns in this business. Whatever you can get out of the boss. You know, that's as good as it gets. What's all this talk of freezing temperature in America? It's going to be 73 in Phoenix on Saturday, says Ian, although it was only 63 today. The wife put the heating on. God. There's no end to the excitement. Steve, I thought it'd be a bit too early for you. If teachers can decide to have a snow day, so can train drivers. Have a good day. Thank you. And apparently Nicky Campbell's BBC salary was over 400 grand a year. That includes his TV work. £400,000 a year. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. Listen, I've seen him on television, If that's what they're prepared to pay him, that's good. Good for him. Don't ever mention him ever again in my hearing. 400,000 a year. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter though, does it? I mean, if you spent all your time worrying about it, you'd be in a terrible state. What do you mean he's only £400,000? Ow, that really hurts. Steve, I'm prepared for the cold weather this morning. Thick dressing gown, tea in a thermal mug, and the central heating set to maximum. Steaming hot porridge is next. And then my day is all ready to begin in the good company of you and the Spikers. Yeah, listen, you cannot beat at this time of morning. If I was you at home and I was just getting out of bed, I'd be going, right, kitchen. I remember years ago when we didn't have central heating, and we used to put the gas on the actual cooker. Oh, is that time already? And we put the gas on, and we'd all huddle round the cooker, trying to keep warm. We were living in a caravan, I should point out, at the time. So nowadays, not so lucky. But still, Sue says, congratulations, Steve, on another accurate weather prediction. Well, in fact, we had two predictions the other day. Firstly, yes, it would snow yesterday. And people say, no, it won't. And, of course, we were proved right. And secondly, I did say they were going to be in a lot of trouble calling it a Cornish pasty. Because it isn't a Cornish pasty, it's a vegan pasty. It's nothing to do with Cornwall. Kate says maybe we should look at the people who decided Ant should get the award. Well, no, they didn't decide he should get the award. What they did, they actually put them up for it. So they put the names, and then people phone and vote for these sort of things. But they shouldn't have been in it at all. They really shouldn't have done them. It just makes a mockery of the whole award, doesn't it, really? God forbid, anything disastrous could have actually happened. Lorraine says, if you were to win an award, nothing to do with radio, what would it be for? I just think being nice. Just think being nice and pleasant and not shouting at the AP when he gets lost and wanders off to go make a cup of tea and get a glass of water. That's the kind of humility that I have in me, and why I've always become saint-like to many people. And so that, when he comes back in, I say to him, where have you been, Poppet? And he's been on a little walk to exercise his legs, and I don't have a problem with that. I just like to think that he's part of our little team, and as such, the next time we have the meeting of the team, he's definitely not invited. There you go, because we know he's going to eat everything, so there's no point. Did you know the first radio broadcast was from Writtle near Chelmsford? You heard that yesterday on Nick Ferrari's show. It's down there because Chelmsford's the home of Marconi. I thought he'd know that, actually, because everywhere you go in Chelmsford, it's got, on all the signs, the home of Marconi. So, I don't know. I used the gas as a heater for an hour once, but was told due to the fumes it's dangerous. We didn't care. In our caravan, we didn't care. My mum used to put the gas cooker on to keep us warm until one day I decided to be helpful and put my plastic kettle on there. The cooker was no more, says Janice. Not good. And 8 minutes for tea. You need to contact Care in the Community for a replacement gopher, says Carl. He went off. He went to go and find something to eat, and then he went to the toilet, and then and only then did he decide to sort of make the tea. So next time I'm going myself. And he's what? He's eaten his food already. Yeah, good. What was it? It was wrapped in cling film. Could have been anything, really. I've noticed the bonbons have gone out the kitchen. There's only about 3 of those blue bonbons left. A Rocky Road his sister made. How lovely. How exciting. It's not very difficult to make, is it? Have you ever done this one? Here's a little recipe for you could try later on today. You get a saucepan. You fill it with water, well, up to about sort of halfway. Then you put a glass bowl in it, okay, that rests inside. Then you melt chocolate, okay, and then you put Rice Krispies in and you stir it all round, and then you take spoonfuls out. And if you're very lucky, you can put little marshmallows. They do little tiny ones, which some people put in cocoa and things like that. Add those into it, and that'll make you roughly the rocky road that you were looking for in the first place. Or you could try it alternatively with cornflakes. And then you put them in little cases, and that's quite nice as well. And you can make quite a few, or you can spread it all across a tray, let it harden, and then cut it up into pieces. That's quite nice as well. And then I've got another one for coconut ice, which is very good. Just get some coconut and some ice, and you put that one together. That's quite nice as well. And that is the extent of my cookery. I'm not Mary Berry. I don't pretend to be Phil Vickery, but I never need to worry about it. Yesterday, I had a craving and an urge, both at the same time. And it's so unusual at my time of life to get the both together. So I thought, quickly capitalise on it. So I rushed to the fridge, opened up the fridge, and there it was. It was a pot of mandarin segments, which I drained the juice off and then ate the whole pot. I didn't care. Shane says we should give Scottish Boy a compass. We'd never get it back. We would never get it back. He would have it on eBay within seconds. Seriously, he's like that. He's like that. If he's eating stuff his sister's made, and to be honest with you, I've seen a picture of her. I want to see a hygiene certificate. It's as simple as that. I just want to know. You can't just accept food from people and then go, oh yes, I'm going to eat that. Anton Decker, great. Make me laugh. Everybody deserves a chance, but getting an award is ridiculous, and I believe it's done more harm than good, Steve. Alan says, in Yeovil District Hospital, wide awake before the operation this afternoon, listening to you on Freeview, community radio presenter. I do it for nothing. Yeah, well, there's always somebody who'll do it for nothing, mate. Always somebody. It's like hospital radio, isn't it? People do hospital radio for nothing because people just want to do it. And community radio, is that the one that's got the vicar on it? And the words you actually need are as follows, Alan. Wait a minute, we have to wait till he's typed it. What's your favourite biscuit? There you go. Yes, just learn those words. What are your favourite biscuits? Okay, you could fill a 3-hour programme on that on community radio. I do it for nothing. Yeah, listen, the Rocky Road does not count as a biscuit. No, it's a cake. It's a cake. But my mother used to make things with Swiss rolls. But there again, after we had a visit from the police, it was fine. And we never made it ever again. Because I always wanted to make a train. Yes, anything to do with a biscuit. Please don't write anything on a biscuit. You'll be banned immediately, okay? We are not commercial radio. Well, we are commercial radio, but we're not sort of that end of the commercial radio market. But I don't know enough about community radio to comment on it. But if you do it for free, then that's okay. Somebody's got to start somewhere, haven't they? A lot of people in radio nowadays came from hospital radio and stuff. I didn't, of course. And stuff like that. No. I was discovered. Which is, in fact, actually, if you listen, I must find it. Well, I know where it is, but I'm just determined not to bring it in, because I don't think we've got any machines to play it on. But I've got my very, very first broadcast on LBC. And to be honest with you, even thinking back, it must have been absolutely ghastly. Any chance, says Andy, have you taken a 2-week holiday? I thought, how rude. He says, all this waking up at 4 a.m. every morning to listen to you is playing havoc with my beauty sleep. Andy, look in the mirror, okay? Not beauty. Not beauty, okay? Wishing my partner Ray and my dad Sean a safe journey to work, says Lorraine. Currently driving to Neasden. God, blimey. Neasden. I've driven through Neasden. My sister had an old Dyson. Bits kept falling off, but it looked like the future, says Ian. Yes. I mean, I've had loads of Dysons over the years. They're so expensive. And one here, I reckon your boy is on the rocky road to getting his P45 as he's skating on very thin coconut ice. He loves the attention. I can't begin to tell you. Other people go, oh, please don't do it. No, he absolutely loves it. Since we've started doing it, he's got himself an agent. There's a 3-book deal, a calendar, photo shoot set at, Homeland Aberdeen, and they're trying to make it out as something really exciting. Him standing just outside the gay bar with a very small sherry in one hand, and then the sort of and this is the road out of Aberdeen. Oh, that's nice. I like that one from Keith. 2 foot of snow. Look at somebody's made a pair of boots. Oh, their feet. Oh, that's so clever. Isn't that so clever? And such a waste of a life. But that's him. Where is that? Walthamstow. Was it It could be anywhere, actually. It could be anywhere. That's very good, though. I like that. I don't think we had that much snow last night, but we've had a little bit. So if you've got some snow pictures, come on, send them in, please. Steve, hola, amigos, from Buenos Aires, southern zone of Costa Rica, Central America. Good Lord above. There's people over there as well. Thinking, wait a minute, where is that voice coming from? The answer is it's coming from the middle of Leicester Square in London. We are a tourist attraction. What's the matter now? It's Argentina. They're lost. They're obviously one of those sort of time travel teams who sort of go out there. They don't know where they are. It doesn't matter. Oh, Rana Habib is going to be killed off in Coronation Street. Ooh. Should I have told you that? It didn't say spoiler alert. It didn't say spoiler alert. But she's a popular lesbian character. Shows how long it is since I've seen it. A lesbian in Coronation Street. How does that work? It's all going on a bit strange, isn't it? She's been played by Bhavna Limbachia since 2016. She's going to be written out in a big storyline. Wow. I didn't even know that there was a thing like that. Have I got any recordings from my Biscuit Factory days? There is one, actually, because the last programme was released as a cassette. It was that long ago. It might even be on YouTube. I don't know. If you typed in UBN, the final hour, we all had a little bit of a say. This is a long time ago. You know, long time ago. It really was a long time ago. And I think it was UBN, the final hour. Whether it's up there, I don't know. But it's not there. Oh, right. Because I've heard it. Could you try United Biscuits? Try United Biscuits, see if anything comes from that one, which would be quite nice. And because I remember hearing myself on it and thinking, God, that sounded awful. But at the time, it sounded great. United Biscuits Factory, United Biscuits Network, and there we are. Look at our little studios. Oh, it's like a trip down memory lane. Like a trip down. This is a little bit of a trip. Oh, my goodness me. I remember all of these studios, as indeed you would. As indeed you would. Graham Dean. Look at all these people on the wall. Oh, I remember the UBN calling cards. Good look. That's definitely not me. Oh, please, God, there's not a picture of me. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear it if a picture of me. That's Adrian Love, who ended up here as well. These are the workers. That's, I can't remember, actually. I remember some of the people. Some of them sort of left before I got there. I was in the sort of the days of... good Lord. Oh, my goodness me. Who are those people? That's Graham Dean. Who the other person is, I've got no idea. But we were the last ones there. So they were the people in at the beginning of UBN. And then there's a picture. Wait a minute. That's all. Good Lord, honestly, what did we look like? What did we look like? But it's interesting. Based at Osterley, which is where Sky is now. And... It was good fun. It was good, but we never treated it seriously. I don't know why we never treated it seriously. Perhaps we just sort of didn't think about it. It was something to do that was a great deal of fun to do, and you get paid for it. But it wasn't a lot of money. It really wasn't. It was a very tiddly amount of money. But somewhere, I've got the last. Wait a minute. It's got Roger Scott, Graham Dean, Peter Young, Dale Winton. Interesting. I wonder who actually had all that sort of stuff there. But there were loads of radio presenters, because that's where it started from. Michael J. Fitch. He says, I'm listening earlier. I'm heading to Monaco for a show. You're not doing the circus thing. There's a circus thing in Monaco. Michael J. Fitch is a magician, in case you did not know. He says, I shall be adding a touch of magic this Friday for Burns Night at Bread... It's not Burns Night, is it? Is it really Friday? Wow. So he's doing that at Bread Street Kitchen. He's jetting about all over the place. 5:15 in the morning, poor soul. But, so, this is what? Are you doing Burns Night as well? I don't care. I really don't care. Does that mean that they turn up on your doorstep and go, I'm from Aberdeen. Can I come in and celebrate your Burns Night? What do you do on Burns Night? What do you do, dear? You do Kaylee and haggis dinner? Well, that sounds boring, doesn't it? Why? Is it great fun? Do you just drink whiskey and stuff? And do you drink whiskey? Yeah. All right. A Burns Night. Well, that's what Michael J. Fitch is going to be doing. He's going to be down there entertaining people who are going to be quite clearly tiddled, Michael. The Bread Street Kitchen. But Monaco. That's quite nice. I've never been invited to a Burns night. Just saying. And, no, seriously, I don't want to go. I'm not, seriously, no. Yeah, and then you have to have, the haggis has got a dress on. Oh, that's right. Dear haggis. Do you not do that? You just eat it. It's not very exciting, haggis, is it? Do you have it with... Oh, that's right. Here we go. Oh, I'm Scottish Steve and all that kind of stuff. It's not. It's horrid. Otherwise, you'd be eating it all the time. You only eat it once a year. Wait a minute. Now we've discovered there is vegetarian haggis. Sainsbury's sell it. The assistant producer, very excited by this because apparently he's vegetarian. Not, okay? But the vegetarian haggis, because the other one is, of course, for meat eaters. This one's got onion, carrot, medium mushrooms. What in God's name are medium mushrooms? Also some mashed Borrelletti beans. Do you keep Borrelletti beans in? You've never even heard of them, have you? Never even heard of them. Vegetarian suet. Have you heard of that? No, you haven't heard of any of this stuff, have you? Vegetable stock, oil, lemon juice, soy sauce, and a dash of gravy brining. And you pop it all into this wok, and then you add the buckwheat and the rolled oats for a few minutes, and then the liquid disappears. Then you turn it into an oven-proof dish, and then it stands for 20 minutes. Then you cook it for 30 minutes. God, far too tedious. Go buy it somewhere. Go buy it at a supermarket. It's much easier, isn't it? And so you have to address it, dear haggis. I don't know what you say when you address the haggis, but we shall find out. But so there is vegetarian haggis, and that's the one he has apparently. So when you address the haggis, it goes like. Fair fa, your honest sonsy face, great chieftain o' the pudding race, aboon them are ye tak your place, painch tripe or them, wheel are ye word. Oh, for God's sake, honestly, I'm small wonder the haggis looks embarrassed. You have to go through... Can we hear a Scottish person saying it? It'll sound so much better.
Fair fa, your honest sonsy face, great chieftain o' the pudding race, aboon them a ye tak your place, pinch, tripe or therm, wheel are ye worthy o' a grace, as lang's my arm. The groaning trencher there ye fill, your hurdies like a distant hill, your pin would help to mend a mill in time o' need, while through your pores the dews distill like amber bead. His knife, see rustic labour dicht, and cut you up with ready slicht, trenching your gushing entrails
just a haggis.
Ditch.
It's very violent, isn't it? It's just a haggis, though. I'm sorry. So there is, can you imagine doing this every time you had roast chicken on a Sunday? Oh, chicken of the father race, you come to us and see our grace. You know, and you think to it, and then at one point they're going, and then... Oh, what a glorious sight, warm, reeking, rich. Then horn for horn they stretch and stripe. This is dead sheep in the middle of the table, and it goes for ever and a day. The thing will be cold. But apparently, as long as you drink it with loads and loads of whiskey, that's fine, isn't it? It goes on forever and a day, that one, doesn't it? I don't think it's absolutely necessary. But lots of you sending me details of where you can get a vegetable haggis. Thank you. I've got a few places where you can put it as well. My mate's a lizard, says Patrick. Here we go. I get the ones on medication in the morning. David Icke's been in touch. He thinks we're all lizards, doesn't he? Mind you, if he was sitting where I'm sitting. He thinks the royals are lizards. Well, I don't know. Have you ever seen Prince Edward and his wife, out at the same time? Very rarely. But he thinks it's normal to go through winter without central heating while he sits around watching telly, dressed like a North Pole explorer. I only wish somebody would explain to him why he catches at least 4 common colds every year, says Patrick. And there is, Steve, a vegetarian version of haggis. They sampled it on the Jeremy Vine show the other week. In fact, it might have been a vegan version. I can't remember for sure, says Russ. I've been to a Burns night, says John in Bromley, and they recite some Scottish poem, that was that one actually, and then stab the haggis. Then they just get wasted and they just get drunk. It's something to do with whiskey, isn't it? I don't think going there, is it possible to have a small Cinzano? Is that okay with everybody? And or failing that, I'd quite like get a thing with sort of a cherry in it or something like that. They look at me like you were mad. But the Americans love it. I'm sure the Americans go to these Burns nights and they celebrate. Up in Scotland, there will be hotels putting on a Burns night. And you'll go there and there'll be dancing, and you can put as a producer said, the assistant producer, said to me, he said, we're all up for a Kaylee. I'm not sure if that's the girl who still lives at number 37 down the road, whether she'll be popping in again. She's been very popular over the last few years, so we'll all be dancing around. Will you be wearing your kilt? No. Oh, it's a shame, really, because we'd love a picture of you in your kilt. Oh. Is yours fairly plain? Yours sort of... Oh, Michaeli's not fancy enough. Do you have people who sort of play the squeeze boxes and the little little violins and stuff like that? Not like that at all, is it really? It's just a record, a fiddle, a drumstick. Oh, right, and a bass guitar. Oh, right, how lovely. God, it sounds boring, doesn't it? Aren't you glad you're going elsewhere on that night? I know I am. Steve, apparently there are 3 lesbians in Coronation Street and 2 gay guys. In Coronation Street? Good Lord above, there aren't that many in the whole of Manchester. How could that be? In one little street. The first broadcast, says Mike from Finchley, is so old it was etched in stone instead of tape. No, he should have actually said it was recorded on wax cylinder. That would be the best thing. Of course, when they did the Marconi thing, basically it was the very first recording, and transmission. But he wasn't talking to anybody because nobody else had the other one. If you think Dyson's clean as expensive, is she the hairdryer? I've seen it, Rob. It's £400. They advertise it on QVC. I've seen it loads of times. It's very expensive. Steve, wake up all these lazy people. It's cold and icy and it'll be havoc, so you've got to start early. In Basildon, no snow but a bit icy. How nice my commute takes 30 seconds and the cab is already nice and warm, says Monica, my favourite cabbie. And Donny's going to a Burns night dance in Polegate. I'm convinced last year they processed in with a jacket potato. Well, I think that would you Sassenach. You can't have the roast potatoes. You have neeps and tatties, which we don't know what they are. We think it's something to do with sort of potatoes. And then Carl says, was it Marconi who discovered you? Very bitter. How old do you think I am? Phil says the Scottish boy will be doing Burns night. Will Aussie boy be celebrating Australia Day this weekend? He hasn't got the faintest idea. Seriously, there's no point. And he does actually go to walkabout, but he does that all the time, anybody. Mary says, how are you progressing with the station in Wales? We're kind of not. This is the... I've tried it, but it comes with a song, as you all know, which we try... And for years and years, it's always plagued me. I just remember it goes, go, go, go. And that's and the first bit is very slow and tedious. And we did try it the other day, and I've suddenly realised I'm just useless. So this is the little song that helps you pronounce the name of the station in Wales. How to say Llanfair, Pwyl, going, I actually want any more of this, I'm going to be sick. But everybody does it. But I don't know why they do it. Can somebody explain to me why they celebrate Burns Night? What is it celebrating? I know it's celebrating the haggis, but what... They're celebrating... What are they celebrating about Robbie Burns? He's dead. He's dead, and he's Scottish. Scots were ha, we Wallace bled. So it's a piece of historical culture. He's not with us anymore. He's passed on. Is that why people celebrate Robbie Burns? Would it not be better to do somebody living? That not make it more entertaining? Oh, well, there you go, to each his own. Apparently, Peter in Manchester says we have our own gay village in Manchester. Don't be so silly. Of course you don't. You just think you do, because they're men who ride side saddle. But they're all in Coronation Street. Neeps are Swedes. Ha-ha. Now I know. And Julia in Teddington says, Borlotti beans are very nice. I use them when I make minestrone and other Italian dishes. Do you know, I haven't had minestrone soup for about 40 years. Doesn't matter, though. Kevin sent me a lovely picture. That's Kevin the milkman. Thankfully, not on my round overnight. Little bit of snow at the dairy. It's still pretty, I don't care what anybody says. It's still pretty. It's still nice out there. And Kevin, the expat, was visiting the Swiss Alps on Saturday. It's blooming cold. It looks minus 15. Looks blooming cold to me, pal. It really does. Quick check. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast, so I had to think about where I was, actually. Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC, and we're very pleased, actually. Apparently... no, wait a minute. I have to read this one because it's a long one from my friend Chris. And I'm going to read it in an ad break, actually, because sometimes I read some of his things and then they have a bit of a surprise ending. No, this is another one. I do know more than one Chris. I mean, heavens above. Like, I know more people who'll be going to Burns nights now. All of a sudden I've discovered it's a very popular place. Over in Tromsø, in northern Norway, 2 metres deep of snow. That's about 6 foot something, okay? But all the roads are open and everything works as usual. You literally just drive down the middle of a snow tunnel. But they're used to doing it. But Kestis has been a listener for the last 7 years. That's what we like to hear. Steve, says Steve, yes, soaps appear to be fixated on gay, lesbian and whatever themes these days, becoming very unrealistic. Well, it's. I mean, I don't know why they do it. They always get... I mean, I was always amazed that in the whole of Weatherfield, which is the Manchester set, that for years and years there weren't any gay people. And I thought that Manchester was absolutely swarming with gay people. They actually made Queer as Folk about the Manchester scene up there, which unfortunately then got invaded by heterosexuals, and it kind of took it away. All of a sudden girls are going, oh, let's go here, it's a lot more fun. You don't get people sort of groping you and stuff like that. Much easier. Steve, neeps aren't Swedes, they're turnips, says Geraldine. Either way, it's peasant food. Turnips are peasant food. They're not for normal people. Most people wouldn't have turnips. You know, I've seen turnips. They look very nice, and I'm sure they're wonderful, but, I mean, nobody's going to eat them unless you're going to be doing that. I lived in Anglesey, says Dallas, and my father was stationed at RAF Valley, so I can pronounce the whole name of the village, but everybody calls it Llanfair PG. Llanfair PG. Back then, they even replaced the station sign with that because the real one took up too much space. Well, it's back in again. Back in again. Pablo says, a slice of haggis is part of the full Scottish fried breakfast. I'm not sure about this, honestly. I'll eat most of it. I'll tell you what I really do love, but I haven't had it for ages. Faggots, surprisingly, and meatloaf. Meatloaf. You know, like a bad hell long on in the morning, son. But you used to see that big sign on the bus shelter. I used to stand there in the middle of winter, the rain dripping off my sodden hair, and it would say, come home to a real faggot. I just thought, oh, God, not somebody else moved in. You know, it did. It had a picture of them, and I used to think, oh, they're just meatballs. And apparently they're not. They're much better. So today, faggots. There you go. I've said it again. I've laid my cards on the table. I'm going to be having it today with mashed potato and gravy. Whether they go along with that idea is entirely up to them. We'll wait and find out. I'd love to have seen the old concrete Tricorn shopping centre in Portsmouth, Steve, just to see if it was ugly or beautiful, but they knocked it down. What was it like? Ugly. That's why they knocked it down. You don't knock down something that's beautiful, do you? So I've just thought of something really funny. Actually, just funny for me, but not funny for somebody else. Julie says, I've just woken up. I don't know if you know Patisserie Valerie's going into administration. It's gone into administration, but that doesn't mean they're all closing. In fact, we probably think that bloke from the sports thing, Mike Ashley, might be interested in it. It's a shame. It's my favourite cake shop. Yes, they had various sort of problems with it. I also used to buy cakes and sometimes bring them in here. I used to love that. Was it the strawberry millefeuille? That one was just sort of basically you couldn't get the whole thing in your mouth and it just sort of crumbled all over the place. That was delicious. But it's another one of the high street places which is going under. And the reason it's going under is people are not going. I mean, you know, we used to go there every Sunday, but we haven't been to one for a little while now, mainly because the dog's not very well. So that's why it's a bit of a problem, really, isn't it? I don't know what the high street wants. Obviously, overpriced coffee shops who don't pay tax. And that's, as I say, you know, the whole state of it. In 10 years' time, will we have a high street to go to? Probably not. Probably not. People still occasionally, but it's not enough people, want to see clothes and try them on before they buy them. Hence, they would never buy stuff online. They would only ever buy stuff if they could see it in a shop, because you need to see it. I can look at a picture of a garment and go, that looks lovely, but what's it like? I don't want to have to... And they go, but you can always send it back. And you go, well, yes, of course you can, but what a hassle. You buy it... It arrives, you put it on, you go, oh, it's not at all right, is it? It goes back. If you're in a shop, you can try it. And if you don't like it, hang it back up and try another one. Works much... that's... tripping, honestly. Where am I? So anyway, yes, so you go into the shop, and that's why. I mean, the high street, there won't be anything left if you all keep buying online. I buy online, I realise. The Dyson hairdryer, Steve's only 300. I know, as I bought one at Peter Jones for She Who Must Be Obeyed for Christmas. The staff, lovely though they are, couldn't suppress a titter when I, being entirely bald, asked them where they sold hairdryers. Oh, I get that all the time. And I always go... In fact, I have a hairdryer in my bathroom. Why? For drying myself. I use towels and I use a hairdryer. And it was only 20 quid or something like that. You know, even the showers here have got hairdryers in, so that people can do their hair. I mean, mind you, my big bugbear is actually going out, Chris, and buying sunglasses in winter. And people go, what do you want sunglasses for? And you go, well, because I've got, you know, sort of sensitive eyes. Or the other day, I told a fib. I told an out-and-out fib. I went to Marks and Spencer's to buy pants. And I bought 18 pairs of pants. They're in packs of 2, okay, tenner. for a two thing, and I took them, and so the woman said, "Oh, sorry to make you wait," mainly because the bloke in front was sort of negotiating to buy them for a penny or something. But anyway, so she said, "Are you having a stock up for the year ahead?" And I went, "No, they're for my grandfather. He's incontinent." And as I said it, I remember thinking, "Are you mad? What a mad thing to say." But anyway, she said, I'm the one who puts all these out. You know, in the aisles where you can go there and sort of find all your pants and everything else. I didn't know there were other places to go buy pants. My husband has to have his faggots, chips and mushy peas every Thursday. Made at the local butcher, says Sally. Oh, right. And, Steve, a vegetarian haggis? Not sure about that one. No, I mean, I don't like... He's only doing it because he's going, "Oh, I'm a vegetarian." He's jumping on a bandwagon. He's not vegetarian at all. If he was, he'd be far more committed and very angry with me for even daring to suggest that he's not vegetarian. But he eats meat. He has eaten meat. In my company, I've seen him eat. There's no good holding out one finger. That's a case of, I only murdered one person. Doesn't make me a murderer. And it was ham. And twice you've done it because you ate the Big Mac as well, and that's meat. I don't care which way you want to interpret it. It's a case of you're not very loyal to your cause. If you're going, "I'm a pescatorian," or whatever it is, from the island of Pest, it's a case of, you either adhere to it or you don't adhere to it. If you don't adhere to it, don't fob us off with this flim-flam about, "Oh, I'm really a vegetarian." Not a vegetarian at all. I told you, my friend is vegetarian. He would not get out the car, go to McDonald's and buy me a burger because he's vegetarian. I don't take him in my car anymore now. He can walk as far as I'm concerned. Steve Neeps and Nace Swedes. Here we go. Oh, blimey, honestly, I'm going to get this one, aren't I? There's Scots, turnips, and the haggis is the great chieftain of the pudding race. The 25th of January was the man's birthday. But I appreciate your pock pudding. Whitney appreciate a man's a man. Awa ye and celebrate Ant and Dec. They're still alive, if no live on television, says Donald. Still looking for his trousers, I should imagine. Steve, it said on the radio last night that Patisserie Valerie were all closing with immediate effect. No. They have 200 stores and smaller counters open. 70 of them are closing immediately. That's 900 jobs gone. So 70 are closing. They've got 200. Okay, they're trying to make it easier to manage. They're actually trying to make it so that it's a bit easier by cutting down. If the whole thing goes 2,000 jobs, but then they were also were we not saying at Christmas time, Pizza Express? Were they not? God, blimey, I've lost track of the amount of people on the high street. They have to trim back. HMV, that could be another couple of thousand. We don't know what's going to go on. But the more you don't shop on the high street, the more the chances it's going to vanish. I would think there's every likelihood they will be axing Patisserie Valerie. They've already started cutting back the Marks and Spencers. Another 17, is it? 17 or 19 that are going? I think that's the big store. We've got 2 enormous stores in Kingston, Marks and Spencers. To be honest with you, how they even run the electricity bill, I'll never know. It's never packed. Never packed. Years ago, these sort of department stores were packed. You could go in there. I've got footage of people in Oxford Street going into all the department stores and fighting their way through it at Christmas time. Now, you can wander about quite easily. People just want to look. And then people pinch. And I was watching some YouTubes of people. I saw a woman the other day. I won't tell you where I was, but she was nicking kids' clothes. That's what she was doing. She was stealing kids' clothes. What was she doing with them? Just looking around, just picking them up, rolling them up, putting them in the pram that she had with her kid, and walked straight out. Straight out. Amazing, isn't it, really? According to my slide rule, says Anthony, 2 minutes proven to go to the kitchen and back, so that leaves 6 minutes for a... Yes. What about a rocky road? Oh, no. Whatever it is, it's too long. Okay? It's as simple as that. I decide, whether or not... I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not going to send him again. There is absolutely no point in the sending of him again. More from the newspapers in a moment. So, Peter Kay got an award last night, but he didn't go. Which, perfectly fine. I don't mind if people don't want to go to the National Television Awards, because unfortunately, and as Peter Kay is probably the same, you won't find Ricky Gervais there as well. Because it's full of naff people from reality shows, people who are so talentless it's almost embarrassing. And then for some reason, you get the Bros brothers turning up. What for? I've got no idea. We couldn't work that one out at all. And so Peter Kay got, David Walliams won, Best TV Judge for the 3rd time. And then Dermot had to apologise because Danny Dyer swears. But then that's how he talks. What do they give him an award for? You know, just give it to somebody else. Nobody knows, do they? And the shock for Anton Deck. You know, don't mind Deck winning. The Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award went to I'm a Celebrity. Special recognition to David Dimbleby. He must have thought he'd wandered into a bear pit. He really must have done. And Martin says another accident waiting to happen, a hairdryer in a bathroom. We've got them here. We've got them in the shower rooms here, hairdryers. Come on, goodness sake, honestly. There's a growing business for those plastic murals that they put on the windows of empty high street shops. And I'm being serious, says Mary. Oh, I've seen them round our way. In fact, down in Church Street, they actually fill the empty shop windows up with lights and different bits and pieces like that, just to make it look as though they are there, because boarded up is not good. And we've lost a carpet right, and there's a couple more boarded. And then what do? They keep building more flats, and underneath, shops. What for? We've got loads of empty shops at the moment. It's like we're still waiting for the council to take away all the blooming Christmas trees. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, there's always room for another coffee shop. You'd think they'd actually go, no, we have too many coffee shops. Or in our place, round Twickenham, we've got too many hairdressers. We must have about 12 men's hairdressers. Because it's easy. I could probably set one up myself, but I wouldn't. 11 minutes to 6, so of course I have a ritual every day. I have to have my cup of tea. I'm a big fan of tea. So imagine my surprise and delight when a bag turns up with Steve's tea selection in it. I didn't even know there were so many teas out there. Years ago, you just bought tea. It was just Tetley tea bags. Well, in fact, I remember it was Tetley loose tea. Then they brought in the tea bags. Now I couldn't survive without them. But in fact, the folks at Tetley say, we've heard that tea has been a popular topic on your show recently, and we saw you needed a cup for yourself on Twitter the other day. You see, you're monitored by everybody. You've got no secrets. So they've sent a selection of our favourite blends, and we've chosen for you. We hope they're your cup of tea. So I've ended up with original black tea, Tetley's, then Tetley decaf. Did you know there was decaf tea? I didn't. Tetley's Super Fruits multivitamin, Tetley's Super Green see, that's the one I might try, actually. Super Green Detox Mint, Super Fruit Immune Lemon and Ginger, which sounds lovely, and Tetley's Super Herbal Digestion Mint and Ginger, then the Super Squash Berry Burst, and Cold Infusions Raspberry and Cranberry. I won't need to move out of the house. I could just stay there forever and a day. Thank you very much. That's very nice. I'm sure they will be very much appreciated. As always, we like a nice cup of tea. What was that song? Was it, we like a nice cup of tea in the morning? A nice cup of tea with my tea. And about this time of night, what goes down a treat? You're right. It's a nice cup of tea. Something about the British and tea, and yet we never invented it. We never invented it. And yet we must consume gallons of it. Billions of gallons, I should imagine, because it's so easy to drink. And now there's all these different ones which make me feel I'm going to be a really healthy boy. And because I always tweet about, can't wait to get into work to have my cup of tea. And so now I've got such a choice. Gosh, I'll tell you, I'm going to be here for years. Steve, I've never understood why shops are open when people are at work. The high street should realign to 12 to 10 p.m. Well, they do that in America. In America, they're very much like that. And they do open late at night, which I like. Unfortunately, of course, I'm always in bed, fast asleep. £5,000 reward to catch the vandals who desecrated Bomber Command. The memorial being cleaned up, so that's all right. It's going to cost us about £2,000, but to be honest with you, it's money well spent as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't care less. But they will find these people. It's to commemorate the 55,000 men who died in World War II, which has been defaced. And then there was somebody, I read a thing a short while ago, some college lecturer who said that Bomber Command were terrorists. You always get somebody, don't you, really? And here he is. Also, Rio Ferdinand in the papers today. He used to down 10 pints of Guinness in crazy after-match benders. And what are we supposed to... He doesn't play football for years, has he? He's just a pundit now. And they're going to be doing some... I think it's a reality show with him and his, I don't want anything to do with show business wife, who's telling lies, because she absolutely craves every bit of it. And then Sean, I don't know how half these people are, actually. I go through the papers, and I go through the celebrities. See, I understand who people like Bros are, but I just don't understand some of the other ones. Dawn Neeson's talking about anyone else uncomfortable about the amount of airtime Prince Philip's car crash victim, Emma Fairweather, is getting. She's turned having a broken arm into a career. Yes, it was a nasty accident, and thank God nobody was badly injured. He should be treated like the rest of us, Miss Fairweather declared somewhat presumptuously, as the full facts are still being investigated. So demanding he apologise is a bit stupid, because the first thing any insurance company will tell you is never admit liability. Saying sorry would be fair cop. Yes, as Dawn Neeson says exactly the same. Every time I've seen this woman, there's a big letter C that leaps out of the screen at me, and that's got the word compensation on it. As I say, I've never heard of anybody who's milked it. It's only milked because it's the Duke of Edinburgh. It's only milked because she said he hasn't contacted me. He's not supposed to contact you. But there again, I don't think she's bright enough for that one. It's a case of you don't contact. That's what the insurance companies tell you. You don't contact somebody. You wait until they've had an investigation, and either there'll be an investigation and there will be some sort of charge, or there won't be. I think he's already said the sun was in his eyes. And as you and I know, if the sun gets in your eyes in a car, you know, you all of a sudden you become blind. Totally blind. I've done it myself. I've been down the motorways, and all of a sudden you go, oh my goodness me, it's terrible. You can't see anything. It's like this sort of just clogs up everything. Prince William, for some reason, was interviewing David Attenborough. I don't know what. Is that classed as a job now? But obviously. The Queen, Olivia, leads Britain's Oscars charge. Best Actress, Olivia Colman, Lady Gaga, Glenn Close, Melissa McCarthy, and Yalitza Aparicio. Best Picture, Star is Born, Bohemian Rhapsody. That could do well, couldn't it? Green Book, Vice, Aroma, Black Panther, The Favourite, and Black Klansman. Best Actor, Christian Bale for Vice, Bradley Cooper for A Star is Born, Willem Dafoe, Eternity Gate, Rami Malek, Bohemian Rhapsody, and Viggo Mortensen for Green Book. There's a lot of names in there. A lot of names in there. Talking of the name, Alzheimer's disease sufferers offered hope yesterday after scientists revealed they'd reversed memory loss in mice. See, they always test mice, don't they? They always test mice. And an academic was branded deluded last night after he compared RAF bombers' command crews to terrorists. This is some doctor, Kehinde Andrews, who sparked fury when he accused the crews who bombed Nazi Germany of war crimes. There's always one, isn't there, really? It's interesting. You know, we sort of always listen to these people and we sort of look at them, we just offer them pity, I think, at the same time. There you go. Nobody cares about him ever again. The baker who called one of her vegan dishes a Cornish pasty has been forced to change the name. Purists were furious with her. Told you before, can't do things like that. You can't call it a pasty because it's not a Cornish pasty. It's not. Doesn't matter. There's also a sniffer dog. His name is Scamp. He's been forced into hiding after criminal gangs put a £25,000 bounty on his head. I don't believe this story at all. I think it's because every single sniffer dog is out there to stop all the illegal people. The owner, somebody here who's... he's done a number of court cases. What for? He doesn't do court... dogs don't do court cases. They don't turn up at court. What a pile of rubbish this story is. The owner says he poses a big threat to the gangs. Well, you've just eventually put a sort of a marker on his head, haven't you? I'd have kept your mouth shut. Up until yesterday and this morning, I had no idea about sniffer dogs. I know what they do, but you don't name them. They don't turn up in court. Why would they turn up in court? You know, the person will be convicted. Have you got the drugs on you? Yes. Are you going to court? Yeah, you don't take the dog in with you. This man's an idiot. Saying that the poor thing is he's got a bounty on his head. All these criminals are going, what was the name of that dog again? Scamp. It's in all the papers. It's in all the papers. It's like yesterday. Big secret NTA award, special appearance by, for what reason we've got no idea, Bros. So presumably today Matt will have to fly back to America. They didn't get any awards. Well, I don't think they did. Apparently an aspirin a day if you're not ill does more harm than good. The painkiller's found in tree bark. Did you know that? I didn't know that at all, actually. And also this is Poundland, accused of adding to the plastic waste by selling empty packages as Valentine's Day presents. It's a heart, but there's nothing in it. There's nothing in it at all. It's quite... I think, seriously, it's actually quite clever. Quite clever. Birthday today, Lisa Snowdon, who dated George Clooney for 4 years. And apparently she said, sex keeps me in shape. How depressed do you think I am after hearing that? And also Rutger Hauer, the Dutch actor, starred in Blade Runner and Batman Begins. And he says, I'd rather, even though he used to advertise Guinness, he says, I'd rather drink milk. Seems quite nice, doesn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And decaf tea isn't bad. My wife drinks it because she's sensitive to caffeine, says Carl. Give them a try. I'm going to, absolutely. If we love tea so much, why are the high street shops full of coffee shops? They do tea as well. They just call them coffee shops. In fact, I've never been in one yet where you can't get a cup of tea, but it is overpriced milk. Overpriced milk. And you seem to like that. People want to sit down with it with a cup of coffee. But in my day, a cup of coffee was a spoonful of coffee, some hot water, and a bit of milk on the top of it. Nowadays, it's something with frothed up milk, and you pay about £3 something for. I should imagine the cost to them is literally pennies. Well, it is when they don't pay tax. And so many of them don't pay tax. Also, the paper, don't read your emails at night, teachers have been told. And here he is, he's still going. Jack Nicholson, he's 81, and he still likes eating his fries, and still wearing his tinted glasses. I used to wonder years ago why he used to wear tinted glasses. I never sort of bothered about Jack Nicholson as an actor. It never sort of crossed my mind whether he was a good actor or a bad actor. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Also, the Express this morning, the football star's haunting message for that plane crash, in which he appears to have gone down in it. And also, did you know that 10 people, this is a statistic and a half, 10 people die every day waiting for benefits claims to be answered? Campaigners have slammed government rules that force applicants to jump through hoops to get financial payment. Yes, but the trouble is it's so difficult to find out who's genuine, who's not genuine in this day and age. And there's so many benefit fraudsters out there that it's really very, very difficult. And I'm shocked at TV Award for year off work. Yes, we're also fairly shocked. If he'd been ill, I could understand it. I suppose you could class alcoholism as an illness, and he's supposed to have been to rehab. What that has solved out, I've got no idea. And that drone chaos cost EasyJet a quick £15 million, and still they haven't found out where it came from. You know why? Because in a police station around Gatwick Airport, there's a cupboard that's locked with "Don't go in this cupboard," and if you open the door and sneak round it, there'll be a drone sitting on the floor. And that'll be the one. That'll be the one. Okay, 3rd of January. Cold, bit of snow, could be delays to some flights, so make sure and check. Please check if you're heading off to the airport this morning. You just want to make sure that your flight is on time. Debbie says, would you prefer all the shops in Twickenham to be left empty or have charity and coffee shops? Empty. I think empty. The charity shops hardly pay anything. There's, they get their windows cleaned for free. They don't pay proper rates. And to be honest with you, it's just one big racket, isn't it? And coffee shops, are they paying tax? Which ones are paying tax? I don't know about you, but I'm definitely keen to find out why people don't pay tax. And somebody says, love the show, and I know you're not big on sport. Are you joking? What are you doing? I've got medals and cups and everything else. But Rio Ferdinand's first wife died of cancer, and then recently his mother passed away. I think that's the documentary you might have been referring to. No, they're not doing that at all. They're making a completely different show. Why would they want to do something that happened ages ago? He's with somebody else. He's with somebody else, and also, it's not really the sort of happy-go-lucky reality show you'd be interested in watching, is it? Let's face it. He says, from a Liverpool fan, he played for our arch. I couldn't care less. Not remotely interested. I couldn't be less interested. Seriously. And Sam in Dudley, driving home to the West Midlands from Kent with my girlfriend. As soon as I got in the car, I told her to get my mate Steve on the radio. Who's that? Who's that? Steve on the radio. And Steve says, Dean, the woman who's involved in the accident as the passenger, surprised no one suggested to her how silly she is. Well, I think what they've done is point out that he's not supposed to contact. In fact, Nick Ferrari raised this 2 days ago. At the risk of repeating myself, Nick said, have you ever heard of anybody who's had an accident with you contacting you later to go, are you all right? They don't do that, but she's sort of, you get the feeling she's got a hidden agenda. You got the feeling. All the way from Bangladesh, says Monica, I actually get a signal to hear the show, see? That's when if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, you can find out more about the LBC app. It's free to download, and it means that when you go around the world, you can just listen to LBC. Daily Mail today, after that drink drive shame, did Ant really deserve the top TV award? Absolutely not. Well, he hasn't been on television. I thought this is for people who've been on television, not for people who've been in court. That wasn't it at all. Best presenter should have been probably Holly Willoughby. She's perfectly capable. She hasn't been embarrassing. But anyway, now Ant McPartland has returned to work. So they get it for 18 years. It just keeps being the same. It's become quite tedious, really. Quite tedious, but especially as he's been found guilty of a drink driving offence, about as heinous a crime as you could possibly get. And then, I mean, he should have said, it's very nice indeed, but I cannot accept it. You know, I'm still in rehab and I'm still doing this. That's what I would have expected. Ronaldo. That's Cristiano Ronaldo, avoided jail for tax fraud. He's got to pay £17 million as a fine. God, that's probably loose change, isn't it, really? But, he's worth an estimate... Oh, that's right for him. 350 million. It's like Ant McPartlin. You'll find £86,000. No hesitation in finding it at all. Jordan, you find £1,100. Oh, I haven't got the money at the moment. Why not? Because I just haven't. Because I never had it. So anyway, in 2017, a state prosecutor accused the former Man United star of 4 counts of tax fraud worth £12.9 million. He's alleged to have evaded tax due on image rights payments. I don't even know what that is. It sounds very complicated. About 7 months' wages. Really? Wow. It's amazing. Why do footballers get paid so much money? Is it because they generate income for clubs and broadcasting deals? It just seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it, really? And yet none of them seem to appreciate it. They all drive flash cars. They can barely sort of struggle through the English language. And then you sort of think to yourself, why do they get paid so much money? How much money goes through football clubs? Millions. Millions. American sports stars earn more money, but there again, most of our lot, I mean, you know, once they're washed up in football. You think that Dave would have actually gone on to sort of doing commentary or something like that? He can't do it. He can't do it. So all he does is he just sort of comes up with, oh, I'm building a stadium in America. Wait, where's that one gone to? That seems to have disappeared, doesn't it? Load of old hooey to start with, and then it all disappears and dies down. And then Prince William interviews David Attenborough. What for? Why was it Prince William? Does he have some unique talent at interviewing? And then on the World Economic Forum, all they did on Attenborough, they just put down Attenborough. Not even David or anything like that. And on Williams, it goes HRH, the Duke of Cambridge. What does that mean? Nothing. Nothing at all. Also, outrage... Oh, we've done that professor. And also, the family of a world-renowned British chef spoke of their sadness. He lost his battle with cancer at the age of only 55. Andrew Fairley, Scotland's only 2-starred Michelin star, passed away the other day. Oh, shit. 55's way too old. Way too old. I never liked things like that. Also, wages up fastest in a decade as jobs rise. And a top car is electric. This is the Kia e-Niro. That's apparently an electric car. But is it hybrid? Probably hybrid sort of car, isn't it? I should imagine here. Yes, it was. It passed 61 contenders. The first electric vehicle to have got that award. They're not cheap, though, are they? It's made in Korea. It's going to be available in April for just 33, thanks to a government subsidy meant to encourage drivers to buy low-emission vehicles. It can drive for 282 miles on a single charge and take 29 hours to power up the battery fully. It's not a hybrid. Pure electric car. Wow. I quite fancy that idea, but you've got to charge the blooming thing up somewhere, wouldn't you, really? Steve, I support this independent places for coffee, i.e. the wonderful Phoenix Theatre in Exeter and the local library. I've stopped going to ones that don't pay taxes, says Pauline. Yes, if only the rest of us thought the same, but we don't. Also, MPs ordered the BBC, come clean on pay. MPs who are desperate to find out how much people earn on the television so they can up their fees accordingly, I should imagine. I can't quite get it. But they've sort of come up with what some people earn. I mean, some of them, you know, are earning 6-figure salaries. But surely that's private, isn't it? Why does it have to be public? I don't understand why it has to be public. Otherwise, we'd all be sort of having and this is what every presenter earns on the radio. Why would that? Or on television. Some people earn an awful lot. Some people don't earn an awful lot. But, you know, why would it make any difference to people? And also, is Meghan's favourite snack fueling drought and murder as she serves avocado on toast? A more ridiculous thing you'd be hard pushed to find. I've never heard of such a stupid thing. Avocado on toast for afternoon tea. Oh, dear love, you've obviously got no idea. Little sandwiches with a piece of cucumber in. That's how it works. Maybe a little bit of Heinz salad cream. I think that'd be quite nice. And a lovely picture in North London of the snow coming down and a traffic jam in High Wycombe with enough snow to sink a battleship. And it might get worse later on today. The temperature could plunge to about -6 tomorrow. However, they are expecting Friday to actually double and increase, so we should be a lot better. Is Ed? This is Ed Sheeran. He may be an unassuming 27-year-old. Is he morphing into Adele? How many of you ever seen either of them in the same room together? Because there's lots of things. They both like super furry animals. They're both Mr. and Mrs. Normal. And they've got sort of a starry circle of people who like them. They've got a picture of Harry Styles. What does he do? And an MBE for Adele in 2013 and one for Sheeran in 2017. And they're both incredibly successful, but they seem grounded. They seem absolutely normal. Sorry? And he has stopped the sploffs. He was doing a lot of sploffs. Mind you, the Beatles made a career out of sploffs. For those people who don't remember these things. Also, George Harrison in 1971, on this day, became the first Beatle to have a solo #1 with My Sweet Lord. Takes it back. Have you ever seen his house? It's a lovely house. It used to be a monastery, I think. It's beautiful, with an underground lake in Henley. Seriously, if you haven't seen it, type in on Google George Harrison's house. Have a look at it. There's a lake underneath the house. You go through on a little boat. Not the way you get to the house, but it's a lovely thing to have, isn't it? It's a bit like Phantom of the Opera, but I love the pictures of the house. It just looks so majestic, and they still live there. I think his wife and his son live in the house, which I wouldn't mind living in it. How you'd cope with it, something that size, I've got no idea, but I should imagine it must have about 30 or 40 bedrooms. Grace says, who would want Davy Boy's squeaky little voice commentating? I know. Do you think that Prince Philip will get bombarded with ambulance chase and nuisance calls from rogue claims firms like every other car driver was involved in the crash? Can you imagine? That could be a shock, couldn't it? You know, 14 people are put in for this and that. But I just love the fact this woman's been on television talking about something when in fact they haven't had an investigation. They haven't, they breathalyzed him, which is standard procedure. And he was fine, and his eyesight was fine. He just said he was blinded by the sun. And if they can prove that he was, end of story. End of story, but it's up to the insurance companies to sort it out. Not to have this woman who quite clearly is loving the slight bit of attention she's had from the media. Tim says, have you ever had camp coffee? It's a coffee syrup. No, I never fancied coffee syrup. I had some cold coffee the other day. They sell it actually in a little sort of carton kind of thing, and it's cold coffee. It was quite delicious. Whether or not it's good for you, I've got no idea, so probably not. Probably not. More from the papers in a moment. As I say, today, because of the National Television Awards, they're just concentrating on what everybody's wearing. So everybody from Michelle Keegan, who's wearing the most ridiculous outfit. I mean, don't these people suffer with colds? Because nobody's going out wearing any clothes. They just put a coat on. You know, there's also sort of a picture of Vicky Patterson. I'd even forgotten where she came from. I can't remember. She was from Geordie Shore. Now she's just sort of somebody hanging out there with their boobs hanging out. Some people did. She upset her boyfriend cheated. Oh, right. I mean, the only person who looks good is, in fact, Holly Willoughby, who's wearing a very, very nice dress, very sensible. She doesn't feel the need to sort of hang out, as they say. We don't want things like that, do we? Right. More of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The LBC News now. City nice to have your company. Wednesday, 23rd of January. The hotel, as I said at the beginning of the programme, is another one of these hotels that have been knocked by people saying that they had food there and they were very ill. This particular one in Sharm el-Sheikh, the tour company investigated the couple who had lied, and they blatantly, I mean, they were so stupid. They'd actually done a thing saying that they were really ill and it was very disappointing. But on TripAdvisor, thinking that perhaps they were the only ones who ever read it, it says how great the hotel was and they were looking forward to going back there. That landed them in court. And a £7,500 fine. So it's just, don't even think about it, because they've got teams of people working for the travel agencies. You might be thinking, oh, this is a little hotel that we can take the mickey out of. Oh no, they fight back, and the tour company gets you into prison. Into court. Prison could result if you don't pay the £7,500. Nick Knowles is auctioning his red swimming trunks. It's for charity. It's for charity, so that's got to be good news, hasn't it? And an old age pensioner filmed, I mean, how many times have we heard these stories, in an old people's home, a care home, being taunted with a sex toy by the woman who claimed to be the manageress there. He's got Alzheimer's. It was filmed. The family are absolutely horrified, as you can well imagine. And again, she's going, oh, while there's an investigation going on, I've got no comment to make. It really is absolutely tragic. No coffee, says Frank. No bacon baguettes, no croissant, because the services at Lee Delamere are shut. Luckily, I've had the joy of your company during the weekly jaunt to Dad's in Bath. I bought my better half one of those Dyson hairdryers. Good bit of kit dries my thinning hair in seconds. Great for drying in between your toes. Yes, that's the thing you've got to do, is dry in between your toes. Another one who says that apparently there's an eBay listing for parts of the Range Rover left at the crash scene on eBay. Yes, I think it's reached 7,000, 70,000, whatever it is, that the money's going to charity. So they say, but they left, I can't really understand why they would do that, but they've left bits there. I thought the police would pick up everything like that and put it all in bags, would they not? But it's turned up on eBay, which who would want to buy something like that? There's nothing on it that says, oh, eBay have removed the listing. Thank God for that. It got to what? 65,000? Good Lord above. Well, there you go. But it's been removed now, so it doesn't exist, Andy. Steve, early start. Stopped at Greg's for bacon roll. Big sign saying vegan sausage roll. So popular we sold out. Made the bacon roll taste marvellous. Kevin's a restaurateur, so he'd know about these sort of things. George Harrison's My Sweet Lord was the first record I ever bought. I live in Henley and drive past the entrance to Friar Park with its magnificent gates every day, says Penny, a true icon for our own town. Yeah, my mother used to live there. I spent a lot of time in Henley because my mother used to work for the police. I never knew what she did, actually, but I just knew she used to come back and sort of tell me stories. At one time, especially, they'd lost a prisoner. Somebody they'd locked up, but they managed to get out again. Don't ask me how that happens, because they've got crime in a place like Henley. Wouldn't have thought it, would you, really? I thought Henley should have been immune to stuff like that. Also, a sad story on the front page of the Mail today. Molly Russell was just 14. She committed suicide, and her father has accused Instagram of helping to kill her. Ian Russell says 14-year-old Molly took her own life after looking at pictures on the social network that glorified self-harm and suicide. She was found dead just hours after handing in her homework and returning to the family home, where she'd packed a bag to go to school the next day. And in a devastating note, she told her parents and 2 sisters, "I'm sorry, I did this because of me." I think that's sad, sad, sad. Speaking publicly, Mr. Russell said last night, "I've no doubt that Instagram helped kill my daughter. She had so much to offer, and that's gone." Last night, hundreds of thousands of images could be viewed on the site, which is hugely popular among teenagers. You've got to be severely unbalanced at some point to actually do something like that. We don't know if she was being bullied at school, or if, when she left the note, she said, "I'm sorry, I did it because of me." Is it just unhappiness? What is it? Why can't young people talk to us anymore? But it turns out that they can't. My friend, his father died a short while ago. He was 80-something. He died. And he said, "Do you know what?" He said, "Did you know that he spoke Swahili?" I said, "Spoke Swahili?" He said, "Yes, I've just found out." I said, "Isn't that amazing? You know your parents, all of your life and their life as well, and yet you know nothing about them at all. Nothing about them. You don't know." He said, "I had no idea that my dad spoke Swahili." James says, "Did you see the photos of Gemma and Arj at the TV Awards having their photo taken? They looked like they'd had to turn up just for the food." Well, actually, when you look at a picture of poor Arj in the back of the cab, he takes up the whole back. She's had to sort of cram herself in. It's quite funny, actually. Patisserie Valerie, 3,000 jobs, they say, are at risk in the paper today. It's a £40 million scandal. 900 staff expected to lose their jobs. 70 shops and a string of concessions set to close in days. It's funny. Do you know there's a big cafe in London? I've only just noticed it recently. They're big. It must be a chain. Cafe Concerto. And there's one... Have you never heard of it? They're beautiful. It's all sort of glass and silver and brass and everything else. And it looks very similar to how Patisserie Valerie did in the early days. But Cafe Concerto looks so they seem to have nailed it, because they've got one which is nearly opposite the Ritz. It's huge. It takes up the whole... The rent must be astronomical. Seriously, it's amazing. And amazing place. I've never been in one, but I can just imagine who it appeals to, the sort of people that Patisserie Valerie appealed to, but it hasn't changed. It's no good just doing cakes, and they do breakfast. We've always been quite happy with it. But some people obviously decided that there's other places, and unfortunately people become very complacent. You set up a cafe and you think, right, we are here, then somebody comes along and does it better. And once somebody does it better and people discover it and they discover better service, they go there. Simple as that. Modern men often claim they do their fair share of housework. No, they don't. They don't. They really don't. I know they'd like to, but I think most men... I mean, I had a friend of mine, when his wife went away on holiday years and years ago, she had to leave him all his meals, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, in Tupperware boxes in the freezer. She had to make sure that everything... She had to explain to him how to use the washing machine. He didn't know how to use a washing machine. I don't think he knows now how to use the washing machine. But I always thought, that was quite interesting, you know. And has he ever pushed a Hoover around? No, he hasn't pushed a Hoover around either. So obviously not as clever as we think we are we? Children glued to their smartphones are nearly 60% more likely to be sleep deprived. Researchers asked the parents of more than 43,000 children how often they spend time in front of the screens. I should imagine it's most of the day, isn't it? From the moment they get up, they're on their phone, they're sort of... I do it all the time as well. I do it all the time. Literally, I actually I sort of check everything. And then I go on, then I check the news, and I find out what everybody's talking about, and that's it. I love this quote of the day. Better to be a lion for a day than a sheep all of your life. I don't think Susanna Reid actually changed the subject completely. I don't think she drank at the National Television Awards. I think she's on a dry period. I seem to remember her saying she hasn't drunk for... Oh, really? Hasn't drunk for years, apparently. So that's good, isn't it? And one here. Oh, lots of people are following me. Which I quite... When I say follow me, that's on Twitter. Still can't believe a friend of mine has opted himself out of it and is going to survive. Well, I hope he's going to survive. It'd be absolutely dreadful if he didn't survive. You don't have to start at the bottom, Met tell recruits, because they've been accused, Scotland Yard, of belittling rank-and-file officers after posting a job advert promising new recruits will not have to start at the bottom. I don't know, can you imagine? I'd quite like to be a police officer, actually. I think I'm probably way too old for that kind of thing. I've now got to that stage where you sort of check the ageing thing. The Tory tycoon, the 10 floors of prostitutes, and a very modern parable of depravity. And it's revealed in a merciless detail at the trial of a madam and her ex-special constable husband who made $600,000 running a brothel in a top donor's luxury Chelsea apartments. This is Chelsea Cloisters. They say it's the biggest brothel in Britain. I mean, I don't know whether it's legal or it's not. I'm not too sure about it, but they've gone on about it. But the donor is pictured, Christopher Moran. He's the one who owns Crosby Hall. And if you've never seen Crosby Hall, you're in for a treat. It was dismantled and taken from the city and reassembled again. And it's just an absolutely amazing place. But there's girls living 3 to a room in Chelsea Cloisters. One of them pays more than £100,000 in rent across 7 years in the sex industry. So it's obviously the latest place. I'm really surprised, actually, in this day and age. And here's a picture of the donor, Mr. Moran, with Prince Harry. But they all do that, don't they? Because we had Prince Andrew, unfortunately, was hanging around with a paedophile, and all these other people. They just don't seem to take the advice on who they should fraternise with. Stevie said, Patisserie Valerie, do they actually exist outside the M25? Yes, they do, actually. They do. Funny, we've hardly heard a thing about the person who was actually driving the car that collided with Prince Philip's Chelsea tractor, or was the car driving itself? No, the woman she's not interested. She was driving. The woman who was the passenger is the one who's jumped up and down and sort of, been on every newspaper and every other thing she can be on. She went on television, but I don't think it's going anywhere at all. Nicholas says, did you see Danny Dyer last night? What an idiot. Why does he have to behave like that? Sorry, I've just mentioned it. Yes, this is because he swore and they had to apologise. But there again, he can't have a conversation without swearing. Where do you think the daughter gets it from? Where do you think the daughter gets it from? From him. From him. He finds it very difficult to actually have any sort of conversation without effing and blinding all over the place. Must take them ages to film these enders. James says, who's the legal owner of the bits of Land Rover that somebody was attempting to sell on eBay? Well, I don't know. Presumably the person who owns the Land Rover. I'm assuming. If it's Land Rover, then it's Land Rover, and if it's Prince Philip, it's Prince Philip. Why would you want the bits? They're not going to put it back on again. They'll just give him a new car. Take the other one in, tart it all up, it'll be back on sale very shortly. Don't need to worry about it. But then, if people... does it come back to that old finders keepers? So if people find something by the side of the road, you then go around going, I'm sorry, who owns this? I'm not sure if they do. So, in that respect, I'm not sure who owns it at all. And, right. I don't go to Patisserie Valerie, says Davis. I don't like the waiter service. I prefer paying before I enjoy my treats. Oh, I hate feeling obliged to pay service charges. I can't think if I don't think they do a service charge on Patisserie Valerie. I'm pretty certain, not everybody does it. I know a lot of people do, but I don't think that they do it. I've always sort of tipped on top. But you sit down and then somebody takes your order. I think that's all right. Isn't it? I feel a bit disturbed that you don't think that's okay, actually, to do that. It's giving somebody a job, which is good. Veronica says, here's a quote for today you might like to hear. Yesterday's history, tomorrow's a mystery, today's a gift. Although, actually, Guido says, better to be a lion for a day, Steve. You've just quoted Mussolini. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Parts from the vehicle, says Dallas, would surely belong to the insurance company. It's theirs to sell for salvage. I don't think either of them have gone to the insurance company. But as I say, we haven't heard anything from the insurance company. I think because it's, as I say, this woman wouldn't be anywhere at all if it hadn't been for Prince Philip. He's basically dragged her into the limelight. It's all a bit depressing, really. Also, apropos royals on the roads, prior to the advent of mobile phones, a motorist who'd conked out on a country road near Balmoral flagged down a passing car and asked the driver to call in help for him at the nearest AA phone box a mile or so down the road. An AA patrolman who appeared shortly afterwards informed the motorist that the knight of the road he'd flagged down was, in fact, the Duke of Edinburgh, a board member of the AA. When he says board, is that B-O-R-E-D, or board as in you're on the board? I like it. Princess Margaret's biographer, Christopher Warwick, contrasts the behaviour of Prince Philip's crash and tell victim with the dignified silence of an anonymous lorry driver who crashed into the Daimler of the Queen's grandmother, Queen Mary, overturning it. In a 1938 London accident, HM escaped from the car, helped by two workmen pushing their ladders through the smashed window. She was heard muttering, "Oh dear, oh dear." No doubt her granddaughter did the same after Philip's prang. Yes, I mean, it's sort of, some people are very good at sort of maintaining an air of quiet, which I think is the good thing. And that's the way it should have been, because we don't know what's going to happen with it. I do see this word compensation, but that's, there are sort of, she went, oh, because my child could have been hurt and all this kind of thing. I think, well, there are lots and lots of accidents that occur every single day on motorways, on sort of side roads, people going too fast, people doing this, people doing whatever. And until it's been investigated, you can't comment on it because you don't know. You don't know. And also, he's not going to phone her up. I don't know why she kept saying he hasn't contacted me. Why would he? Has anybody ever contacted her before? She ever had an accident? She wasn't even driving the car. Just happened to have been a passenger, which wasn't so exciting. A singer here, who starred on Michael McIntyre's Big Show, was attacked by her jealous ex-boyfriend after her TV appearance. She sang Jennifer Rush's The Power of Love, and her boyfriend, sort of jealous ex-boyfriend, James Hall, tracked her down as she enjoyed a night out with a pal. As she walked to the car, he grabbed her arm, pulled her to the floor, tried to rip the wing mirror off and jumped on the bonnet. But the magistrates were told that he began stalking her after their 12-month relationship ended. It's almost like being in Towie or something like that. Their relationships get much shorter. He admitted assault and stalking. He got a 12-week jail term, suspended for 24 months. He also got a 5-year restraining order. What an idiot. What an idiot. So there he is, at James Hall, not the brainiest person in the entire world. Also, teachers are told, shun emails after work. In other words, it's a case of I'm not working at the moment, so I'm not answering the emails. Some people are good like that. They can just switch off. 6:50. A friend of mine says, I have hoovered, I can't cook, I can't use the washing machine, the tumble dryer, or the cooker. It defeats him completely. It just doesn't know how to do it. Hoovering is sort of a little bit easier. You just sort of plug it in, or if it's, I think the one that they're using, it's rechargeable, which is, I think, the one that I've got. And I think they've only got 2 rugs. The rest of the house is all wooden floors, so don't need to worry about stuff like that. I just love the idea that somebody can't use a cooker. I mean, I can use a cooker. I tell you what I can't use, though. I have no idea how to use the dishwasher in all our kitchens. We have the dishwasher. It's in there. I can put stuff in the trays, but I've got no idea how you switch it on or where the tablets go or anything like that. So it's the National Television Awards. It's, the good, the great, and the who are you when they turn up, because you don't know who they are. They'll be on some reality show and they go, oh yes, I'm on a reality show. Oh right, what does that make you? I'm a star. Right, okay, fine. It's not true, of course. We have to sort of point this out to people that it's what they want to believe. What they want to believe. Do you know the capacity for Hillsborough was out by 25%? Out by 25%. The Guernsey police, talking about this missing striker's plane, they say if they did land on the water, the chances of survival are unfortunately slim. Why would they be slim? Can't planes just sit on water? They sit on water, then they fill up with what? Then they sink, do they? Yes, exactly, and it's the shock of the water being very cold. Oh dear. So this missing striker said he was afraid of flying in the plane that had vanished with him on board because it had trouble getting airborne. He signed for Cardiff on Saturday, travelling in northwestern France to Wales with a pilot on Monday night. At 8:30, the private Piper PA-46 Malibu disappeared in harsh weather. Oh, that's why. Harsh weather. A little bit of harsh weather that brings these planes down. I mean, it's not the biggest plane I've ever seen, but they've already been up there, and 5 aircraft and 2 lifeboats searched 1,115 square miles. They couldn't find anything. Mum Mercedes, who Salah phoned most days, says, we're worried and desperate. This took us by surprise. We're feeling exactly the same, but obviously not as much as you. Brexit backing tycoon Sir James Dyson intends to shift his company's headquarters from Britain to Asia in a move slammed as staggering hypocrisy. Yes, but we've had people before who've said, "Oh, if this happens, I'm leaving the country," and then they didn't. So I'm not at all surprised that Dyson is relocating, because you can rake in much more money. The tax rate is piddlingly low. But there are huge revenue opportunities. How much is it worth, actually? It's worth a lot of money, Dyson, isn't it? I think he's worth a lot of money. But then he should be. I mean, he's worked hard at it. It's a business that's obviously very successful. A proton beam therapy. You're going to be hearing about this a lot today. It's a teenage patient at the UK's first NHS Proton Beam Therapy Centre has said that the groundbreaking treatment has saved him from gruelling chemotherapy. He's got a tumour, as our Mason. Mason is 15. He was diagnosed with an inoperable brain tumour 3 months ago. Has been told he has a high chance of being cured by the process. Well, that is in itself a miracle, and it's a proton beam. How it works, I've got no idea, but he lives with his mum, Callie, stepdad, Ryan, and siblings Taylor, Logan, Scarlett, and Elijah, all in West Sussex. He'll have 28 sessions over the next 6 weeks. Well, that's amazing, isn't it? How much do these machines cost? Wouldn't like to think. But it's £125 million Christie Cancer Centre. Wow. But in fact, he actually wants to become a cancer doctor when he's older, because he's going to know all about it, isn't he, really? So we wish him the very best of luck. And Professor Stephen Powis, Medical Director of NHS England, said, "We're delighted that we're able to provide this life-changing treatment for patients like Mason." My God, there'll be a queue a mile long. A queue a mile long. Every paper is covering Coronation Street's Jack P. Shepherd, who plays David Platt, his free hair transplant. It must be free. They filmed him in the operating theatre. They filmed everything. Why would you do that? Most places would say no, we wouldn't want to. And then you look back at the pictures of when he had hair. 2014, 2016. Then it started going. So he's had this. It's only a little bit at the front. And what they do is they take it from the back of the hair, and then they put it at the front of the hair, and then you pray to God, I suppose, that it grows. It doesn't always grow, but it might be. Then, the Queen's put a seatbelt on. She must be quite angry by this, I should imagine, being told how to look after her husband. You know, should she tell him not to drive anymore? No. And another one here, which says, this is a retired businessman who says Prince Philip's forced him off his bike in a speeding Jag as a kid. This businessman's 71. 71. I want to say, how far back do we want to go? You know, I'm quite sure that Prince Philip must have said something to me at a particular time, but I just can't remember it. Alison Phillips talking about a new woman. It's a programme about decluttering. She's called Marie Kondo, a Japanese organising consultant. Listen, we've had these people who do the organising. What they basically say is you've got to declutter. And then you could do, but most people don't. They're hoarders, aren't they? I don't think Phil should be driving at that age. My dad's 80 and I won't get in the car with him, says John in Shrewsbury, or Shrewsbury. You can say either, actually. I've spoken to people from there. He says, but this other woman's after compensation. Well, she hasn't said so. She hasn't said so. I think she's just enjoying the attention, to be honest with you. You know, because you recognise her, but the moment that sling comes off her arm, You know, you won't recognise her at all. Kevin the Milkman says, not a board or board director of the AA. Prince Philip's a bald director of the AA. There goes my knighthood. And as you say, you've been eating in Patisserie Valerie since the early days. They were established in 1923. Just saying, says Kevin. Exit stage left. Thank you. And somebody says, I'm a teacher. And reply to my emails at any time, as do my colleagues. If we left them all until the school day, we'd have too many to go through. During the school day, we're too busy with the children to answer emails, says Angela. Well, I think you should just say she's out of the office at the moment, which is good. Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. 10 to 7, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. The one thing that the papers do manage to get, but I mean, you could probably get them out of the library, is if we have a little dusting of snow in this country, they then get pictures. And there's a lovely one of Northumberland here in a place called Carshield. And I don't know whether they had a photographer up there. It looks beautiful. It absolutely looks stunningly beautiful. It looks, you know, it's typical rural, looks lovely. Out in the Peak District, near Castleton, a very hazardous road, because if nobody's driven on some of these, what are basically farm tracks, it's a blooming nightmare. Impacted snow is the worst stuff you can get. Cumbria, they've got pictures of grouse. Do you think grouse feel the cold? I don't know. And in London, snow flurry hitting the north of the capital. And in Greater Manchester, some poor man trying to clear his driveway. I'm not bothered about a bit of snow. But do check, though, if you are travelling and you're flying out of any one of a number of airports in and around the country, do check that everything is fine, actually. Ian says, I've seen a picture of 4 people on the red carpet. Hayley Hughes, Zara McDermott, Laura Anderson, Chloe Sims. I've never heard of them. They do look like bad drag, though. Well, Chloe Sims has been around for donkey's years. I mean, she's sort of one of the original, or she might be perhaps not one of the original members of Towie. And the other 3 are from Love Island, so you're quite right. Zara McDermott is the one who has apparently worked as a trolley dolly, and now she's celebrity. And the other ones, Hayley Hughes and Zara and Laura Anderson, as I say, because they're all from Love Island, they're just people who want to be famous. They're so desperate. They're so desperate. But the trouble is, because there's so many of them, it must be like a giant cattery. It must be absolutely awful with them all fighting for their little bit of attention. So they've all got to come up with something. They've all got to come up with something, which is, I was bullied as a child, like everybody was bullied as a child, but it's a good thing to do, and then they sort of regurgitate it all those donkey's years later. I'm not saying it makes it right, but they've got to find something, because if you just had a normal life, you're of no interest to the newspapers at all. You'll disappear with nothing at all. So they've got to make it up, so they have tantrums. That's why Gemma Collins is very good at manipulating stuff in her particular direction, but at the end of the day, she doesn't actually do anything. Like these other ones don't. So you've been on Love Island. What would you do now? Model. Sorry? Model. Because I've got a new one, Shipwreck, coming back, with apparently 2 people who are models. Well, I don't want to be rude about them, but I don't know what they're modelling. But it certainly ain't looks. It must be one of those sort of topless kind of things. Steve, the point is James Dyson was a vocal advocate for Brexit. That's why there's such a backlash towards Dyson. I'd never buy their products again, and I've been a customer for over 20 years, says Shelley. Yes, but it's always the way, isn't it? It's like, would you go in a coffee shop knowing they weren't paying tax? And people go, oh, no, I definitely wouldn't. Well, they do. People do. I see people going to coffee shops. The staff in there, if you sort of said, so you're not paying any tax, are you, in here? They wouldn't know what you were talking about. They really wouldn't. Monty Don is filming a new series in America. We love Monty Don. He came in a little while ago. Poor soul. We had to move studios like 3 times because it wouldn't work. And then we were using a little out-of-the-way studio in the building. It was the only place. It was on a day where there were so many interviews taking place in LBC and the surrounding stations that there was nowhere, and we started doing it, and then we've got to stop. It's not working, and they had to reset the studio. They have to set them for voice, for me. But he's becoming a bit of a sex symbol stateside. He's 63, and he's a hit on Netflix. So many people are. So good for him. I'm very pleased, very pleased. Who said this? I have a combined following of nearly 5 million, which is pretty impressive when you consider Jesus only had 12 to start with. This is the Gemma Collins. Can you write, dear? No. Could you spell? I shouldn't think so. And also, Norwich City winger Onel Hernandez is apparently besotted with his local Argos. They say here, I've never seen an Argos before in my life, gushes the Cuban winger who cost the club 2 million last year. You can order bikes, TVs. When I need something, I buy it from Argos. He's probably Argos. You've probably never seen anything like that before. I think that's quite sweet, actually. But he says he's being compared a bit to Alan Partridge. Not in a good way. Next to me is the Morrisons, which is good. He says there's an H&M, Costa and Boots. It's great. That's really good fun, isn't it? Really good fun. Also, supporters. Do you remember we told you the story the other day of the man who drove a digger into a hotel in a row over allegedly not being paid about 600 quid? Well, so far, one of these GoFundMe pages raised 3,700 quid for him already. With a lot of other builders, I saw them on the television yesterday going, oh, well, yeah, we've always had this. You finish something. There was somebody who phoned up. Who did they speak to? It was either James or Nick. It would have been one of the two. And they said he actually did a job. But when it came to it, and it was quite a big job, it was like £500,000. And when it came to it, the person who was supposed to be paying him withheld 56,000 quid. And he said, because he withheld the money, he said, I haven't got the money to take him to court. He said, so I'm having to save up to take him to court. That's what people do. Okay, you finish now. Okay, and, well, I'm going to cut some of the money back, so I didn't think you did that. And you think, no, wait a minute, you've agreed to do this. And you're at the mercy of these very rich people who decide they're not going to pay you. Not very good, is it? 5 to 7. They need people to model Wellingtons, Steve. What's that for? Is that the... Oh, it's just another opportunity, I think. I like the idea that Amy Child says dolls' prams are not just for girls, and boys play with them too, whatever the colour. I'm sorry, does anybody particularly bother about what Amy Child says? Alicia Dixon is leading the hunt for young writing talent. And it's Explore Learning Writers Awards. It's from 4 to 14. The winner gets a trip to Disneyland, Paris, and £500 worth of books for their school. They still use books in school. I thought it was all iPads and stuff like that, which is nice. So here they all are. So let me just remind you again of who got what. The winners for the National Television Awards: Factual Entertainment, Paul O'Grady, For the Love of Dogs. The drama was Peaky Blinders. Daytime programme went to This Morning. They'll be really fed up at Loose Women because they were trying everything but. You can go to our website and you can vote. There's other things you can vote for as well, but we'd rather you just voted for us. Comedy is Car Share. TV judge for some reason is David Walliams. Doing what? What, flirting and being sort of gay boy gay with Simon Cowell? The quiz show is The Chase. The Bruce Forsyth Entertainment Award goes to I'm a Celebrity. Do we still have that, or has that been finished? That's finished now, is it? I'm a Celebrity. Good. Serial drama performance goes to Danny Dyer for Mick Carter, and that's when you got all the swearing and everything else. Special recognition, David Dimbleby. You must have thought he's one. You know, you go to an ITV event when you've been working for the BBC. It's like, who are these people? Hello, Dave. All right, Dave. So, who is that? I think they were on Love Island. Sorry? Love Island. What was that? Oh, it's where some people who can't actually do anything go on there and have sex with people. Oh. Isn't that a porno film? Yep, it is, absolutely. Yes, it's a porno film. New drama is Bodyguard, which I don't think I've ever seen. I'm assuming it is what it says. TV presenters, Anton Deck. Hilarious. We don't mind Deck, but I'm sorry, Ant, convicted drink driver, £86,000 fine and hasn't been on television for a year. The talent show, Strictly Come Dancing, and the serial drama, Emmerdale. It used to be Emmerdale Farm. I liked it when it was Emmerdale Farm. But the front pages of the papers will tell you all about the Bulgers' rage at the Oscars, insult, change the cruel law to help the dying, and do what? The drunk star talking in broken English. This is Wayne Rooney. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning, by which time we should be knee-deep in white powdery stuff. Let me tell you what's coming up on my free podcast. On the Little Bit Extra, I'll talk more about Britain's newly crowned Drink Driver of the Year. Well, that's the award they should have given Ant. I'm quite angry about that, as you will find out. You'll also find out who else dragged themselves to the NTAs last night, from the Desperados to the ones we have to look up on the internet. Plus a very exciting update on our favourite celebrity family, the Beckhams. Brooklyn is dragging poor girlfriend around New York, while Dave and Vic just look very unhappy. But of course, they're deeply in love, aren't they? That board game, Our Boys in Salisbury. Oh, in God's name, in Russia can afford it. They're too busy being drunk. They're too busy falling over in the pavement and the ice and the snow. They haven't got time to do a board game. Have you ever been to Russia and gone, so today, comrade, we play board game? Nobody's going to play a board game. I mean, even in Russia, goodness, who's going to buy it? You know, I mean, I could understand if it was, here it is, a trip round Salisbury, let's have a look at the clock. You know, more fantasy coming out of there. Do you think Putin sits down today, we play board game? No. Of course not. They don't do board games. And mind you, there might be a Russian version of Monopoly, mightn't there? I bet there is. I bet there's a Russian... I'm prepared to put a shilling. Yes, instead of train station, oil fields. Today we buy Minsk, and we buy all the oil in Minsk. I have all the oil. You have what? Nothing. You have Siberia. I was watching a thing. What did I discover the other day? What did I learn? My useless fact of the day. My useless fact of the day concerns Tutankhamun. You remember Tutankhamun's death mask, that gold one? Evidence suggests now it was not made for him. It was made for somebody else, because Tutankhamun was very young when he died. I think he was about 20 or something like that. And the reason they know that it wasn't made for him is because he never had an earring. And the death mask, this big gold mask, has an earring in it. And they said he wouldn't have had an earring. He would have had one as a child, but not as an adult. So that's why they think the mask was made for somebody else. Possibly his father. And then they took us inside a tomb, Seti's tomb. Oh, God. You could almost smell death coming out of the television. It was amazing. Amazing. So they're not sure about the death mask, whether it was his or whether it wasn't. Jeremy Corbyn has slammed the poison of anti-Semitism and other racism yesterday. Yes. Santander is axing 140 high street branches. Does anybody go into a branch anymore? You don't need to go into a branch. I can do everything without even going into a branch at all. If I want to take out a large sum of money, then I'll go into a branch. But if I want to take out, a couple of £100, I do that on the machine outside on the wall. And so, yeah, if you also money to pay in, I can pay that in on the machine. If it's a cheque, I just write on the form, put it in, and it vanishes. No, I've never trusted them. I think there's somebody on the other side picking them up and running off with all the cheques. Who writes cheques? Who writes cheques? Nobody writes cheques out nowadays, do they? I can do everything. I've just paid my tax bill, and we did it by transfer. And also, what did I say to you? I said, I reckon I've got another VAT bill to pay before we go digital. Blow me down. This morning, I'm sitting in the car, bleep, bleep, your VAT notification. I thought, oh, bugger. So I've got to pay that. I don't mind. I'm quite good about things like that. Sort of quite good. Paul McCartney's gone back to his roots. He's let his hair go to its natural colour. He looks great. Richard E. Grant, bursts into tears when he hears he's been nominated for an Oscar. I should imagine that's quite overwhelming. The robot parking valet, which is being trialled at Gatwick. You take your car into the car park, the robot picks it up from the front and just drives around till it finds a space and then reverses it in there. I mean, that's the theory. I think in practice, that's cars piled up on top of one another, alarms going off, windows smashed. But I love that. There's a picture of it in the paper. It does actually work. It does do it. Well, I told you the story of the Shoe Lane car park when LBC was in Gough Square. And the Shoe Lane car park was innovative because it was a car park built on two things like that with all slots in it. But the middle bit was a giant lift, which would come in, lift up the car, take it from ground, find a space, and would park the car on the space. And it was a brilliant idea. I used it all the time. Then eventually the people in the car park started to get a bit lax and let you ride the lift to go up to your car. And you would get in the car, reverse it onto the lift, it would take you down to the ground floor, and it did it one day, except when the bloke reversed out the space, the lift had gone. It had gone somewhere else, and somebody was killed. And ever since that moment, nobody gets on the lift. But it was like watching somebody else has it. Is it Amazon? And they've got these giant automatic things, and it goes up, lifts a pallet off, takes it down, and moves. Similar thing, only with cars. In the Shoe Lane car park. Ask anybody. It was very famous. Very, very. It might not even be there now. I've never been round it. Actually, it might not be there. I've just realised. Shoe Lane car park. I wonder if it's still... That'd be so funny if it's still there, because that was about 35, 40 years ago. God, it seems like a lifetime, doesn't it? Anyway, I trust you well. We shall celebrate something from Disney a bit later on this morning, and it's one of our favourites. So we'll tell you about that a little bit later on. The only reason I didn't do it when I should have done it, which was on Friday, is because I didn't have any interviews on Friday and I wasn't here. And so Hillary had to put the box away for me, and they said, "Oh, you've had a delivery." I thought, "Oh, he's such a proud father," and I had a delivery from Walt Disney himself, which is lovely. So, demolished 5 years ago. It was certainly innovative. It was the most innovative car park I think we'd ever been in. I can't remember what it cost, but you paid, got on the lift, and they took you up to your car, and this bloke reversed back, and there was no lift. It had moved on, unfortunately. There was somebody manning the car lift 5 years ago that went. There'll be a lot of people listening who remember that very well indeed. 12,500 cash machines. Can somebody explain to me? Some time ago, I don't think it happens now, you would go and get some money out of a cash machine, if it was in a pub, and it would say, there's a £1.50 charge for doing it. Now they're all free. How do they make their money? How do you make money on a cash machine that doesn't make any charges? I've never worked that one out at all. Oh, ice cold milk. Yum, yum, yum. Oh, it's almost like I've got the cow standing in front of me. Also, what was the other one, actually, which I quite... Oh, the Torquay Guest House. We did it the other day. So it's Faultless Towers. It doesn't look all that on the outside. You know, some places look like, oh, I'd want to stay there. So do cash machines make money? Yes. Firstly, having a free-to-use cash machine located at the store attracts customers. Secondly, they can be paid either rent by the ATM operator to house the cash machine, a flat fee, or a slice of each transaction. All right. What would be the point of that? I don't understand the point of that. It doesn't make any... But they're operated by RBS. 2,900 ATMs at Tesco stores. So that's Royal Bank of Scotland's operating those. And they've seen a 7% growth. I mean, I use them all the time. I mean, I can use any bank I like, from HSBC to Lloyds to NatWest, which I think is owned by Royal Bank of Scotland. Any of them. You just take your money out. I have a daily limit, and I don't ever take out the daily limit, but it's nice to know you've got it there if you need it. It's too bloody cold to go out at the moment. Hang on. By the time I got home yesterday, because we had an interview to do yesterday, it was very exciting, wasn't it? He liked that. He liked the interview yesterday. In fact, he liked her quite a lot. And she didn't see him. She looked right through him, I noticed, actually. Just had eyes for me. And anyway, so we're going to be talking to her this week. One of the stars of Slumdog Millionaire, one of my favourite movies. And did you watch it last night? Did you? Amazing. I thought it was so good, actually. I love the dance number at the end, especially when he'd already told me. Dev Patel had already said to me, he said, I can't dance. And so there were lots of cutaways making it look like he danced, but he didn't really. And then today we've got Tom Kerrigan, haven't we? The Tom Kerridge, who's, I'm sure I've done him before over the years, but I can't remember. He used to be a child actor long time ago. And then on Friday, Angela Douglas. And those of you of a certain age will remember her as one of our foremost actresses, married to Kenneth Moore, and I was a big Kenneth Moore fan, big Angela Douglas fan as well. And so she's coming in. I think she did 4 Carry On films. She's coming in on Friday for a chat. So I keep thinking today's Wednesday. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I think today is Wednesday. I just thought, oh, right, so tomorrow I'll have a day off, then I'll have another interview. And then the doctors phoned me yesterday. I was lying there thinking, it's always the way. Psychic Steve strikes again. You can keep Mystic Meg. Psychic Steve is far more entertaining. And I thought, I've not heard from the doctor's surgery for a little while. Blow me down, the blooming phone rings, and it's the doctor's surgery. So I suspect they're actually asking me to go in for a blood test. And we love blood tests, don't you? Yes. I'm normally quite good with them. So we'll see how we do with this one. Very happy, says tanker driver. Oh no, says little Julie. Sorry. For Richard E. Grant. Hello to the Spikers group and our tanker driver, Phil. Lovely. And somebody says, I caught up on ITV, says Aisha, and I enjoyed the Danny Dyer. He was really captivating, especially as Louis XIV. Yeah, just as long as you don't ask him to speak, you're all right. And from Dean, he says, breakdown cover renewed for another year yesterday, MOT at 7 a.m. Friday. I generally take my car in if it has a service, and I say, and give it an MOT at the same time. And so they do, I don't have to take it into anywhere. Jane in Cheltenham says, at least the robots parking cars probably won't rifle through the glove compartment and nick your iPods. Usually hear the spike. Now I'm a fully fledged insomniac, and I agree with you about telephone banking. You could do anything. I pay serious amounts of money on tax and stuff like that, and do it all I should be paying the VAT automatically. It'll be done. It comes out of one account. We transfer it to the other one, and we've got all the details, the sort code and everything. It puts it all on there. On your bill from HMRC, it's got sort code, blah, blah, blah. Then it's got your special number, and that's what you put in. It is done, but not by me. Somebody else has to do it. I'm way too stupid for things like that. I can't do things like that. I get confused. All I know is I've got to try and work out how to do the VAT digitally at the end of, or after April. So if I'm doing mine now, so this is January, so it's March, April, May. It won't be due till June again, the next one, by which time I'll have had lots of opportunity to try and fathom out how the blooming thing works on flat rate, if it does work on flat rate. And then what else have I got to do? That's about it, actually. Go to see the Godchildren on Saturday. Hope it doesn't snow. I don't mind a little bit of light dusting. Some lovely pictures in the paper the other day of light dusting. And then I thought, oh, great. And I walked out this morning and went, blimey, it's cold. And it was so cold, my hands went quite pale. But the driver this morning was unbelievably slow. I mean, literally to the point of, I felt like saying, would you like me to push? It was really slow. Other cars would, tiddle away from the traffic. We sort of crawled away. And then as we came up to green traffic lights, it started slowing down again. I'm sort of pushing imaginary pedals in the back. This is the go faster one. I mean, at one point we were doing about 10 miles an hour. It was really bad. Oh, I've missed a time check, haven't I? Actually, talking of that, my clock in the bathroom, I've got a big one. It's what's that? 3 feet across? About 3 feet. It's big. It's on the wall, but it's got a about that. That's not that small, is it really? But it's got a little tiny box in the middle, so it doesn't matter how big the clock is. The little mechanism that moves the handle is tiny. But I've always had it, so I don't bother changing it when the clocks go forwards and backwards. So I'm either an hour ahead of myself or an hour backwards. And for the last year, I've been backwards. So when I look at the clock and it says 20 to 2, I go, it's 20 to 1. So I know where I am. When I wake up in the morning, I know what I've got to do at certain times. And, and I've got a certain routine. I go in, unplug the shaver, have a wee, put the shaver in the sitting room, turn on the television, go and make myself a cup of coffee, come back in, sit down, start slurping the coffee, take my tablets, put the tablet box down, and start having a shave. So I'm all ready. So in fact, even if I fall asleep and I've got another alarm clock in the sitting room, just in case I doze off again and I miss it, and it's set for 1:05, so that's okay. And I've never managed to use it yet, but sometimes it's not. Once you put your feet up on the settee, is it fatal? It's fatal. You can't hit it. I defy anybody. I mean, sometimes I can sit there and just sort of clonk, you're out for the count. But other times, the moment you put your feet up, I put my shorts on at home. Ooh, there's a look. And you put your feet up, and it's just, and you put your head oh, it's lovely. And I've got a throw over one arm of the settee. It's a big sort of, it looks like a dead wolf or something like. It's not. It's faux fur, quite clearly. A bit stupid otherwise. And it's so comfy. You feel like dragging it over your body. And you put your feet, and that's the fatal thing. You put your feet up. Your eyes slowly. You can't keep your eyes open. And then you think, what's the time? I've got an hour. That's a long time, isn't it? You can do a lot in an hour. But especially if you're closing your eyes, and then you wake up. I don't ever want to wake up and have to go, oh my God, I'm going to be late, and I haven't had a shave. I couldn't walk out without having a shave in the morning. That's part of my sort of standard regime for getting myself ready. But Thursday, ever nearer the weekend. You know what the good news is? At midnight tonight, you know what happens? Apart from the tooth fairy visits, if you've got children, the money man visits, and he puts money in your account. How's that? There you go. Look at that for a prediction for today. That's for all those people who get paid monthly going, seriously, Steve, I'm living on bread and cheese at the moment. It's ridiculous. After Christmas, we spent so much money on chocolates and booze and, everything. And we bought loads of expensive presents for girlfriends, boyfriends, loved one, transgender, pangender, all the different friends that now bump into us in our lives. And we need the money. We need the money back again. So that's what's happening. By tomorrow morning, this time tomorrow morning, you will be rich. You will be rich. That is so exciting. And then, of course, you've got to go another month for the next one. But that's what it's all about. But I have to tell you, if you're self-employed, at the end of this month, you owe money to the tax man. If you do not pay it, they will come down on you like a ton of bricks. Show business or no show business. I wonder how many poor people out of the reality shows are going, I ain't got money. I ain't got it because I went to the NTAs and got no money left now because I had to spend it on a new frock. Although, actually, the amount of celebrities, in inverted commas, getting free gifts has increased 20-fold. They're all at it. After sort of Cheryl's paid by a hair extension company to stick that kind of thing on her head. Poor soul, honestly. It's a shame, really, because without it, she just looks like another old person trotting up the red carpet. Why? I've got no idea. Stay at home, look after the kid, love. Makes it a lot easier. Then there are all sorts of stories which are hitting the newspapers. Fern McCann, investigated by the police, she threw a drink over somebody. Now, it might just be throwing a drink over somebody where she comes from, but I'm telling you, it's an assault. And so the police are investigating. The bloke she threw it over is somebody from Love Island, and he wants to press charges. In the same way that Jason Gardner has let drop, whether it's true or not, I don't know, that he could be taking Gemma Collins to court for defamation of character. She lied. She said, stop telling stories about me. That's what that roughly translated means. Can you please stop selling stories about my life? Which he didn't. The story was not about her, even though unfortunately she thinks everything is. If he decides to sue her, I'd be very careful if I was her. She didn't have that much money. She had to close the boutique down, losing £76,000. The wealthy businesswoman caught drink driving blamed it on the menopause. On the menopause. The judge decided that maybe it wasn't the menopause. Also, what was the other one I quite... Oh, the missing Premier League striker's plane shouldn't even have been flying. And to be honest with you, these little light aircraft, if it was bad weather, and I'm led to believe it was light weather, that's the bad weather that brought down Buddy Holly's plane. Buddy Holly's plane came down, if you remember, because of the bad weather. It was snowing very... I wouldn't have got in a little tiny light plane. Bad enough flying big planes without getting a little tiny thing. And I don't know how many other people were on board, whether it was this particular striker and his agent and the pilot, or whether it was just him and the pilot, just two of you. Oh, my godfathers. Can you imagine? At what moment do you think the pilot turns around and goes, it's going down? You know, and you're being buffeted. These little things are tiny, they're light, it's like flying a balsa wood plane. They get buffeted, you know, and especially storms overseas are particularly aggressive because the waves whip up wind and, oh, dreadful, dreadful. Why they couldn't have found another route, I've got no idea. Go by train next time. Unfortunately for them, there won't be a next time. They're not going to find them. I'd be very surprised. Very, very... where they go to, I don't know. Unless you sort of soak up so much water. That, I mean, the icy water would have killed them almost instantly, I would have thought. You don't stand much of a chance. And I think these little planes, they don't carry lifeboats, do they? Do you put on a life jacket, or do you just sort of... They thought they might have a life raft. You imagine, in seas like that, you can't see anything like that, can you? It's dreadful, really is. Who says a worker must work, a thief must steal? A Romanian pickpocket who we arrested the other day. And he said he just flies over, he does pickpocketing, and then he goes back home again. He said, that's what we do. You know, a worker has to go to work. I'm a thief. I steal. So they've thrown him in prison for 8 months, and hopefully they'll kick him out of the country and not let him come back in again. Happy birthday to Crackling Rosie, get on board. We got no more to go, taking it slow. And what was the other one that he did? Oh, he did so many, didn't he? I cried. My favourite Neil Diamond piece was Hot August Night, which was a piece of music that went... Oh, it was so good. And then he starts singing halfway in. It's a bit like Funeral for a Friend by Elton John. It's got that lovely Funeral for a Friend. Then it goes into Love Lies Bleeding, which is great. But Neil Diamond is 78 today. So many happy returns at 78. 78. Many happy returns today. He's stopped touring. He's decided he's got to that age where he doesn't... I think he likes doing it, but he doesn't want to look too old. Luckily, I've got him doing live concerts here in Australia. Very rude they are in Australia. There's people throwing things in Australia, like little streamers which get caught up in the guitars. Not the brightest audience I've ever seen. And then Madison Square Garden, which was sensational. Really, really, really good. So at least they're available, but he is 78 today. I used a cash machine at Tesco Canary Wharf last night. I was asked the question, will I be shopping in the store, says Paul. I put down no. Why would you? Say, no, I'm going to a better store, but it doesn't let you do that, does it? Little Julie says, thanks to telephone banking, which I check every day, I saw a pending fraudulent purchase on my credit card cancelled before anything else happened. Yeah, normally my ones are fairly quick on it. I only have the same things that go on there. It's just the car that goes on. Steve, Mum's birthday soon, says Kev, and I want to take her to see a West End show. Took her to see Jersey Boys here, and it was fantastic. Yes. Any suggestions for a West End show? Don't know, actually. Well, you've lost 42nd Street, which has gone. You've lost Kinky Boots, which has gone. And you've lost Dreamgirls. You've got the Dolly Parton musical at the Savoy, but I don't know anything about that. And then 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a day to spend living. I love Dolly Parton. I've got Dolly Parton live in London on a DVD where she comes off a plane. She's a little thing like that, smallest bum you've ever seen, unlike Lauren Goodger's, which looks about 10 times the size of Dolly Parton's. And she gets on a coach. So she's just wearing an ordinary little sort of chavvy outfit. And she gets on the coach and it pulls right into the back of, I think she must have been doing Wembley. Something like that, or the O2. Anyway, one of the two. It was a big venue. And it literally drives her into backstage. So she gets off the coach. When she gets off the coach, the wigs have been done, the makeup, the sparkly, the blue outfit. I mean, really looks sensational. She looks the part. And then they literally just walk her up a little set of steps. She stands there, and then they go, da 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 da, and then the curtain says, hello, y'all, and walks in, and then goes straight into the show, comes off stage, gets back on the coach, gone again. It's almost automatic. She doesn't need to think about the show. I'm joining the cast at 9 to 5, as you can imagine, actually. I can't remember what it was. Was it about business women? or something, and their husbands were having affairs, and that's what I thought. That's what I thought it was. But there again, I haven't seen it for ages and ages. I mean, it sounds quite good. So, based on, Premier to New York, so, what's the story of the bloody thing? Let's have a look. At so-and-so, oh, it's far too long, it's complicated. But, does she do Backwards Barbie? I'm just a backwards Barbie, no much back out anything. That was my favourite Dolly Parton line. My favourite Dolly Parton line. She said, when I was growing up, there was a woman in town, and she used to have black eyeliner. She used to come into the bank, and red lips with pokeberries and all the rest of it. And I said to my mum, I said, when I grow up, I want to look like her. And my mum said to me, you don't look like her. She ain't nothing but trash. And I thought, when I grow up, that's what I want to be. Trash. And so that's it. So it's Around Here Live, and then Here For You. It is about three women. And, yeah. Oh, she does Backwards Barbie. That's a great little song. Too much better. Because she used to say, we used to get pokeberries. I remember Elvis Presley singing about Poke Salad Annie. And these pokeberries, which were like blueberries, and you used them for sort of, well, she did, for doing her black eyeshadow, burnt matches with a little bit of on there, and do that. And then red berries for doing lipstick. I mean, I tried the same thing. I look vile. Seriously, the cab didn't want to stop and pick me up. I'm Steve Allen. Come and pick me up. You're wearing pokeberries. What are you wearing pokeberries from? I want to be in a musical. I want to be in show business. I want to get out there and sing my little heart. I was destined to sing. I was destined to be in show business. I was destined to sing in Shine Like the Sun and, you know, My Man's a Sweet Man and Divorce. I was destined to sing all of those fantastic songs in my life, and my little doggy got run over, and we took him home in 3 paper bags, and when we got home, we buried him in the garden, and next door's garden and everything else, and I'm not having an affair with the man next door, because my husband was killed. And that sums up country and western music for today. Tomorrow we'll do rock and roll. It's not unsimilar, I have to say. Right, we've got the news coming up. The news coming up almost immediately. On the 24th of January, famous Dolly Parton quote, costs a lot of money to look this cheap. Yep, and she's done it for such a long time. Such a long, long time. In fact, since the early days. When she first started the Grand Ole Opry, she was sort of reasonably passable, just so a little woman with huge, huge bazooms. I mean, absolutely, how she stood upright on a stage, God alone knows. And then all of a sudden, it started getting sort of piled on wigs and all the rest of it. And she became the caricature. She became a caricature of of what people expected Dolly Parton to be, which is lovely. I'm seething with rage, Steve. Not at you, but what Darren was talking about. Prince William saying that no celebs were willing to be associated with the mental health campaign he started. Yes, but that's why, because it was a long while ago. He says you'll be a major hero if you can name and shame them. No, because they're people nobody knew about mental health. So you have to get the right end of the stick, and the right end of the stick is that nobody was talking about mental health. Nowadays, it does seem to be. In fact, you remember that the lady from Coronation Street was saying some celebrities, in inverted commas, use it as an excuse. They just go, oh yeah, I suffer from depression, and I suffer from mental health and all kind of thing. Whereas in fact, just because they've had a bad day, that doesn't necessarily mean they're suffering from anything at all. But it seems to be like a crutch, she said, and then somebody else picked up on it, and then somebody started trolling the person who'd picked up on it, and so it went on. But years ago, nobody knew about it. And also, I mean, when you think, look how times have changed. In Hollywood years ago, no American actor would have ever played a gay role in a movie for fear that it killed their career stone dead. And yet now, doesn't bother people in the slightest. Brokeback Mountain, classic example. Carjo Fall, nobody cares. Nobody cares, nobody gives a stuff. Somebody's gay, oh, yawn, yawn, yawn. If you see the pictures today, you might find them online of poor Bobby Cole Norris, who looks like he's had a complete head transplant. He looks like the biggest prat you've ever seen under the sun. He's had this thing. Presumably, nobody's noticed him up until now, and so, because he's like the only gay in the village in Towie, although, believe you me, he's not. It's a case of, what have you done that for? He looks ridiculous. But then, that's his business. But you'll probably be finding in about 2 or 3 years' time, he'll be going, I've been caught up in this body shaming and everybody was taking the mickey out of me. They just use this as an excuse, because what he's done to himself is possibly the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. So, I get paid next Wednesday. Not fair. Love the AA man on a route home from Portsmouth to London. Paid next Wednesday. That's an odd one, isn't it? Is that the end of the month, then, I'm assuming? See, we actually get paid on the last Friday. Brian Connolly says little Julia starring in 9 to 5 along with Louise Redknapp. Yes, if she ever gets back from her fall over. Although she's been out a few times, so it can't be that blooming difficult, can it? Bunny says, stood here wrapping up daughter's birthday presents for tomorrow. Main present, trip to Vienna. Didn't you live there? Yep. We've researched the top attractions. Would prefer your expert input. Right, what you need to take over is a couple of photos. Just go to a photo booth, and then you can get a travel card. And that means you just show that on the bus and on the tube and stuff like that, and then you get around. Because you're buying tickets all the time, it's terribly expensive. It's much easier to get a travel card, which you can get in most tobacs. You've got to do the Riesenrad, which was used in the film The Third Man, which is at the Prater. You've got to go out to Schönbrunn. You've got to walk around the ring. You've got to visit as many churches as you can, and you've got to have a piece of overpriced cake in Café Landmann, which is opposite the main parliament. And you can get a cup of coffee there. But and people sit there all day with a cup of coffee. It's culture. You can go to any restaurant you like and just have a glass of wine. Don't have to eat food. Sit at a table, and there's just about everything to cater for every taste. And there's all sorts of places. You can go down the Kärtnerstrasse, which is their sort of shopping centre, which hasn't changed in about 3 million years, or you can go to Maria Hilferstrasse, which is the cheaper end of the market. It's sort of like Oxford Street, Hackney. You know, Oxford Street, Hackney. Oxford Street, somewhere else. It doesn't matter. But that's it. And then if you want to take a fiacre, the horse and cart going round, that's quite expensive. Quite an expensive thing. A lot of people do it if it's part of your Viennese experience, but they do have McDonald's. They have all the sort of things that you would expect, and I think it's quite expensive for what it is. For what it is, I think it's quite expensive. But it's a European city, and there's all sorts of interesting things. You'll find that their trains run on time if you want to go out into the countryside, and I presume that you're flying into Schwekat, and then you will probably get the bus either to Südbahnhof or Westbahnhof. God, even after all these years, I can still tell you how to get around Vienna quite easily. And the bus is much cheaper. Poor old Ollie, who's Nick Ferrari's producer, you've seen Ollie, he's stuck in a minicab with a driver who's doing a karaoke version of Sweet Caroline. I think he's about to be. I think he's going to be abducted. I think this is the moment that we don't actually get Ollie in. Why would he be doing a karaoke version of Where It Began? I can't begin to know it, but I know it's going strong. Wasn't the spring? Oh, when spring became. At darts, do they? Oh, not quite the same. You have to lower it, don't you? I'm doing a rugby. Do they do the same? Yeah. I loved anything to sing along to. We also like, cheer up, sleepy Jean. Oh, what can it mean to a daydream believer? I make it sound like poor old Ollie. Honestly, he's having to suffer with this, isn't he? All the way through. Never mind, love. Don't worry. When you come in here, we love you. We won't sing that. I don't think so. Anyway, Steve, James Dyson's getting it in the neck for moving 2 jobs to Singapore, whilst here at Nissan Sunderland they're relocating the entire IT department to India to save money. I thought they did that at one time, and then they kept bringing people back from India. They've been forced to apply for voluntary redundancy. The move happens end of March this year. I'm one of those affected. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Steve, LBC, just need a spreadsheet to do your VAT under the Making Tax Digital, an approved programme to map data directly from a spreadsheet that's similar. Exactly the same as putting numbers online into the same boxes as currently on the HMRC website. No additional info gets delivered. You see, I don't quite understand. I'm flat rate VAT, which a lot of people are. They have operated it for many years. And as far as I know, we're still doing it. It's obviously some way of filling it in. It's obviously slightly difficult. Well, it's obviously difficult. I should have to get somebody to explain it to me. And because I do, and somebody said, you'll need to keep all your receipts. I thought, what, create more paper? Why would you want to do that? That's not brilliant. It wasn't 9 to 5 sung by Sheena Easton. Different song. My baby takes the morning train. Do you know, we've turned into a music programme. Sanjay says, I get paid on the 24th of each month, so I've been paid today. Right, it's all round your place then. You've obviously got the money in the bank account. That's what we're all going for. What have we got? Oh, they managed to catch that bloke swaggering in cuffs. Finally surrendering. Speedboat killer Jack Shepherd. Oh dear. Not a good day for you, is it, love? Also, a string of relationships. Caroline Flack has another toy boy, AJ Pritchard. I have to tell you, he's quite a virulent young man. Quite a virulent young man, if the stories that we hear are to be believed. And actually, not only just the stories. Also, reshuffling Irish VE, you could check their goods. And here it is, the jogger in High Wycombe. Snow. everywhere. And apparently there was snow here. Courtney was telling me that there was snow, it came down, and I said, well, I must have gone to bed and missed the snow. In London, in Richmond Park, all over the place. 3-day forecast today in the north, snow and sleet. In the south, wintry showers. This is for today. Wintry showers could be drifting in. Tomorrow, cloudy with patchy rain in the north, cloudy with drizzle in the south. Saturday, wet and windy with snow in the north, windy with heavy rain in the south. I don't mind that. I don't mind heavy rain. Makes the car look clean. I really don't care about that. And we've got a birthday to celebrate today. I think we've actually got quite a few birthdays, which is... are they thinking about Crossroads the musical? Surely not. Surely it's a joke. Surely it's a joke. Although actually I wouldn't be averse to it. And a Japanese firm has apologised for whitewashing tennis star Naomi Osaka in an advert for noodles. The 21-year-old became Japan's first Grand Slam champion at the US Open last year. Nissin Foods cartoon depiction of the star, who has a Haitian father, drew criticism because she's been whitewashed. I've seen that happen over here. In fact, I remember seeing an advert for a car company, and I think it was one of the big car companies, where they actually airbrushed out the black and ethnic workers. I mean, seriously. I'm looking as well, seriously, at the B&B in Basil's Old Manor, and the full English breakfast there is sausage, huge mushroom, boring, 2 rashers of overdone bacon, some beans, always put them in a little sort of ramekin thing. Well, they just pour them on the plate like anybody else. Tomato, hash brown, and an egg. And that apparently means that it's well worth it. So it's one of the top 5 British B&Bs in the world. It looks a very plain, average house. That's all it is. When guests arrive, they're offered a glass of fizz and a brownie. And you get a new cake every day. God, how long do you stay in these places? There's one in the Isle of Skye that came 7th. I'd rather go to the Isle of Skye. I don't know why. I've just got a feeling of speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, over the sea to Skye. Harry the Lamb was born to be king. You recommend Skye? I know, we've recommended it to you for a long time now. We'd love you to go to the Isle of Skye. In fact, we will pay for you to go to the Isle of Skye. Yep, as long as you stay there. What? You don't go on holiday to the Isle of Skye. I don't want to point it out to you. Don't shout at me. I don't need to be shouting at. You've only ever seen it in a photograph, okay? We know you've never been there. It's just because you're Scottish doesn't mean to say you've been everywhere. Goodness sake, honestly. You'll be telling me next you visited, yeah, or what? Yeah, you've got photos on your phone. Oh, it's amazing, isn't it? I can lift those off the internet as well. I just get the internet picture up and I'll take a picture of it, and that's it. Goodness sake, honestly. It's got to be one-upmanship with you, isn't it? All the time, one-upmanship. You know, if you've been to the toilet on Mars, I've been to the toilet on Venus. You know, so it goes on. And now you've been to the Isle of Skye, you know, like I've been to the Isle of Skye as well. We've all been. I live there. I own a place there, all right? Yeah, I've got a place there. Not going to allow you on it, mate, because it's private. All this rubbish. Honestly, it's dreadful one-upmanship. Honestly, it's like sort of, you know, I've got a bigger audience than you, you've got a bigger audience than me, I've got a bigger audience than you, all right? And that says, well, you don't have an agent, you can't even afford to live, we know that, because when I mention you get paid tomorrow, your little eyes lit up. Seriously, like, oh, thank you, God, thank you, God. 4:45 is the time. All these people nicking my ideas, but I don't mind. Yeah, so you don't know Andy Stewart. Have you ever heard of Andy Stewart? You've never heard of Andy Stewart? God, unbelievable. Have you ever heard of Jimmy Shand? Okay, well, what does Jimmy Shand do, dear? You don't know. You haven't heard of him at all, have you, really? You just made it up because you don't want to look stupid. Which, of course, it's just made you look stupid. You've never heard of Andy Stewart? Never. Can you find Andy Stewart, the Scottish? If you go to their website, they will tell you which ones they're losing. But technically, you don't need to use a branch. You don't need to go into a branch. My branch for my bank is I've never been into it for years. Years and years and years, because you can do it all online. And I suspect for Santander customers, you can go in there if you want to do certain things, but anything can be done online. It's trying to learn how to do it online. That's the big problem. I can't. It's been set up for me and operated for me by somebody else. And she does it very well, because I don't know how to do things like that. Camilla Parker Bowles says we must end Britain's litter scourge. There's litter everywhere. Outside this door, outside everywhere. Why people can't pick something up and put it in a bin is totally beyond me. Totally beyond me. I don't know why. Also, Paul McCartney has allowed himself to go grey. She's lovely. What? What's the matter? Allowed himself to go grey. Yes, we're on to grey again. And Fred from the Dam Buster, he was a gunner. He's died age 95. I think that's a good innings. Do you think that's a good... I think that's a good... I mean, obviously, if you're 94 3/4, it's absolute crap. But, you might go more than 95. I don't know. Might go 96 or something like that. But I don't know what the quality of life is. 95, 96. Probably not unsimilar to what I'm going through at the moment. Why have the police not released the CCTV images of Yobs throwing paint over the Bomber Command Memorial? They've got CCTV on it. Why have they not released it? We'll identify them. Come on. Must be some reason, mustn't there? There must be some reason. Wonder what it is. Also, chicken and fish deep fried increases the risk of an early death. But wait a minute. Fish is deep fried in fish and chip shops, and the chicken in Kentucky is deep fried. That's why it's called Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's not shallow fried in a frying pan. They put it in a big steamer full of the oil, and they wind the lid down, and it gets, I don't know, whatever the process is. Seems to work, though, doesn't it? Because most people seem to like it. And what was the other one? Oh, the wealthy businesswoman caught drink driving, blaming it on the menopause. They didn't buy that one at all. Life on Earth owes its existence to a planetary crash more than 4 billion years ago. The stuff you learn, and we will be celebrating. It's another Disney first, and this time we're celebrating. It was actually Friday. I missed celebrating Winnie the Pooh Day. Winnie the Pooh Day was on Friday, and we love Winnie the Pooh. And I always remember in To the Manor Born, Audrey Forbes Hamilton goes up and she plays with Richard de Vere Pooh Sticks. Pooh sticks, because Winnie the Pooh played Pooh sticks. And that's where you literally get a stick, and you put it in the water, and then you run to the other side of the bridge, and whoever comes out first, you're the winner of Pooh sticks. And she had to explain to him what it was, because he didn't know. And I think it was the best thing, actually. Bunny says, forget Skye, full of tourists. Oh, absolutely. Well, you can imagine, can't you? Look what I've got. You have to go to Harris via Skye, so you can say you've been there. Funniest thing I saw on the trip was a young lad in full Scottish dress playing his bagpipes in the middle of a field, about half a mile from the nearest house. Your thoughts? Oh, yeah, it's okay. That always reminds me of the story of Julia... Oh, it's gone very bitter. Yeah, oh, I don't get that. Anything funny about that? You know what they're like? They're all in favour of, oh, will you be wearing your kilt for Burns night? No, I'll not be wearing my kilt for Burns night. Oh, okay, will you be having your haggis? Aye. And then thought about it, went, vegetarian haggis. And so we then went through that charade yesterday on the programme. And then you mentioned, oh, Skye, it's my favourite place, I always go there. And everybody else goes, it's a dump, it's full of tourists, and it's horrible. And there's a kid in the middle of a field playing a set of bagpipes, and he's going, what's funny about that? You know, because he becomes he doesn't live up there. He doesn't know anybody who lives in Skye. He's passed through it once like loads of other people, you know, mainly American tourists or people from Daneland and things like that. And they go there and they go, we've been to the Isle of Skye. And it's lovely if you like that kind of thing, you know, bum, 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 ah, yeah, bum, 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 all that kind of stuff. People like it. We love scenery. We're very good at scenery in this country. I like a bit of scenery. I do. I'm looking forward to a nice cup of tea in a minute, to get myself a nice cup of tea, but don't worry, I can manage to get that myself. And then we might actually examine whether or not the Russians are going to be buying this board game called Our Boys in Salisbury. I mean, surely it's a joke. Please tell me it's a joke. It can't be serious, can it really? I just don't see the Russians, unless it's done to keep warm, playing, you know, any board games at all. But they must have board games. There must be all the popular board games that are translated into Russian. Plus, we'll go through the papers. We'll let you know what stories are making the news, what stories are not making the news, and the stories that are not really fit for purpose. Gregory says, I bank with Halifax, and the amazing things you can lodge a cheque with a camera on the phone and you don't have to leave the house. Brilliant idea. Brilliant idea. I mean, I've always been a huge fan of telephone banking. I can't do it because I don't know how to operate the account. But I do have somebody that operates the account for me, and they're actually very good. And you can do anything. You literally don't need to... What are you going to a branch for? You know, you can pay in money outside. You can take money outside. In fact, you can do... You can organise a mortgage over the telephone. I don't think you physically need to be there. You can sign things on the internet. Morning, everybody. Coming up 4 minutes past 5. Through 3 minutes. Beg your pardon. I've added on a minute. Very unnecessary. Coming up 3 minutes. Now it's 3 minutes past 5. And it's Thursday morning. And it's the 24th of January. Dallas says, excuse me, when I was growing up, you'd be nabbed by the local police for dropping litter and handed a 10-shilling fine. No bobbies on the beat anymore. You don't find them. You really don't find them, even in Leicester Square. I mean, it's quite rare for me to see police officers on the beat round here. You do get them. We do get them Saturday nights, but they're not there all the time. I think it's such a huge area to do. So on form this morning, says Val, I don't want to go upstairs and dry my hair in case I miss a moment. You need another radio. You need to get a radio to take upstairs to the bedroom, which is the best thing to do. And Lee says, many years ago, I used to take the truck to Skye and onwards to the Outer Hebrides. I've been there, all weathers, most stunning scenery. Went there every few months. Over a 10-year period. It took about 3 years before they talked to me, but once they did, amazing. Oh, they're very sort of introverted like that. People from outside an area, they don't like to... I suppose because they see it as their private little bit of paradise. A little bit of paradise, and they certainly want to hang on to it. They want to make sure that people are not there, you know, all the time, because they like it when the tourists get... It's like the Tower of London. The people who look after the Tower of London, the custodians, the beefeaters, and the other people who work within the tower. It must be nice to share it during the daytime with the public, but then when the public go home, you've got it back to yourself, which is great. And another one, there are about 800 new board games published each year. Unfortunately, not all of them make it to Russia and the Middle East. Consequently, it's a huge market in counterfeit copies, says David. Lord above. But do they have... They must have... There must... I cannot believe that there would not be a Russian version of Monopoly. Or, I mean, there must be a Russian version of Trivial Pursuit. And things like that. I can't imagine how many questions they're going to find, but, you know, good. You never believe it but once. I don't have a chest infection, says Daniel. A nice Lemsip or a hot drink really does help with chest infections. It does, actually, yes. But somebody told me the other day, saunas. Steve, of course the Russians play board games, says Keith. They've been world chess champions. I don't know. You see, I never got into chess. And I've had more chess sets over there. Why people bought them for me, I can't imagine. When I was younger, I've got a nice wooden set, which was carved, little travel thing. It folds in half and then folds out again. I've had magnetic chess. I've had this chess, computer chess, and just none of the things interested me. None of it interested me. They were going, and this is how you do. And I remember there was a publishing house years ago, might still be there, called Batsford. And Batsford did specialist chess books. There would be one book on one move. And I said, are you serious? They said, yes. Yes, one move warranted one book. People would learn how to do that move by buying that book. So they had lots of different books out, all on the different moves. Garry Kasparov, of course, was a big chess superstar from Russia. Now he's critical of Putin and Trump, so he doesn't go back to Russia anymore. I don't think if you've been critical of the government, you actually get a chance to go back there this morning. You kind of sort of disappear. Or they just, they've never heard of him, ever. Which of course you know that they have. But they are, it's one of those sort of, I suppose if it's freezing cold for most of the year, you sit there and chess is obviously the easiest thing to do. That's the way I'd work it out anyway. The front page of the Sun this morning, the adverts for M&S and other leading brands have been placed next to self-harm images on Instagram. This is after the suicide of Molly Russell. And Theresa May has threatened a crackdown. It's no good threatening a crackdown. I've often said it's great for the government to be seen to be doing something, but do it. Don't just say, we're thinking about doing it. What, until the next one happens? And, you know, and you do get more of these poor children who appear to have nobody else to talk to. They've got nobody to share their problems with because they say that's, in fact, as this young girl, Molly, said the other day, she said, it's about me. It's about me. And that's what she went off and they thought she was just going to school as per normal, but sadly it was not the case. Speedboat killer Jack Shepherd smirked as he handed himself in to police last night, still refusing to take the blame from his girlfriend's death. Also, an escaped parrot has been found after the pet's owners coaxed her out of woodland using a recording of her twin. The owner, Michelle Chubb, said she and her 3 children were devastated when 6-month-old Sausage flew... Not the best name for a parrot, is it? But after a fruitless 2-day search, Michelle used a phone to record the squawks of Sausage's twin brother, Chico, owned by family friend Gina Pook. They took the phone to a nearby beauty spot, and after playing the recording, Sausage began to reply from a tree and eventually flew to them. They said, we don't know how she's lasted in this freezing wet weather. Are you serious? You want to come round our way? Round our way, we've got 20,000 parakeets. They survive very nicely. I don't understand how they survive in the icy cold as well. I've got no idea, but it is one of those strange things. But there's about 20 or 30,000 that fly in and out of Bushy Park, and every evening they go over, and the noise they make is amazing. But I think they look great. Everybody else hates them. They all go, but they're sort of green and they cause damage to trees. I go, yeah, but they look so much better than pigeons or, you know, sparrows or anything else that's out there. Nobody else disagrees with me. Also, Dancing on Ice judge Jason Gardner is, according to the paper, set to sue Gemma Collins. This is after she accused him of selling a story about her, and he said, no, I didn't. But unfortunately, she did it publicly without engaging her brain, and you can't say things like that. That's not, it's not very nice. And he said that, no, I didn't say that. He did a story about everybody. He was doing he wasn't selling a story on her. Nothing that wasn't known at all. Rod Liddell has jumped in on the Diane Abbott story because she thinks, if you remember, and I saw the programme. I didn't see it, but there again, I didn't see the entire programme. She thinks that the programme discriminated against her because she's A, black, and B, a female. So he says Abbott got a rough ride and the audience spent most of the time laughing at her or booing. And he writes to her, Diane, listen, it's not your skin colour, it's not your gender, it's something else altogether. We're used to politicians speaking down to us, and we're used to politicians being thick. But when both occur at the same time, that's when the rest of us decide we've had enough. So there you go, that puts her in her place. It's always an excuse for Diane Abbott, and we'll all remember that infamous, and it's still on YouTube, Nick Ferrari interview, where she didn't really know what she was talking about. I mean, she could have been having one of those sort of diabetic cases where you think you know what you're saying, then all of a sudden it sort of wanders off somewhere else. You can't help it, it's because your brain sometimes goes a little bit peculiar. And then there's all these celebrities flogging things on their Instagram pages, and they talk about things which either they're being paid for or they've got a vested interest in, and it's all sorts of things. I mean, there is a fashion blogger here. I won't tell you who she is, but she's holding a bottle of fragrance, saying new scent from so and so. I've been using this past couple of weeks, and then her followers would then go, oh, we better go and try that. There's all sorts of people you've never heard of. There's one here. Of somebody posing next to some hair products in January 2018, and she wrote, obsessing over hair something care, even though I wear extensions, I still like to look after my natural hair. And you think to yourself, it's just a load of old codswallop, isn't it, really? They're all doing it. Even Mario Falcone appeared to have sort of a scarf on that he appeared to be plugging. And there's all sorts of names here. There are sort of some well-known models and some people you've never heard of. Millie McIntosh and Megan McKenna and Binky Felsted, they're all pictured holding up various items, which, unless they're giving it to you for free, or it's a case of you've bought it and you just want to plug it to somebody, but it's very rare, isn't it? Most people are looking for freebies. I think you'll find Jordan actually sort of makes a living out of collecting freebies and then going, thanks to so-and-so, like she did with the car company, thanks to so-and-so, best drivers, blah, 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 because she obviously didn't pay for it. It's interesting. Talking of board games, how about a Steve Allen Monopoly showing all the places you've performed in around the capital, says Kevin, who's in Luton. It wouldn't be a very big game. I haven't exactly played the London Palladium. I've stood on the no, I haven't even stood on the stage of the London Palladium. That's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? I've been backstage at the London Palladium, but I've never actually stood on the stage. Perhaps I should. Life on Earth owes its existence to a planetary crash 4.4 billion years ago that formed the moon. The giant impact, something, says we smashed into a Mars-sized planet which deposited life-essential elements on Earth. That includes most of the nitrogen and carbon found in living things, including humans today. Debris from the crash formed the moon, according to lab simulations. Wow. I mean, do you think that's true? Or do you think we have to take it with a little bit of a pinch of salt? Probably. So Holly leaves... Holly Willoughby, after the NTA, she goes a bit early, and she looks upright, she looks fine, and she had a good cry with her husband Dan, because she should have got Best TV Presenter. I mean, she pulls in amazing figures, she does the jungle thing, and she pulls in amazing figures, they go up, so next time round you can have Ant and Dec, and because you've got Ant McPartland back in again, I think the audience is going to go down. She was the breath of fresh air on the programme. He said, no, she won't be doing it again. And you think, well, why not? The public liked her. The public liked her. And he'd not been on television for the best part of a year and still got Best Presenter, even though he'd been done for drink driving. I didn't quite understand it. If there was, a special award for those who've had to, pay the biggest fine, he would be it. £86,000. Almost a third of millennials have already had more than 5 jobs. The average for the 18 to 34 age group is already 3.4 compared to 5.9 for the over 55s. I don't even know what millennials are, actually. I've only just worked out what snowflakes are. but I don't know what a millennial is. I think anybody born sort of late 80s onwards is a millennial. So you're both millennials. Okay, like, you know, big piece kind of thing. What does it mean, though? What does it actually mean, being a millennial? It doesn't mean anything apart from when you grew up at the turn... Oh, right. I thought that when we sort of turned into the millennium, we were going to be flying around on spaceships and things like that, like Dan Dare, and it turned out to be nothing like it at all. We still haven't got ordinary people up to the moon, only because you know that there's going to be a major disaster, I think. Which is celeb and which wannabe? And it's all sorts of people, and it's people who make their living, I think, looking like somebody else. There's one here. It's you think it's J-Lo, but it's not J-Lo. There's also somebody who's Leonardo DiCaprio. The other is just a body of lies. You have to sort of look at these people and work out, because I'm fascinated by doubles. We had a party one year at LBC, and I think it was for the 30th birthday party, and apart from giving a free vodka bar, bit of a mistake there, we had lots of lookalikes. So we had Patsy and Adina standing around, and Del Boy going around going, what about me? 18 minutes past 5. Once had dinner, Steve, with the chess player Garry Kasparov. We had a checkered tablecloth. Took him 2 hours to pass me the salt. Huge round of applause on that one. That's quite a good idea, actually. It is true, though, isn't it? And then when they make a move, then they hit a clock or something. I never knew why they were doing that. I thought it was just showing off. Not related to the programme, says H, but today is my class's final big exam for our Metropolitan Police training. Could you shout out to class 107C? 107C? That sounds like a Queen song, doesn't it? The 7 Seas arrive. Anyway, so good luck to everybody doing that today. And I've got a computer chess game on level 1. I can beat the computer 50% of the time, says Paul. Level 2 makes me look a bit like a silly boy. I can't even get that far. I have to admit, total defeat when it comes to chess. I never did drafts or anything like that. I didn't even like snakes and ladders. I thought it was rubbish. Pick-up sticks I was great at. I like pick-up sticks, and Jenga was quite good. Connect 4, so-so, not too... I always wanted to play Mousetrap. We had it, but my brother said it's rubbish. It takes too long to set up, and it's over very quickly. It's just a silly game. All I want to do is watch the little cage come down and trap the mouse, and that was... I love Monopoly, yes. No, we always do the short version. You start up by throwing the dice, and then you can all... Whatever you land on, you can have. It does take for a bit. We used to like that. We used to play it at the table. So after Christmas lunch, it would... I know, it sounds dreadful, doesn't it, really? We'd sort of set out, we'd put a bowl of Satsumas on the table and some Quality Street. Have a guess which ones went first. And then we'd play... And you're right, after... It did go on for hours, actually. When I think about it, it was actually tedious. I didn't do the Christmas quiz this Christmas. We didn't... for my brothers. No, I left before they got round to anything. I had things to do, actually. Don't sound like, for God's sake. That's the first year I've managed to get out of it. This year won't be so lucky, though. Won't be so lucky. Do you qualify as a boomer, Steve, when you were born, or are you pre-millennial? I've got no idea. I'm a baby boomer, apparently. I'm a baby boomer, so there you go. You live and learn. Steve, been wide awake since 3:30, but the upside is I've got you to keep me company. I've heard you talking fondly about Hong Kong the other day, going next month with work. Yes, I'm another of your many... Trolley Dolly listeners, and of all the places I fly to, it's going to be my favourite. I'd love to welcome you on board one of my flights. There's a bottle of Prosecco waiting for you at the onboard bar. Who do you think we could talk about for 11 hours? You'd be in Hong Kong before you knew it. Thank you for keeping me and my fellow colleague and spiker Kate for keeping us entertained while we're en route. I love the idea, actually. While we're down route, sorry. Thank you, Mark, very much indeed. So we get a lot of trolley dolly. Where did that trolley dolly thing come from? Because not everybody's trolley dollies up there, but it's flying servants, isn't it? You just basically got to dress up for it and look smart all the time, even after you've had a few sleeps. If you're doing one of those long flights, Hong Kong would be a long flight. I think Australia would be a long flight as well. And then you have to look all fresh and go, "Hello, would you like a hot towel?" You go, because I'm never awake fully. Even when I'm awake, I'm not awake fully. At the BBC, in a race to the bottom, they've got a new programme called Eating with My Ex. Who thinks of these rubbish programmes? Oh, there's all sorts of rubbish programmes. You heard the latest one. Cheryl wants to do a programme sort of finding out people who've got makeup hints and right load of old rubbish. So this is a 10-part series, this one. And it's where former couples meet up for dinner and have to answer 3 brutally honest questions about where the relationship went wrong. Is it going to be super awkward, or is there still a spark? Or is this just a pile of rubbish? And so it's called Eating with My Ex. And so it's just people who want to be on television. Nobody's remotely interested whether they're going out, used to go out. You know, could you remain friends with your ex after they cheated? Who cares? Oh, look, it's a gay couple. Might as well throw one in. It's the BBC. How would you react if you were dumped for being too nice? Fairly popular. Also, David and Kayla on cheating and heartbreak. God, these people are boring. Rose and Matt, did your bipolar break us up? And then he's got tattoos all the way up his arm and everything else. It's real dull stuff, isn't it? Why is there nothing new? There's nothing new on the television. She's wearing sunglasses at the table, and it's 1 meal, 2 exes. I mean, it's not even interesting. Oh, wrong glasses, love. Wrong glasses. And that's Matt, who's got a piercing through his eyebrow. I mean, you know, the clue should be that's why you've actually split up. You know, if you've got a piercing through your eyebrow. Thank you very much. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, I'm friendly with all of my exes, which is quite a rarity in this day and age. Quite a rarity. It's only because I've basically got them over a barrel, and you know, if they sell any stories, that's it. They're in big trouble. Can long distance relationships work? Not really. Not really. They don't. Poor old Mark's going to have to go back to... oh, gosh, she's got tattoos all over her hand as well. And they ask why these relationships fizzle out. I think... I'm not sure I want to hear the trailer, but I'll buy into it if this is what people are... This is on the BBC, is it? What? Oh, BBC 3. Oh, so right, doesn't even count. But this is basic. They're not going to swear, are they? That's what it comes down to, isn't it? So, Eating with My Ex. As I say, I'd give it up now, really. Honestly. Where this stuff comes from, where it goes to, we know. It just disappears without trace. But somebody somewhere has commissioned that as a programme. Obviously somebody who's very sad and lonely. Also, The Greatest Dancer is still going on. Audience of nothing. Audience of nothing. It's really dying. It's, you know, and it's dying, I suppose, because it's of no interest. Who wants to watch Cheryl with her fake hair and her little washboard stomach? Former Strictly Pro dancer Brendan Cole has blasted Jason Gardner's vicious criticism of Gemma Collins. And the papers go, bit rich coming from a notorious motor mouth. Oh, absolutely, you can't. That's why that's why he's not working, and Jason Gardner is working. He was the one who said to Karen Barber, I think, he said, if your opinion mattered, you'd be on the panel. Which I think kind of summed it up nicely, because it's difficult. It's difficult. If you're on television, you know, he's on there for a reason. And the reason he's on there, whether you like him, whether you don't like him, he tells the truth. He's a professional choreographer. He knows everything, and so when he does it, he's not meaning to be rude, you know, but if rude helps, you know, can you dance? No, you can't. Gemma Collins, he was saying things about an embarrassment. She can't dance. She waddles. That's what she does. She cannot dance. And I shouldn't imagine she can dance anyway, off the ice skates. Not so good, is it? Ricky Gervais, as you now know, together with Stephen Fry, Ben Fogle, Chris Packham, Joanna Lumley, have written a letter to Japan urging them to end the cruel, archaic practice of whaling. The 16 signatories and the Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe's government, said last month it would resume commercial whaling in July and quit the International Whaling Commission. They're sticking 2 fingers up. They'll do what they want to do. And I don't think you'll have any say in anything they do. It doesn't matter how big the celebrity is. All these people, the letter says, quite basically, cuts to the chase, this cruel and archaic practice of whaling has no place in the 21st century. And it hasn't. It absolutely hasn't. I don't know how many people eat whale, but either way, it's just barbaric. I mean, it is just barbaric. You can't imagine what agonies these poor creatures go through. And of course, they don't know. As far as they're actually concerned, they're sort of just swimming around in a giant pool, having a bit of fun, and all of a sudden, people attack them for no reason. I fly to New York a couple of times a year, and the boys and girls are not just there to serve food and drink. They're there for if something goes wrong. No, they're there to serve food and drink. They're there to serve food and drink. You know, they aren't there for if something goes wrong. They're there to serve food and drink. And then if something does go wrong, they're trained in it. But then the pilot's trained in it as well, and the co-pilot and the assistant co-pilot. Excuse me. So that's why. But they are there to do food and drink. They are sort of basically... sort of servers just up in the sky. And so that's what they're there for. They're there to make you feel comfortable. They're there to make you feel that you've got your full value for money. You know, if in the unlikely event of something happening, then they are trained in that. But then, you know, we've got first aiders around this building, but they don't go around proudly proclaiming that that's their first job, to be a first aider. No, their first job is to work on programmes and to make sure that you get the right quality programme at the right time to get the right audience. They're not there to go, oh, just in case, you know, Steve falls onto another electric fire again. Let's see how we can save him that time round. Why do people want to sell stuff that's been written by Diana, Princess Diana? The answer is because it's worth money. Because it's worth money. No point hanging on to a letter, but some people just can't wait to sell it. Here we go. This is letters from Diana to the then editor of British Vogue, Elizabeth Tilburis. They're going to be auctioned. 6 handwritten notes, set to fetch up to £5,700, and they detail the time the princess spent with Miss Tilburis on photo shoots. She wrote, I feel very relaxed being with the ladies, so thank you. And it's a shame, really, that somebody's decided to sell them. In New York, probably knowing over here, but it doesn't matter, does it? Does it matter anymore? I thought people would want to hang on to that. It's people who sell Victoria Crosses I feel sorry for, that they've actually got to do it. Perhaps they should just give them a fake Victoria Cross and say, well, your partner, your father, your brother, your sister, whoever it happens to be, has got themselves a VC, because they're mainly bought up now by collectors and they're put into museums so people can see them. Because no point hanging on to something that's worth £100,000 if all you're going to do with it is stick it in a drawer and every so often take it out. But that's me. I would be the person going, do you not want to keep it if it was one of your relatives? People go, it's worth £100,000. People are more motivated by money, I think, now. Here we go. Lovely picture, actually, of Niagara Falls in a bit of cold snap gripping. I mean, it's still flowing. It just looks a lot colder than it did last time round. Over in Manchester, snow-covered rooftops, and in Berkshire, Clayfield Copse, a light dusting of snow turned everything beautifully gorgeous in white. And the expert advice after a study has highlighted a risk of a daily dose. Aspirin, take it or leave it. Because I get aspirin as part of my medicine. It's put in there. I always thought it was put in there to make sure that we don't have heart attacks. And so far, touch wood, here somewhere, I've not had a heart attack. But they do say, you know, some people can have heart attacks but not know they've actually had one. I think I'd know about it, don't you? Still to come, the Hillsborough boss too busy for the safety check. And after a year of turmoil, what does Ant have to do to stop the fans loving him? Because they loved him on this thing, that the drink driving goes out the window. Danny Dyer says it's been a tough 2 years on EastEnders. They always moan these, but if it wasn't for EastEnders, nobody would have heard of him. Seriously, it resurrects more careers than you can shake a stick at. And Santander, there's no Abbey ending to this one. They're going to axe 140 high street branches, 1,270 jobs at risk. We found our first snowflake this morning. We haven't had a snowflake for ages. Somebody saying the term trolley dolly is both derogatory and sexist. Well, you know, what am I to tell you that? The people writing describe themselves as trolley dollies, and they're men. So I would think they can actually call themselves what they want. I don't understand why it would be derogatory. They do have a trolley, and most of them are called Dolly. And it seems fair enough, doesn't it? So what, Dolly? Dolly? That's the way it goes. Trolley dolly. It's not derogatory. You're obviously a snowflake, but they call themselves trolley dollies. Up in the sky. Flying waitresses. It always works. Santander has been slammed after announcing another 140 branch closures, putting 1,270 jobs under threat. They blamed the cull on customers doing more of the banking online, which is what I told you before. People are doing online now. You don't physically need to go into a branch. So out of their branches, they've already closed more than a third. 614 will remain following yesterday's proposed closures. And I don't know where they are. I think you'll probably have to go online and type in Santander closures, and there'll be probably a full list there. But, you know, with 140 of them to read out, we don't really have enough time to do it. But you remember that Santander was fined $33 million for hanging on to dead customers' cash. Also, the profits made by the Spanish-owned Santander in 2017, $1.8 billion. 1.8 billion. They reckon there'll be 70,000 fewer shop workers at the end of 2018. I think really, I mean, having looked the other day, I was looking at Patisserie Valerie, and lots of them were inside stores. I didn't realise that they were in, that they are cafes within Debenhams, which is struggling as well. The rest of Valerie's 3,000-strong workforce in 121 shops wait a nervous wait to see if a buyer can be found. I don't know what you can do about it to try and bring it up to date? They're doing nice cakes. They do cups of coffee. They do a breakfast. It's not the best food I've ever had, but it's certainly not bad. It's not bad at all. It's all done with politeness. You can have a breakfast there in the morning, which I've done on numerous occasions. What is it that's not attracting you to Patisserie Valerie? Is it because people think it's expensive? Is it because, a breakfast there for 2 people is going to be at least 20 quid? At least 20. And I say that because we alternate it. I pay 1 week, friend of mine pays the next week, and so it goes on. But, the service is always fine. We always go, hello, everybody's very friendly. So what is it? It's like HMV. The reason I can understand HMV losing its market, because at one time I would go into a shopping centre in Staines, and I'd walk through the door, there'd be a music shop playing vinyl albums and stuff like that, and that went years and years ago. Then HMV came along, and all of a sudden it was like wall-to-wall CDs, DVDs, laser discs, everything you wanted. And then gradually the shops got smaller, till now they're basically just sort of a shelf. And the staff are standing there because you can buy all this stuff online. I could go to Amazon. Somebody can mention me an album today. In fact, I've just got something delivered from America. I saw the album and I thought, I wonder if it's available here. And it said, no, it's not. It's in America. So I went to Amazon.com, ordered it, and it's taken about 2 weeks to get here. It just arrived. They stick it in a jiffy bag and it's arrived here. Actually, strange, it's an album of Christmas tunes. I apologise in advance for this coming Christmas. But I can order all of it. I don't need to traipse around the shops. I don't need to go and find a parking space to try and traipse around the shops to find this thing. I could see it. I've seen a picture of it. Here's how I pay for it. If it's not right, I send it back. Make sure I get my money back. It's as simple as that. It's not a complicated system. If, of course, I buy something in an HMV here or another record store that might be available, and I go and buy it and it turns out not to be what I want and I take it back, I've got to go and find another parking space. Oh, it's just not worth the hassle. It's not worth the hassle. I'd much rather sort of order it on Amazon. And I'm probably one of those people who is sort of contributing in a roundabout way to the decimation of the high street. It's really not, the high street exists in Kingston down the road from me because it's got the Benthall Centre. And people go to the Benthall Centre, but they've actually closed down a number of places in there, the food places. So they've got little food concessions, doing sort of ice creams and pretzels and things like that. But there used to be a food hall, which was much better. Now they've got a few other little places around, but I should imagine it's probably the rents that are crippling them. And so you do see places close. I think there's a Yo Sushi in there, but I don't do sushi. But it's just one of those things, isn't it, nowadays? You go out, it's supposed to be a shopping experience. People like a shopping experience, so people go out, and I see lots of elderly people, by themselves, and they'll go out, they'll have a wander around, and they'll sit down, have a cup of coffee and a slice of cake. And it's something nice to do. Nobody's going to go, I'm sorry, are you going to be much longer at this table? No, you sit down, you take as much time as you need. There's a giraffe here, having a bit of a last laugh. When I say a last laugh, I've seen them brought down before. This was surviving attack from a lion and her pride. The lion obviously thinks, so it's leapt onto the back of the giraffe, and there's a picture of it here. It was brought down, but it rolled over and kicked away, because when they kick, they kick. They could kill you easily. And this was at the Klaserie Private Nature Reserve in South Africa, and says he deserved to live another day. Like putting lions in the same, they don't survive very long, do they? But this was kicking away the big cats in a 4-hour fight. But luckily, the giraffe won in the end, which makes me feel a bit more pleasant about things. The Northerners' powerhouse minister, Tories, this is Jake Berry, has dismissed Greggs sausage rolls as not very nice. Well, they're perfectly good for students and people like that. I've ordered their sausage rolls. I thought they were very nice. Very nice. He says, during a debate in the Commons, Mr. Berry referred to Veganuary, Veganuary, thank you, a campaign encouraging people to shun animal products for the month. And he says, I will self-declare I am not taking part in Veganuary, and I'm not a vegangelist, the vegan equivalent of an evangelist, but I have tried a Greggs vegan sausage roll. Tasted to me much like any other Greggs sausage roll. Not very nice. Goodness sake, well, I'll tell you, it's proving to be immensely popular for Greggs. I mean, every time you go in there, there's notice saying, unfortunately, we've sold out. because vegans get up really early and go rushing in to sort of superbuy. Proper vegans who only ever do vegan food and don't sort of alternate between a little bit of meat here, a little bit of meat there, and, you know, some other sort of strange things. We don't do that. Sarah says, I would like to think that Mr. Dyer should count his blessings that he has only worked with all the bad language he uses. I don't watch him because of it. I've never seen him on TV when he doesn't swear. Well, I mean, EastEnders, he's not swearing, but I should imagine it's a nightmare. He cannot do anything without swearing. It's really difficult. I did an in-conversation with him once, and it was quite an achievement to get through to the end. What use is a building to a landlord if it remains empty because nobody can afford to rent it? It's sad, but unfortunately that's what's happening in Brighouse in West Yorkshire, where I am. Full of empty shops, says Jill. Well, the property's only going to go up in price. That's the advantage. Only go up in price. It doesn't make any difference, you know, whether it's actually got somebody in it or whether it's empty. Empty, it's not making the money, but it's going to go up in price. You know, and in most parts of the country, you will find boarded up empty shops. I don't know whether it's an indication of how the high street is in decline. I mean, our one's okay in Twickenham. It's keeping its head above the water, but it's a bit of a struggle. I bet you could ask round all the local traders and say, you know, good year last year, bad year, and they'll all go, a bit up and down, because they're having to survive because of the huge rents that the landlords... You know why? Because the landlords want little traders out so they can put a coffee shop in. If they put a coffee shop in, which is a national, you know, branding, that's fine. It makes no difference whether they've got customers because it's all bounced off each other. So you might find, you know, Starbucks, sometimes it's got nobody in there. And you think, how are they affording it? It's being propped up by all the other ones. It makes no difference whether they're empty. And the landlords quite like the idea that they know that Starbucks and Nero and Costa and all the other coffee shops that there are going to pay their rent because they're getting the money in. It's as simple as that. So that's why they're not particularly bothered. Nor all we end up with is blooming coffee shops. You know, it's a nice thing to have, but now there's too many of them. The council should say, listen, 2 coffee shops per high street. There's not enough for 4 of them. And yet you look at the size of some of them, and then there's the little ones who really struggle because they don't have the enjoyment of not paying taxes, you know, or finding sort of cheap labour. It's very difficult. Enjoying listening to you in Singapore. I leave tonight at 23:15, and I'm not particularly looking forward to the 14-hour flight into Heathrow. But you have given me a great deal of pleasure, says Porter, listening to you on my trip. Well, that's what it's about, isn't it? We like the idea of a bit of pleasure. Danny Dyer's Right Royal Family gets 4 stars from Ian Highland. And what else were they talking about today? Britain's Got Talent winner, Ashley Butler. Whoever that, I don't know who Ashley Butler is, actually. I don't know if that's the one who had the dog. Oh, yes, it was. It was Pudsey. Ashley and Pudsey. And then Pudsey died. She died. Pudsey. Pudsey died. She got another dog. This one's called Sully. It's not a very doggy name, is it? Sully. But there you go. But he has a little fitness regime. See, the trouble is, I mean, I think poor old Pudsey had enough by this time. It was basically, not another back somersault. Yeah, go on, off you go. Da-da! Oh, my God. I don't want to do it. But anyway, they've fallen in love. Sully is a border collie, Bichon Frise and Chinese crested cross. Could crack the States after making a debut appearance on America's Got Talent. Simon Cowell fell in love with him. It's on their Champions programme. Wait a minute, this dog wasn't the champion. That was Pudsey. That's a fiddle. This is not the right dog. It's like bringing on an elephant and going, we brought the elephant. And they go, what was that for? Well, because she used to do an act with an elephant years ago. And you go, oh, right. No, so what's she doing on the Champions? What it is, it's another cheap programme from Simon Cowell. So they put on, so far you've got Paul Potts, obviously no work in the offing. Susan Boyle. What's your name? Susan Boyle. and now you've got Ashley with Sully. Well, I mean, it's not right. It's not the same dog at all. It's a different dog. I thought it's like sort of, and what's your name? Brian. And what are you here tonight, Brian, to be? I'm here to be Susan Boyle. Oh, okay. I dreamed a dream of time gone... Oh, sorry. I dreamed a dream of times gone by. And so... couldn't resist it. But he... it's not the same person. I'm sorry, you are Paul Potts. I'm sorry, and you are Mary. Mary what? Mary Springer. And who are you going to be, Mary? I'm going to be Paul Potts. Oh, okay. That's why Ashley and this dog here on The Champion, she was never a champion on this programme. It's just lies. But there you go. It's a television programme. That's what they do now. They make television programmes. They're not making them for you. It's a bit like, well, the funny thing is, you notice they're doing this in America. All these British winners in America, as opposed to doing it here. Maybe because we'll go, I'm sorry, Susan Boyle again. Whose brilliant idea was that to bring her out of retirement? She's more than happy sitting in her little croft, you know, with her £4 million in the bank, just doing, you know, going out and maybe getting sort of a couple of rashers of bacon or something. Yes, tonight I'm going to be Matthew. Who are you going to be? I thought I'd like to be Susan Boyle. OK, what would you like to sing? I'd like to sing about wild horses, if I can. OK, great. How does that go? I don't know. I haven't learnt it yet. All right. Should we do it with an orchestra? That'd be nice. Thank you. Yes, yes. And shall we auto-tune your voice? I think it'll be necessary, don't you? Wild horses, you know. OK, we should... Wild horses. Yes, it sounds so much better after we've auto-tuned it. Let's go for that one. Birds. Sorry, not birds. People breaking into aviaries and stealing birds. Finches, crossbills, twites, redpolls, and 2 ferrets. What were they doing in an aviary? I went to a garden centre the other week with my brother and his girlfriend, soon-to-be wife, and we had a meal there, and they had an aviary. And I thought to myself, I quite fancy an aviary. I quite fancy it. It's a big aviary, so they've got room, and I think it's not really enough room, is it? You know, when you see them in cages, and I do see them in cages, I'd rather see them in somewhere an awful lot bigger, you know, like the open air would be nice. 5:45, let's get a check on the radio. Ian's very excited. He said if Crossroads the Musicals takes off, Crossroads the Musical, he said we could be going to see that at Christmas time. Actually, I wouldn't have an objection to seeing that. I feel very sorry for a fish and chip shop called The Battered Wife, which is going to close. This is in Queensland, in Australia. The reason is the female owner was accused of trivialising domestic violence. The frontage sign also reads, "The only battering anyone need know," sparking anti-abuse activists. They've said she's disgusting. She's had this chippy since 2017, so not exactly a huge amount of time. But she claims she suffered domestic violence, says an abusive witch hunter's forced her to sell up. Critics had threatened to throw bricks through her window. Good Lord above, honestly. She says it's with a heavy heart, I have to tell you, The Battered Wife will cease trading on Monday. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought she could have called it something else, but, you know, surely people could understand if that's what had happened to her, then that's why, you know, that's what she wanted to call it. I've noticed 1 in 6 people pay too much tax. Hello? Everybody will say the same thing nowadays, won't they? Everybody will say exactly the same thing. I think I pay way too much tax. Way too much tax. And you go, why do you think that? I don't know, it just says so on the form. I've got a DVD called Outlaw, starring Danny Dyer. The only good thing about it, says Paul, is that I bought it in Poundland. And I think it's also the same... Oh, no, it's a different Paul, who says he's a character actor who can only do Danny Dyer's character. Yes, I mean, he plays Danny Dyer. But Jason Statham is the same. Also, isn't that Michael Caine? Or is that Sean Connery? Doesn't Sean Connery always play Sean Connery? And Michael Caine's always got roughly the same sort of character. I love Michael Caine, but it's Michael Caine playing Michael Caine, and Sean Connery, who was the only Russian submarine commander who spoke with a Scottish accent, with no mention of where he'd come from. And Russ says, with reference to celeb placement, I always ask in Marks and Spencer's which pants Steve bought, if they're good enough for you. Yes, I don't think we'll ever go down that route at all. I'm looking at somebody here. His name is Ros Hebden. Ros Hebden has been named one of these slimming companies, Slimmer of the Year. They have to do it, so it encourages you to go and spend money with them. That's their whole... This is just basically an advert. So this is what he had before, and he described himself as the fat and ugly bloke. Oh no, somebody else, a work email he wasn't supposed to see. So for breakfast he used to have bacon sandwich on white buttered bread with ketchup. OK, seems fair enough. Lunch, triple layer sandwich, crisps, chocolate, fizzy drink and donuts. You see, I never believed this. I think what they're doing is putting down all the thing. Who seriously has chocolate, crisps, chocolate, fizzy drink and donuts for lunch and a triple layer sandwich? Don't believe it. I think it's just put out there. And then for dinner, what every day is this? Chicken tikka masala made with sauce from jar and garlic naan. I mean, what, every day he has that, does he? That's why these things are pants. The diet now is a grill in the breakfast of low-fat sausages, lean bacon, beans, tomatoes and eggs. Lunch, large chicken salad and high-fibre cereal bar. And then dinner, homemade sticky teriyaki pork, vegetable, wholemeal rice, or a cheesy chicken risotto. And you're supposed to go, oh, that sounds nice. I think I'll join this particular company just to get that one. It's rubbish. Nobody would eat something like that, but he's managed to get his weight down, so he's got his weight down. You know, it doesn't matter what he's eating, it's whether he exercises. The exercise is the key thing. The exercise is key. It's little, often, and exercise. And by exercise, I mean enough to sort of make your heart pump a little bit faster. It's not an easy thing to do. It really isn't. It's terrible. There's not a nice picture in Penman Investigates in the Daily Mirror today, talking about footage from an abattoir causing an outcry, which I can't read it out to you. It's going to be too distressing for most people here. But it's basically an abattoir which has been shut down, and the owner was fined for animal welfare offences. But it's as inflammatory as ever. This is still going on. This is absolutely still going on. In fact, they couldn't even get the Muslim Council of Britain to respond to request. Also, it was my stomach actually going at the same time there. But did you know that the latest quarterly figures from the Food Standard Agency show that 5,000 cattle were slaughtered in the UK without first being stunned? I thought they were supposed to be stunned. That's what I understood it to mean. 760,000 sheep and goats were not stunned. And for poultry, wait till this one, the figure for the same 3 months is more than 16 million. These are animals that are not stunned before they are dispatched. And they're supposed to be. But on the grounds of religion, they don't have to do things, so animals suffer. Paul says, of course we're paying more tax. The royals are breeding like rabbits. Well, they're going to have loads, aren't they, very shortly? But they don't need to worry about it because we actually pick up the bill for most of their stuff, which is was a bit of a sort of a narky kind of thing, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I live near Bluewater, says Jill, but when I went to Florida, they only had big retail parks, and I realised how much I missed the high street. I vowed to visit local high streets more, but I agree with you about parking. Well, they don't make it easy for you to park. Richmond, I think it's 24-hour parking wardens. I mean, you know, I feel like sort of saying to, I tell you what, everybody out, don't go there. Let's make them get zero money in until they say we're not going to be. They make more than enough money, believe you me, on other things. And yet, you know, what do you get for your parking? Do you get somebody filling up the tank with petrol? Do you get a valet? No. Nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all. You get nothing from them. Just get somebody coming around writing you out a ticket. And you think, listen, I was only a few minutes late. I know. Doesn't make any difference. Have you seen that Ofcom have had complaints about Jason Gardner's behaviour towards Gemma Collins now as well? Philip Schofield called the fiasco Panto meets Panto, which is all slowly turning into. Why are they not pulling her into line about her behaviour and lack of commitment to the show? She herself has even said she didn't do training. Even the partner's getting fed up. Well, I don't know. I think you have to take what you read in the newspapers with a big pinch of salt. It's all designed, remember, to turn it into a bit of a game. And when Philip Schofield says Panto, that's pretend. Panto's pretend. And so, oh, yes, it is. Sorry, people shouting. But that's what happens, and it's designed to get you watching. So you know that you're going to be watching the Dancing on Ice programme this week to see if she's going to have an almighty tantrum, throw her costume down on the ice, God help it, and then storm off. That's what you're waiting for. That's like people never went to watch Evel Knievel, you know, to watch him jump a big gap. They wanted him to crash. That was the whole idea. There's no point, he can jump over that. Oh, it's easy peasy, is it? No. When he crashes into the 12th bus, yeah, that's the bit you're watching for. And in the case of Gemma Collins, you are watching to see her having a breakdown. However fake it is, it gets them an audience. That's why they place her on the programme where they place her. That's why they do that. It's to keep you watching a little bit longer. And you know, it's worked. It's worked. So it doesn't matter what she shouts at Jason Gardner or what he says about her. It makes no difference at all. No difference, because it will always be the way that you play with a programme to get the audience. They need an audience. It was axed last time round because it was so dreadful. Now, it's not so dreadful. Admittedly, I mean, nobody else is on the programme apart from Gemma Collins. Seriously, I mean, nobody else is on the programme. There are other people on there, but nobody cares about them. So they're all desperately trying to fight their own corner and get a little bit of attention and a little bit of media coverage, but nobody's interested. Who cares about Brian McFadden? Who cares about some woman from Loose Women? Who cares? Nobody cares about them. They only care about Gemma Collins. Whether she's good, bad, indifferent, nasty, sweet, polite, it makes no difference. It's the fact that she's getting them the headlines. She's getting them the ratings. So all the people today are talking about the fact he's thinking of suing her. Ofcom have had complaints. You know, it's a programme where you have judges and you have contestants. There is no argument to fight here. He's entitled to his opinion. That's what he's employed by. Otherwise, he's a snowflake. Please don't call us trolley dollies. This was from somebody who's not a trolley dolly. This is from somebody who's probably never flown in their entire life, so has no idea what it's like, and think that it's a pair of queens mincing up and down, pushing a trolley. You know, it's derogatory and sexist. No, it's not. No, it really isn't. So sad. Steve, in America, they have big shopping malls, but they're in the open air and all on one level, so it's like the high street. Yeah, I've been in American shopping malls. I don't mind them. Here we have shopping cities and outlets and stuff like that, which is okay. It's all right. It's all just designed to part you from your money. But if you don't want to be parted from your money, they're all going to go under, aren't they? No good. Steve, do you reckon if I send a case of Pampers to Meghan and Harry once a month, I can claim a tax rebate? Ooh, that would be an interesting one. I'd be interested to see who'd be fighting your corner there. I should imagine they'll probably have it all free anyway, don't you think so? And also, they wouldn't be using Pampers. No. The royal family, it's all terry toweling and stuff like that. Pampers. Do you think so? Meghan uses Pampers, you know, on the baby. What is it? Do we know? I think they already know, don't they? Is it boy or a girl? Oh, dear. I don't know. People probably place bets on things like that. I'm not one of them. I wouldn't advocate anybody placing bets on. I thought she was having twins. But could be wrong on that one as well. Anyway, news coming up very, very short, 24th of January. Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7, then Nick Ferrari's here with breakfast today. Ian says, I was complimented on my parking the other day, Steve. Got back into the car and on the window it said, parking fine. I was quite chuffed. I know, that's an old one. Mind you, my favourite was the person who comes back to their car, having been to a night out at the theatre, and having discovered that the side of it is all dented and scratched and marked and everything else, but there's a note on the windscreen. And so he picks up the note on the windscreen, and it says, I'm the person who's just driven into your car. I was reversing and my foot slipped. I'm ever so sorry. People are watching me writing this note. They think I'm leaving my name and address. I'm not. That was it. Or the other one who actually sort of got a nice thing done in town, and somebody said, I'd like to give you a reward. There's a pair of tickets to go to the theatre next week. And they went, thank you very much indeed. They go to the theatre, they come back, they've been robbed. You know, there's all sorts of strange things. Whether these are apocryphal stories, I've no idea, but everybody's got stories about parking, haven't they? Like the woman backwards and forwards. She can't get into the space, backwards and forwards. We've all done it. You've all watched people. And in the end, this bloke goes and parks in immediately. And he gets out and he looks at the woman who's still, you know, fuming a little bit. And he said, that's what you can do when you can park properly. So she reverses the car straight into the side of his, completely mashing in the side doors and everything else, opens the window and goes, and that's what you can do when you're very rich. That was always one of my favourite stories. Steve, American malls are thriving. Why? No parking charges. Greedy councils are to blame. That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Plus, there's a lack of stock in shops. The shops themselves had it too good for too long. You're right. You go to anywhere in America, you park outside these places, it's free. You come here, you've got to go to, a park. Third floor is where you pay your card and your I've never been to a place yet where it's been free. Never been to a place yet where it was free. But in America, they're all free. They don't charge you for anything like that because they understand the value of retail. Over here, you've just got greedy shop owners. And you've got greedy, you know, when these people build these out-of-town malls, mainly I've never paid to go to a B&Q car park. They always say you can park here for a little while or something like that while you're doing your shopping. That's fine. But it's when you want to go to do, you know, normal shopping, something like that. If I want to go to Waitrose in Kingston and I don't want to go on the bus because I don't want to lug all the bags back, I take the car because I can park underneath. I have to pay for it. It's £1.40, provided I'm in and out again fairly quickly. So that's why the American malls are thriving. And they've got better weather for it. You know, much, much better weather. Trolley dollies are not what they used to be, says Ian. I was on a flight to Gran Canaria a few weeks ago. One of the lads had two tattoos. Another was as old as Lizzie Cundy. Another one looked and weighed about the same as Gemma Collins. They used to have, it was like people working in Marks and Spencer's. There was a look to somebody who worked at Marks and Spencer's on the tills because they had their own hairdressing department, and that was a bit of they looked after the staff. Whether they've still got them, I don't know in the bigger stores. And so people used to say it was a better class of till operator at Marks and Spencer's. But nowadays, it's just about anybody, isn't it? You get attitude from anybody nowadays. You can be very careful. Very clever. Very careful. I missed last week because I was in on the Friday, but I didn't have any interviews to do, so I missed the fact that the Walt Disney Company, Europe, Middle East and Africa, was celebrating Winnie the Pooh Day. Last Friday, they celebrated Winnie the Pooh Day. And... It's very nice, actually. They sent me in some facts about Pooh and his background, which you're welcome to reference. I know everything about Pooh. I know about the 100 Acre Wood. I know about, everything about him and Eeyore and Tigger and Roo and Piglet, everything. I love everything about it. So they celebrate it. And there was a little book that came out, The Adventure Begins, Lessons in Love for Your Life Together. And, there was something simple, and if you look at the drawings, I think the original drawings are fantastic. This is E.H. Shepard, who did, as far as I'm concerned, the definitive ones. And under The Adventure Begins, it says, "Love is kind. Eeyore," he said solemnly, "I, Winnie the Pooh, will find a tail for you." "Thank you, Pooh," answered Eeyore. "You're a real friend." And that was it. It was sort of nice. And Christopher Robin, looked after him lovingly and said to himself, "Silly old bear." Because that's what we thought about Pooh. There was something completely different about Pooh and Paddington. They're both completely different. And I just like the idea that sort of Winnie the Pooh, and still the drawings, and still the 100 Acre Wood, and still the party that they had for Pooh sitting at the head of the table, and everybody was there. And we just took it all in, didn't we? Animals that talked. We never thought about anything else. Love always hopes. Pooh thought how nice it would be if they met Christopher Robin suddenly, but quite accidentally, and only because he liked Christopher Robin so much. Love always perseveres. "Let's go and see everybody," said Pooh. "We'll go because it's Thursday," he said, "and we'll go to wish everybody a very happy Thursday." So Winnie the Pooh celebrates. Let's celebrate the bear as well. That was their special day, in addition to it being A.A. Milne's birthday as well. So thank you, our friends at Walt Disney. Lovely people. Lovely, lovely people. 12,500 cash machines will stay free to use. God, I hate to imagine how much money gets taken out of cash machines on a Friday and a Saturday night. It's what we do now, isn't it? We go, how much money? We go, oh, cash machine. So you go there. Do you put your hand over the numbers? When you're sort of keying in the thing. I never do. I never do. I think, go on, wrestle my card out of my hands if you dare. If you dare. Oh, right, they've got cameras. Have they? Oh, right. I've never had the card cloned. Except in a garage once, and it was an American Express card. And they did it at the beginning of the month, and then it was off on a free ride, I think, to the tune of about £9,000. If parking was free in a town centre, there'd still be nowhere to park, because all the parking spaces would be taken up by people who work. Well, that's all right. Just build bigger car parks. I mean, what I've seen, some places do, says the producer, is only charge for parking between 9 and 10. So people can't park their car all day and go off to work, but they can go shopping from 10 onwards. Oh, right, I see. So you charge for parking between 9 and 10, and then you go, right, you cut. Oh, right, okay, I see what you mean. There's a car park in Brighton Marina, which is free. Couldn't believe it, says Leslie. I spent about half an hour looking around for the pay machine. I know, you don't want to miss it, do you? Because if you miss the pay machine, they come out and they go, why did you not put a ticket on the car? I didn't even know you had to pay. But, of course, they actually make it, very, very difficult now for people who park. Mark and Kate say, seems like some people haven't got a sense of humour. Maybe the snowflake needs thawing on this frosty morning. My fellow trolley dolly, Kate, who is pack-backing around New Zealand, just messaged me to say she'd heard you mention a name and she's no problem in you calling us trolley dollies. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, snowflakes. 2 bottles of Prosecco now chilling at the Onward bar. No tattoos in sight. Yeah, I mean, I always get the feeling that people who sort of complain, it's like, somebody will complain about something you think, I bet you weren't even there. People writing about, well, of course, Prince Philip should be prosecuted. They weren't there. They don't know anything about it at all. They've just seen a woman with her arm in a sling on the television, and I think that's it verbatim. I could have been killed, she said, being the drama queen that we thought she was in the first case. Gareth in Hayes says very derogatory comments regarding flight attendants, and it says flight attendants go through a minimum of 6 weeks training minimum, which 5 is dedicated to medical care and evacuation procedures. Very different to someone who's completed a 1-day first aid course. No, they're not a 1-day first aid course. Fingers crossed you never need to receive medical care on your next flight to know the level of training the crew go through. Oh, Gareth, a little bit petulant, aren't you, really? Mind you, I've been to Hayes. I think it would make you petulant living in Hayes. Oh, I'm a trolley dolly. Can't actually afford to live anywhere decent, so I'll live in Hayes. I quite like Hayes, actually. I'll tell you for why, because a friend of mine worked in a record company there. There was a record, they made they pressed records. I'd forgotten they pressed records, where they had a bit of a plastic and they threw it onto the thing and pulled the handle down and out came a record, which was good. And another one here, John in Feltham says, unbelievable that a well-educated radio presenter... I've never been well-educated. What are you talking about? I left school at 15. Doesn't know to cover up your PIN number when using a cash machine. There are cameras. Steve, you can't be that naive, says John in Feltham. Oh, John, darling, don't worry about me. You worry about yourself. Don't worry, we've got them all out this morning, haven't we? There's more snow. Look out the window. It's not snowing, is it? A few of the flakes landed inside. One in Feltham. Mike says, worst thing is we have to pay through the nose for hospital parking. Yes. Oh, don't worry, I went into... Well, I didn't. I went on the bus. I've always gone on the bus for things like that. So, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think hospital... How are they supposed to make ends meet? How are they supposed to make ends meet? It's very difficult nowadays to actually sort of go and visit somebody in hospital. I agree with you, though. Why should you have to pay for it? But, you know, you have to. I mean, thousands upon thousands of people pay for it and don't moan about it. There's only a little handful of people who moan about it. And you'll probably find they're the ones who could probably actually easily afford to pay for it. So 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Still to come, what was this story here? I was looking at a story about, dogs. It's a mystery virus killing one dog a week. And as the devastated owners tell of their despair of losing their pet to this thing called Alabama rot, they're offering advice on how you can protect your dog. Because you worry about these sort of things, don't you? We've had a lot of that. And Park and Droid, the Gatwick trial for the robot valet that drags your car into the bay. I like the idea, but does it actually work? Yes, apparently. It's been overwhelmingly good. They've done a 5-month test at the Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. And when you look at it, it just looks like a small box that fits on the front of the car. So you just park, hop out of the designated drop-off area, and then the vehicle's whisked away by a robot. I mean, how much more it costs, I've got no idea. The system also links passengers' return flight number to the car park booking, so the vehicle is brought back upon their return. Well, we want this one, don't we? What a lovely idea. Lovely idea. LBC News. Morning, everybody. Dan says, looks like we'll all need extra de-icer this morning. The snowflakes are dropping from the sky all over the country this morning. I expected them to pull some sort of sculpture out of the ice last week after they finished towing the GC around the rink. Very disappointed. Yes, that would be quite funny, actually. And Ian says, I can't see why it takes 6 weeks to train somebody how to open a can of tonic water and heat up a tray of boring food. Yeah. I mean, of course, you know, everybody knows how trolley dollies are trained. They go, this is in the event of an accident. They explain it to you at the time you get on the plane. I watch it all the time. I love it. You know, in the event, we're giving you a torch and a whistle. You know, if you land on a slide and the lights will come on here and blah, 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 blah. The rest of it's fairly straightforward. Mainly, they're asking, is there a doctor on board? But they generally know, excuse me, are you a doctor? We've just had a check on the flight. You know, could you come and sort this out? So they're not medically trained. You know, they're trained to do things like stick a Band-Aid on or something like that. Or, you know, because we've had cases before of them sort of not knowing. There was that girl who died. Do you remember? She was having an anaphylactic shock. Nobody knew what to do. Dreadful. The record factory in Hayes was EMI, says Darren. No, this was a little tiny one. I know where EMI is. I know where that is. Lee says, I've flown with a particular airline to America a few times. The girls never charge me for my drinks. Happened about 4 times now. Somebody said they may think I'm an air marshal as I travel alone. Hope they never call on me for help after a few glasses of JD. I never drink on planes. I've only ever done it once. I didn't enjoy the procedure at all. I don't think planes are a place to drink, but my friend Graham drinks all the time on them. That's what the first thing he does, books into first class, sits at the bar and off he goes across the Atlantic. He's quite happy. Me, I'll have a tomato juice, which everybody goes, ugh, disgusting, isn't it? And I go, no, I like a tomato juice. And then occasionally I go, I think I'll have a vodka in that. And then halfway through it, I'm thinking, I don't think I really want this vodka in here, but it's too late. Too late. If you had to choose, Steve, between living in Hayes or Feltham, which would it be? Oh, either. I'm not particularly bothered about them. Really, it doesn't make any difference. Somebody says you wouldn't catch Dave O'Brien using the term trolley dolly. Of course you would. Of course you would. How little you know him. How little you know him. Never mind the cost. Have you noticed how much crime there is in multi-storey car parks, Steve? Seems to be a problem at many different levels. Oh, goodness me, honestly. Don't encourage it. And, Steve, love your show. No hairdressers at M&S at all now. They used to have chiropodists too. Yes, that was the whole idea. That's why all the women look very coiffured at the checkout. And you could always say, you work for Marks and Spencer's. Spicer says, bringing back memories, reading from Winnie the Pooh, Steve. Almost as happy as I'll be later using my disabled parking permit. Honestly, I couldn't get around without it anymore, whether I have to pay a parking fee or not. No, I mean, I just wish there wasn't so much of an abuse of the disabled parking. In America, they take it away from you. If you're caught using it fraudulently, i.e. using it and the person whose pass it is isn't in the car, and they caught some students at a university. I'm sorry, is this your parking permit? No, it's my brother's. Right, and he's where? He's at home. You know you're not supposed to use this. And so they take it away, say he'll have to reapply for it. He'll have to reapply for it now. And they should do that over here. Supermarkets are the worst. They just pull in there. OK, we go, I'm sorry, there's a disabled person trying to park. So? That's what their attitude is. There was some bloke who did it on YouTube. Big mistakes. They started filming him. British. And then he started getting all mouthy. Why don't you go and this and all the rest of it? In the end, his wife was so embarrassed, she reversed out of the disabled parking space. The bloke, because this big bloke who's holding a pram or something, he obviously thought he could park there. And so he said, who are you anyway? He said, I'm a disabled person. You know, you're parking in our spaces. We only get a few of them, and you're parking there. Well, I've driven round for about 10 minutes. So? Go drive round a bit more. Very annoying. Tony says, I went to a new petrol station in West London late night last week. Used my Amex. By the morning, a cloned version of the car was being used all across the web. It's never that fast. You know why? Because what they have to do is they have to make the card. So I know it would never be used by the following morning. I know. They generally leave them for a little while. But actually, you very rarely find that sort of cloning now. Very rarely find that sort of cloning in garages. That used to be the place. And the owner would go, oh, well, he's only just joined the company. We didn't know. It's when we used to slide it across, not swiping. That doesn't sort of do it at the moment. Sainsbury's? No, Salisbury. Sainsbury? No, Salisbury introduced free parking after the Novichok attack. Yes, I knew about that. In an effort to increase shopper and tourist footfall, the parking was abused by city office and shop workers, so they amended the free parking hours till after midday, says Stuart. Yes, I mean, I know all about parking there, because my brother used to work there, so I know all about it. When people say they're from Hayes, of course, they could come from the Hayes near Bromley. Much prettier place, says Ray from Hayes in Kent, also known as Heaven. I don't think it's ever been known as Heaven. We're not sure about that one. Heaven. Is it a bit dull? Oh, dear. Perhaps we should pass it on to Winnie the Pooh. Let Winnie the Pooh make a decision. Because there are some areas that people who live there, people who say, oh, so-and-so's awful, isn't it? And you go, well, actually, I quite like it. Quite like the diversity of different places now. What else we got? Birthdays today. Oh, you won't believe. Apart from Neil Diamond, it's also Vic Reeves' birthday. He's 60. Neil Diamond, incidentally, is 78. And also born on this day in 1930. Who do you think? If I say the word turkey, you say Bernard Matthews. There you go. You're absolutely right. He was Europe's largest poultry farmer. Left school at 16. What qualifications he had, I've got no idea. When he started, a turkey cost 2 weeks' average wages. By the time he'd finished, it was cheaper than cat food. And Ernest Borgnine was born on this day in 1917. He had 5 wives, including Ethel Merman, who was famous for "There's no business like show business, like no business." Oh, no. And so his last wife, sells jewellery on QVC. And I only know that because somebody said that's Borgnine's wife. I went, good Lord above. Good Lord. In AD 41, remember it well, Claudius became Roman emperor after his nephew Caligula was murdered, and we all remember that film. It was Daymont Records in Hayes. West London 1, says Mark. You are absolutely right, it was Daymont Records. Well done you. That's excellent. Also the paper today, there's, as research reveals just how much lack of sleep can reduce female desire, how any couple can find their perfect time for sex o'clock. I think the moment you have I know, I'm sorry to mention it so early in the morning, but I've a sneaking feeling that once you've had children, I think you kind of go off the idea, don't you? Because when you first get married, it's like, rabbits and mice. But after a few years, and you've had the children, and you've sort of, brought up the family and all the rest, it's kind of, do it tomorrow. Let's do it the weekend. Let's not bother at all. You sound very happy, Steve. Have you won the lottery? Well, no, but I'm pretending I have. I bought some tickets and I got 3 notifications. Congratulations, the ticket you bought was a winner, blah, blah. It'll be something stupid like £2.60. But I thrive on the fact that one time I'm going to open it up and it's going to say 72 million. And and that's going to go, oh, that's nice. I can buy this house I've been after for years. If I don't buy it soon, it'll go and I'll be Very unhappy. Steve, they don't have to make the card to clone it. They just use the details they've obtained from it. I know how it works, Helen. I've had a card cloned. I've just explained to you. Okay. Tickers are wonderful. These ones, they were using the card. They were using the card, okay? They weren't they weren't actually buying things because they have to have all sorts of bits and pieces. And most shops, you're probably not aware of it, but I'll tell you, they have a floor limit. So in other words, if you spend over a certain amount, my one was actually a physical card. They made a card with their name on it, but my details. Okay, I know how it works. Steve, there's 665 beds in the hospital around Euston. If everyone went by car, the car park would have to be 5 times the size of the hospital. Sainsbury's at Angel in Islington has free parking if you spend 10 quid or more, which is controlled by a gate and a parking officer. Yeah, that's interesting. Morrison's at Holloway has free parking and it's uncontrolled, but it's always full up due to people parking and going to work. Yeah, they get that all the time. Did you see in France? No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. It was France. A bloke. They used his field for car boot sales. Obviously a bit of a novelty over in France. And then the rest of the week, people parked on there to go shopping into town and go to work and everything else because it was easy. And it was only like a 1-minute walk. So what did he do? He got his tractor out, didn't damage the cars. He just dug a ditch all the way round where they'd parked and started doing furrows. So they couldn't get out. They were completely stuck because the ditch was below where they were. They couldn't go backwards because there was a ditch the other side. The local police were called in and they said, well, he's just digging furrows on his land. And the car parkers went, well, what are you going to do about it? And they went, I'm not going to do anything about it at all. You'll have to worry about it. Perhaps you'll have to pay him. Tickers are wonderful, Steve. So please stop squirting them with water when they come into the garden. No, we have to squirt them with water. Don't want to encourage that kind of thing. Sutton Council name and shame people who misuse disabled parking in our local newspaper, says Ray. Oh, you could spend a whole newspaper every day naming the people. Yes, exactly. I mean, of course, the one question the producer had was, who reads a local paper? Nobody reads the local papers. I'm not even sure they ever did. Our one used to be sold, then it became free, and then it was sold again, and I think now it's free again. It sometimes pops through the letterbox, but to be honest with you, I only read it to see who's been up in court. Just as if it's anybody you know, so-and-so on a driving charge, or this, or taking or driving away, or thieving, or whatever it happens to be. But no, local papers, they're a dying breed. I think they really are. It's a shame because that's what was your local news. But local news now is done on the internet. We have Twickerati, where we are. Twickerati, and that puts down all the local gossip, shops which are opening, shops which are closing, and all of that. One of John Hurt's greatest performances as Mad Emperor Caligula in the I, Claudius series. I never saw I, Claudius. I knew all about it, but I never actually saw it. What would you do first, says Julie, when you win 72 million? Oh, I've got 4 things to do. 5. Change the car and buy 5 houses. And you might ask why 5 houses? And you think, well, actually, it's probably only going to be 4 houses. But then I thought about buying the 5th one as well. It's in a little gated community, but it's very nice. It's very, very appropriate for me. And I thought that'd be quite nice because it's an investment. Property's an investment. Invest in bricks. You don't need to worry about bank rates going up and down. It's the property. And if the worst comes to the worst, somebody could always sell it, couldn't they? Or they could rent it or anything like that. So that'd be the first thing I'd do. Then I might go for emergency liposuction. There's nothing else I need to do. I might sort of change clothes. Well, obviously change clothes, but sort of go and buy some clothes or have a couple of suits made. Silly little things, nothing special. LBC News Time, 6:30 this morning. Coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast at 7 this morning after it was revealed that sex offenders aren't being monitored properly after their release from prison, with some even ending up in budget hotels. Nick will find out what's going wrong in the rehabilitation services by speaking to a probation officers union official. You'll also find out what will happen now to the speedboat killer, who's finally handed himself in, and the latest on the continuing search for the missing Cardiff City football player. Plus, with Sadiq Khan set to suggest this very idea, Nick will be asking if you think the amount which landlords can put rent up by should be capped. That's all with Nick Ferrari. At breakfast this morning from 7 here on LBC. My mum, says Carolyn in Hull, used to read the local Hull Daily Mail to find out who died. My friend still does. I can imagine that one. And Heather, my Norwich nurse, says, thank you for making my day special with your beautifully narrated Winnie the Pooh tales. My favourite. Brought a tear to my eye and a big smile on my face as I walked into hospital. Dave says, Ernest Borgnine was a famous homophobe. Well, there's only one evidence of this, whether or not it went for other films. As an Oscar-voting member, he refused to watch Brokeback Mountain, let alone vote for it. Something you should know. Why should I know? What difference does that make? I'm quite sure there are thousands of homophobes. Thousands of homophobes. Steve, you watching the new Sheridan Smith drama Cleaning Up? I'm not, but I do like Sheridan Smith. We got a really nice interview with her. Really good interview with her. Last night, she brought £15 worth of scratch cards in one go and didn't win a penny. OK, it's all fiction, but should be a warning to others tempted to do the same, says David. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. Stop being a snowflake. That's what people do. It's reflecting life. You're telling me next somebody went into the kitchen and did washing up. You go, well, they shouldn't be doing that. That means a woman's chained to the sink. You know, you just have to take it all with a pinch of salt. That's what people do. You know, people buy scratch cards from... I've seen people doing it. I've seen people buying shopping. The producers read a review of the show which said Sheridan's good, but the rest of it is ludicrous. What is it about? Is it about cleaning or something? Is it they're getting on some financial scam? Oh, right. Oh, nobody... Now, see, that reminds me of an old story of a black and white film years and years ago, and they were finding out how to invest in the stock market, and this group of cleaners seemed to be getting it all right, and it turned out the block of offices that they were cleaning, in the waste paper baskets, they were throwing away all the things, and they were just taking them out and reading out what it said, so they made an awful lot of money. Is it a similar kind of thing, isn't it? When nobody suspects the cleaners, they just come in here, and yet they were the ones who had all the information. I love it. Steve, Bromley, heaven. When you live at the gateway in the foothills of the Langdales, then you are in heaven. All snow covered at the moment. Heaven? Psh, silly boy, says Ian. And Lee says, would you park in a mother and child space? No. Of course not. I did with my 80-year-old mother, and when somebody pointed out I had no children, my mother said, I do. He's my child. Quite a nice one. And Dallas says, the trolley dolly chat reminds me of this old joke. A pompous businessman in first class snaps his fingers, called out, hostess, bring me some coffee. She comes over and with a stern face says, sir, I'm not a hostess. I am a professional flight attendant, conversant with first aid and fully trained to assist in the event of any in-flight emergency or forced landing. A vital member of this aeroplane's flight crew. Now, would you like sugar with your coffee? You remember years and years ago, and I tell you this because I featured it on LBC and I went. They were showing all the BA costumes that the cabin crew have worn over the years, and at one time, the cabin crew, the ladies, wore paper dresses, and people would set fire to them on the plane. Because you could smoke on the plane. Happy days. But you could smoke on the plane, and people used to try and peer up their skirts. They say, well, can you stretch up and do this? And then they'd be sort of looking to take pictures up people's skirts. Seriously. That's what it was like. That's what it was like. The big chill, freezing across the country, sweeping in, sweeping out. I think today we might have a little bit of snow, a little bit of light snow. I'm not too bothered, actually. I don't mind there being a little bit of snow at all. I can cope with that. The good news is that this year we are flocking to musicals. The bad news is we've lost a couple of really stunning ones. But now they're actually looking at how much to get. Who was it who went the other day? Somebody I spoke to said they went to see Hamilton. Who went to see... Oh, it was Theo Usherwood went with it, and he said it was £100 a seat. £100, mind you, they did rebuild the theatre for that. Rebuild. But gross revenue went up to 510 million due to substantial ticket sales at the largest UK theatres, which bounced back after a dip in 2017. So looking good, actually, Society West End Theatres are saying, but you need to keep it going. I always, if ever I go to the theatre and if I see something I like, I tell people I like it. Because, you should be pointed in the right direction. There's no point going to see something that's absolute rubbish. You want to go and see something that's going to give you something more back than you didn't have when you went into the theatre in the first place. Prince William uses the world stage to talk about his mental health issues. He's doing quite a few of these recently, isn't he? He's talking to the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Jacinda Ardern, in Davos yesterday. Then he did David Attenborough on the environment. That was a bit of an eye-opener. Obviously, William, they've just... I should imagine Harry sitting there going, can't I do anything? They go, well, not really. The wife's expecting, so just sit at home. It'll be fine. They'll find something for you eventually. Eventually, you'll find your calling in life. The deaths of 2 young women on the front page of the Express today. Hit during high-speed 999 police call-out, sparked pleas for an urgent review. They say that rules on fast response driving must be re-examined. We get them all the time up down Twickenham High Street. I mean, seriously, you've only got to step out. If somebody's deaf and they can't hear, how are they going to know that there's a police car coming? Because the speed they go, I mean, it frightens the life out of me. Seriously, at my age, I get frightened crossing the road anyway. Also, George Ali Gaia, back after his cancer battle, forced him off the air for about a year. for about a year. And now Paul McCartney's Live and Let Die, D-Y-E, thank you, embracing the grey look. Well, it's sort of white. He looks fine. He looks fine. Listen, he looks in the mirror, he sees Paul McCartney. Cliff Richard looks in the mirror, he sees Cliff Richard. He really does. It's as simple as that. These people look great. Because somebody said to me, you know, you're a big fan of Cliff. It's like, oh, God, forever and a day. I watched Wonderful Life again yesterday. I don't know. I go through odd phases where I'm sitting at home and I've got to be in the right mood to watch a certain type of film. If I'm watching a Christmas film, that can just basically be anywhere, absolutely anywhere. And so I quite like the idea of just picking a film out of the thousands I appear to have. Some of them in duplicate and I bought 4 copies of something because I couldn't find the first 3 that I'd bought. Robin says, my card was cloned and used in America within half an hour of me paying for my mother's birthday lunch. Where was I? Sudbury in Suffolk, as I explained to the nice woman in the fraud department. Yes, I mean, I think they're obviously buying online, aren't they? Somebody's buying online. Somebody says, is it okay to park in a disabled space if you're just going to use the cash machine? No. No, simple as that. In America, you'd be arrested. You'd be arrested. It's a case of this is for disabled people. I'm just using cash machine. I'm afraid it's a £700 fine, $700. And they'll generally find about 2 things to get you twice. The film about the cleaning ladies, I knew you would know, Ebbs, is The Ladies Who Do, featuring the redoubtable Peggy Mount, who came into my studio many, many years ago. And also in the same studio was Petula Clark, and they'd worked together years and years ago. It was a lovely meeting, but it was great. So it is the rip-off of the Harry H. Corbett and Peggy Mount, Ladies Who Do. Cleaners getting rich, says Nigel. See, I knew it was. David Cold in Sidcup says Peggy Mount, Dandy Nichols and Miriam Carlin. Everybody at... Love Miriam Carlin. She was a big fan of LBC. Big fan. Seen in the local paper ads section, second-hand tombstone for sale. Ideal for family by the name of Harrison. I think that's such a good old apocryphal story, isn't it? Yes. Somebody called Winnie. Dreamgirls at the Savoy Theatre, Steve. Fab. Yes, if only, but not on anymore, I'm afraid. It's finished now, and you've got 9 to 5. Which is the Dolly Parton musical. Oh, we're all up with our spangles this morning, I'm telling you. You won't pull the wool over our eyes at all. Plus, the last Dam Busters tribute. Gunner Fred has died at the age of 95. Fred Sutherland. 95 years old. These people are remarkable. Quite remarkable. And somebody upstairs must love them. Absolutely. Do you know Jane Fonda's 81? She's thrice divorced. She says women get older better than men get older, and that makes me feel very sad for men. When you're a man, change is harder. Yes, I mean, they don't... There's a dreadful picture online of poor Bobby Cole Norris, honestly, so deluded. He's had some sort of beard transplant or something. He really looks odd. I mean, he looked odd before. He looked like Ming the Merciless with those peculiar eyebrows. And now... You have a look at him and you think, oh dear, not getting any better, is it? Steve, I would highly recommend The Play That Goes Wrong, says Dan in Chelmsford. I've seen it 3 times and I've never laughed so much. Oh, you must have done. People always say they don't. Oh, I tell you, you could sew my sides up. I laughed so much. I liked, what was it? Was it Acorn Antiques, the musical? That was quite a good one. I thought that'd be a nice one to see for Christmas. Right, what would Pooh say? He like it when somebody sends me details of something in London that I'm not aware of. And somebody just says, as you know London like the back of your hand, have you ever been to see the remains of the 1,500-year-old underground Roman villa? Well, it's not a Roman villa. This is Mithras, isn't it? I seem to remember this is... I think they found some Roman architect. It's a temple. I don't think it's a villa at all. As far as I remember, it wasn't a villa. I've done the one as well. I've done the one under Mansion House, which is an amphitheatre. But to be honest with you, you've got to have the most vivid imagination because you're not seeing an amphitheatre. You're seeing some stones which were placed underneath. This one, I think about 2,000 years ago, when Londinium was founded by the Romans, this river, which is the Walbrook, marked the limits of the first settlement nearly 200 years after the founding of London. A Roman Londoner built a temple to Mithras on the reclaimed ground. So that's what it is. But there's things you can see there, but not. It doesn't look, as if you've been to Rome or something like that. But there must be, under our feet, there must be tons of stuff. Just down the road from here, there is a Roman bath, but it's a fake. It's a pretend Roman bath, but when I first saw it, somebody said, "Oh, it's a Roman bath." I went, "Oh, that's clever." And it's free to go to, this one here, but at the moment it's closed. So you can't go. Reopens next week, but you should look at it, actually. Free to go, and they appear to have all sorts of things going on. And so, well done, Bloomberg. Well done on that one. I like the idea. If sort of companies kept all this stuff on the site of the Rose Theatre, they of course put up an office block, and I believe it's all preserved in sand. And I think you can. I'm not sure if you can go to see that one, but again, it's one of these great places in London, which if you don't hear about it, then you need to be told about it, and then you can go and check. My sister, Steve, just sent me a photo of her garden thermometer in Adelaide, 50 degrees Celsius or 122 degrees Fahrenheit. She is jealous of our snow. I'm not at all surprised. If you haven't seen snow, and they do have snow in Adelaide, they will have snow in certain parts of the world where you think they won't. It's like in the middle of the desert. They go, "Oh, snow in Egypt?" Yes. Hello? Good Lord. Steve, I've got a blue badge. At Longacre, a few weeks ago, a woman had parked in the last disabled space and was getting her 2 children out. My husband asked if she knew it was a disabled space, and she said yes, but the parent and child bays are taken. We asked if she had a blue badge. She said, "No, I've got children." She agreed it was a disabled space. She was quite rude, came over to the car and asked if one of us was disabled, to which she said yes. She wasn't going to move in a hurry. We decided to go home and went back the next day instead. I didn't want a row. I called Longacres to tell them, and they said by the law they have to provide disabled parking, but there are no laws in place. I can't do anything about it. It's like even in the supermarkets. You know, so you parked in a disabled space, yes. Well, it's not for you. All right, I won't go there. That's what they won't do in it. What do you think they're going to do? Call the police? Of course they're not. Absolutely not. Robin in Battersea went to see the play That Goes Wrong, didn't find it funny at all. Sat there like a member of the audience in the producers, the original production. Reminded me of a very sub-Alan Ayckbourn play, Noises Off, which was very clever and very funny. Also, the first time I came across Patricia Routledge. Probably a joke there, I should imagine, at some point. Yes, Patricia. You know, we've not heard of Patricia Routledge for ages. Ages and ages. And she was on my television. She was Hetty Wainthropp. She was, you know, that marvellous character in Keeping Up Appearances, where it was just so brilliant. Have you been to the Museum of London, says Lee? Have I been to the Museum of London? Oh, goodness. Please. It's the Pope Catholic. Of course I've been to the Museum of London loads of times. And do you know what they've got, which you won't know? And you'll never see it in the museum, but it's outside. I'm not sure I should tell you, actually, because I don't want people to see it. I don't want people to see it. But there was a very famous theatre in London years ago, and it was called the Egyptian Halls. And it was a theatre of magic. And it was permanently magic. You'd go and see a magic show or a séance or something like that. And it was up by the Langham. The Langham Hotel. Is that up near the BBC? Langham, yeah. Literally opposite there was where the Egyptian halls were, and very near there, and there's a blue plaque and everything else. If you go, not into the Museum of London, but go down as if you're going into the car park, there's a back door to the museum, and the posts either side of it are from the Egyptian halls. And they're kind of hidden away. Nobody sees them. It's only because a friend of mine said, "Come and have a look at this, and then I'll tell you what this is." And I went, "Oh, my goodness. You'll be going there today now, won't you?" There'll be cab drivers pulling in going, "Let's go and have a look at this." Because they're big. They're not small. They're big. Big things. Rose Theatre has regular tours, says Angela. The Roman Amphitheatre is at Guildhall, not Mansion House. Well, it's in London. It's in London. Either way, you have to go sort of underground. But I was very disappointed, actually. Very disappointed in that one. The Rose Theatre, I was one of those campaigning to stop the diggers going in. Oh, yes, we all went there. Whew, I tell you, happy days, happy days. I was doing an overnight show on LBC, but we went down there before, and then we went down there after we finished. Then people took coffees down and everything to try and, you know, to stop people bulldozing it over. We didn't want it bulldozed. It's the Rose Theatre. Good God, I mean, next to the Globe, it's the most famous theatre in London, really. Front pages of the Papiers. Unrepentant speedboat killer smirks and says it's victim's fault. And here he is. This is Jack Shepherd. Also, AJ gets a flak smacker. Did they end up in the sack? That's the question on the Sun this morning. This is Caroline Flack and AJ Pritchard. You remember he was in a nightclub a short while ago, poor soul, and got attacked, him and his brother, for what? We've got no idea. But obviously she was pretty taken with him. It's odd, isn't it? Because he looks about 12. I've never seen anyone who looks so young. Sickeningly young. I wish I looked as young as that. It's been lovely. But anyway, so they got friendly at the NTA Awards. Plus, Blades of Death. Police see 50 knives from city streets in just 2 weeks. Are we surprised? No. Not at all surprised. Alzheimer's linked to gum disease is on the front page of the Eye this morning. Plus the Daily Mail, they've got the speedboat killer sensation swaggering in cuffs. Let's wipe the smile off his face, I should imagine they'll be saying by tomorrow. Missing Premier star plane should not have been flying, say the Mirror. And Caroline Flack and her new Strictly Toy Boy. The fact they left in a car and they were, she's got her arms around his shoulders. I mean, why would we read anything into that? Why would you read anything into that? Betrayal of the workers. Why won't our government buy our steel? 43% of steel ordered by the Tories last year came from Britain in the latest betrayal of our industry. See the Daily Mirror doing their usual bit of stoking the flames on the fire. Fugitive in speedboat death crash surrenders, front page of The Guardian. And opposition leader sworn in on Caracas Street, surrounded by thousands of supporters. Daily Telegraph, same story. Also Labour pushing to postpone Brexit. All babies are born equal, no matter what their race or class. Yes, healthy mothers have healthy babies. Healthy babies all grow at exactly the same rate, they've said. The footballer's pilot, who joked that he was rusty, and the sex offenders released to budget hotels. And officials from HM Inspectorate of Probation and HM Inspectorate of Prison says there was an indefensible lack of close monitoring, leading to a greater risk of somebody being sexually assaulted as a result of the failure to rehabilitate sex offenders or to put safeguards in place to protect the public. James Anderson led the charge for England on the opening day of the... Sorry, it's sport. I don't do sport. I suddenly realised, what am I talking about? It's cricket. We've never done cricket on this programme, and I shouldn't imagine we probably ever will. On the Times this morning, drug firms get millions for the war on superbugs, and a speedboat killer held after a 10-month manhunt. Dutch try to lure 250 British-based companies over Brexit. And the same quote here, I'm a bit rusty, the tragic footballer's pilot said before the flight. Only 2 of them apparently on there. Only 2 people on the actual plane. Today, I'm going to be talking to Tom Kerridge for In Conversation. And on Friday, Angela Douglas, the actress, will be in to talk about her very varied life. So there's all that to look forward to. And we'll be talking about a new film which stars one of the stars of Slumdog Millionaire. And believe you me, this ain't no singing and dancing show. It's quite hard-hitting. So all of that to play for coming up very shortly. That's it for this morning. Thank you. It is freezing cold out there. We've all had a little bit of snow. Probably in some parts of the country you're still suffering with it. But let's hope it goes away. But I have a feeling by the weekend it'll be rain and it'll be miserable and it'll be this and that. But it doesn't matter, does it? We get through it. Don't forget, the good news is by this time, when we speak tomorrow morning, you will have been paid, so you should be feeling in a much better frame of mind. No snowflakes on my programme. Queen's bootmaker wrestled to the ground by a gang of Rolex thieves. They're in prison. They always get caught, these thickos, don't they? Also, Britain's best chippy has been named. Unfortunately, it's not in London, which is a shame. Also, restoring Van Gogh's iconic sunflowers. They do know how many he painted, don't they? You do know that he was completely mad as a fruit bat and just painted sunflowers. Oh, Van Gogh, what are you going to paint today? I thought I'd do sunflowers. Yes, that's a good one. Yes, he did it yesterday. And so here's another one. Stack them up against a wall. 24 pictures, I think, something like that. And who have we found 6 foot under? Oh, it's not a pharaoh, but it's the sailor who gave Australia its name. He's been found, there's a whole set of bodies been found on an HS2 dig. Isn't that amazing that they found? I mean, I think they should leave him. Seriously, they've had all these different coffins just with little sort of plaques. I'll tell you more about it, that's it. I'll tell you more about him a little bit later on. Also, these belt alarms. You can do that with most people's cars. If I don't wear my seatbelt... Thank you, Poppet. If I don't wear my... Very good. Seatbelt in the car... Nothing happens. If I get into the producer's car, bing, 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 bing. That's what it does all the time. My one, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't even put up a sign if you don't wear your seatbelt. I don't know why. It goes on the weight of the seat, I think, so it knows somebody's sitting on there. So, in other words, if you've actually got something on the front seat that's the right weight, it will not activate the thing. But every time I get it, bing, 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 drives you bloody mad. It really does. But I don't have it. But you can switch them off. If I took my car into the garage, they could disconnect a seatbelt thing if I had such a thing, but I haven't, and they won't. Simple as that. But it does happen all the time. And I'm assuming the royal family don't want to sit there in the back of cars with these bing, 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 bing going on all the time, because it's very, very annoying. It's Australia Day tomorrow, Burns night tonight. Aye, the old pervert Robbie Burns. Oh, yes. In the papers today, he's a bit of an old scally, isn't he? Old Lang. Ooh, yes. Unfortunately, we're going to have to destroy the myths. Presumably that's why people drink. They drink to forget. Yes, Robbie Burns in the papers today. I think that's the first time they've ever mentioned Robbie Burns. There's also a picture of Davy Boy Beckham sort of attempting to cut a haggis. Of course, he hasn't got the faintest idea what it is, but he's having a whiskey, so you know just how it's going to end up. Dawn says, as you've been talking about Bros lately on the show, did you see that? She turned up on the One Show the other day. What was Matt wearing? His clothes are getting as camp as Christmas trees. He wears these funny little... Perhaps in America, that's what they wear if you're in the business. Brother looks far more acceptable. But I thought your listeners might like to know that the film After the Screaming Stops is going to be on BBC Two this Saturday. Well, it's been available on YouTube for ages and ages, actually. I first saw it on BBC Four about a month ago. Yes, I have got the DVD. I haven't seen the interview with Craig. He was the only one that did well out of it, wasn't he? He got £1 million and walked away for it, and they thought... That's why Luke wrote the book. No, funny, you thought Matt would have written the book, but Matt was too busy worrying about whether conkers were going to be allowed in schools and why we've got a dart, but we don't have a dartboard. Quite peculiar. Luckily, the whole audience on the One Show was just doubled up with laughter, because they take themselves so seriously. Seriously. And then for a brief moment, Matt smiled, and he suddenly thought, I can't smile, I'm Botoxed. So that was that one. So it's an interesting sort of rite of passage, I suppose, but it's not that good. But I haven't seen the Craig interview. And I was quite surprised the other day when Matt Goss started following me on Twitter. It depends if it's him, isn't it? You have to watch these things. I told you my goddaughter years ago was being followed by Eon Quigley, or whatever his name was, Owen Quigley. And it turned out it wasn't him at all. But she says, I haven't actually tweeted Matt, but I do follow him, and I've liked a few of his tweets. Yes. He has got a blue tick, but I bet you anything he doesn't manage his Twitter account. That would be somebody else. And the moment you actually follow him, you don't think he sits there doing it. It will be done by his people. I promise you. There's no way that Matt, with his issues, could ever actually sort of follow different people. So somebody in the office, or whatever they've got, his sort of PR or PA or something, will just start following all sorts of people. So you go, oh, he's really following me. And they go, he's not really, actually. It's just, you don't seriously believe there are that many sort of people. There's a very posh cafe in London. It's in top of the King's Road, and it's called the Bluebird Cafe. Is it King's Road, or is it the other one? But anyway, whatever it is, they've started selling Alphabetti spaghetti. I mean, you can't really believe it, can you? That a tin of Alphabet... I mean, I don't know how much they're actually selling it for, but I should imagine it's a lot more than it costs. But they have actually done it up a little bit with sort of some chopped up leaves and things like that. And I was sort of thinking to myself, when I was young, we did have Alphabetti spaghetti, and you could make up a name around the edge of your plate. And I remember thinking, that's really clever, isn't it? And then I went into Iceland the other day, because they do 4 tins of baked beans, £2.50, and they're always a good substitute. And I thought, that'll be nice. And and then right next door to them were the Alphabetti spaghetti thing. And I thought, shall I buy it out? And I thought, no, that's stupid, Stephen. You're over the age of 35. You're not supposed to be doing Alphabetti spaghetti. But I've decided today I'm going to go back in there and buy it. And I'm going to go and buy Alphabetti spaghetti and see if I can spell my name. And then take a picture of it. Steve Allen is cool with Alphabetti spaghetti. And people will be writing and going, how old are you? I'll be going, 39. Why? Does that mean you get to 39 and you can't use Alphabetti? I used to like spaghetti hoops. They were good fun. Yesterday, I had fillet steak and baked beans. Fillet steak, because it was going to expire today. And it had started looking as though it was about to come back to life. I took it out the top of the fridge, and it had gone quite red, and it was quite bloody, and I don't like things like that. So I took it out, sort of mopped it off, and then sort of cut it. It was delicious. Actually, it was very delicious. Tasted better with the beans. I've decided, actually, beans go with anything. In fact, sometimes you can stick a whole packet of onions in with beans, and it's absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. What else we got? Danny Dyer swearing at the NTA. Somebody's written into one of the papers and said, excuse me, real working class people don't swear in company. I turned on the other day. What did we get? It was through the keyhole, which had Gay Boy from Made in Chelsea on, Ollie Locke. Sorry, no, not Bobby Cole Norris. I don't think Bobby Cole Norris is living in a house. I think it's probably a tent or something. He's probably spent too much money on his facial surgery. As long as he pays his tax bill, we don't care. And it was Ollie Locke's place in West London. It was a bit naff, actually, to be honest with you. Obviously, he hasn't made that much money. And I don't know how old the programme was. And they went, I wonder whose house this is. Well, I guessed straight away it was a Queen's, and I wasn't wrong. And he sort of swishes onto the set, and it's a case of, I can remember the very first time we saw him. I think all these reality shows, except Love Island, have to have a gay boy. And even then it's in debate, isn't it? For some, I think the last time we had Love Island, somebody's saying, this one, definitely, but, watch it. Watch this one. That'll be interesting. Why celebrity women can't resist a toy boy? Back to good old Caroline Flack, isn't it? Again, Caroline, she's either sort of, crawling out of a bar or a pub or an event or something like that, or she's with a toy boy. And the latest one is AJ Pritchard, who, as I say, when you see him, he looks even younger than he does in photo. He looks young in photographs. Plus, the sister of the missing Cardiff City striker has begged officials to keep looking for him. She says he's still alive. I hate to tell her, but I think but it would be the 1,000,000,000 to 1 shot that he would still be alive. Ice cold waters, bad weather conditions, middle of nowhere. It depends where he swam to. He'd have drowned ages ago, I would have thought. Whether they find his body is another matter, but I have a sneaking feeling that they haven't, but they have called off the search. What have we got? It's happy birthday to John Cooper Clarke. That's all I can tell you. He sort of pops up. He looks a little bit like a ghost or a shadow. He's very pale, and he does poetry. I can't repeat any of the poetry. That's the funniest stuff. Also, 8 years for the surgeon who staged the fake burglary for the bogus insurance claim. 8 years in prison. 8 years in prison. Won't be doing that one again, will you? And the train now standing at the auction house will set you back £200,000. If you're a fan of railways, you're going to love this train. It's a model. It's beautiful. I mean, it really is. It's absolutely beautiful. If I had 200,000, I wouldn't buy it because I wouldn't want to do that, actually. Somebody says it sounds like you're capping and uncapping an aerosol. No, it's not, actually. You never guess what it is, would you? Could be anything, really, couldn't it? Could be anything. There you go. It's like, guess the mystery noise this morning. They used to have that, actually, on another radio station. BBC Local Suffolk or something, I can't remember. Anyway, they used to guess the noise. Or failing that, the most popular ones on the BBC stations were where you have to... It'll be one word. Somebody's saying one word, and you've got to guess who the celebrity is. They kept it going for ages on one radio station. They go, and here's this morning's mystery noise. And you'd hear it, and you go, I've got no idea what that is. So it's not an aerosol. No, it's definitely not an aerosol. Oh, my tea this morning. They've changed the tea bags again. They've changed the tea bags, so I'm using mine, which are lovely. 2 battered haggis, chips, mushy peas and gravy. The chippy doesn't do neeps and tatties, says Dean. That sounds like... There was a woman the other day and it's people who are very, very big and they want to lose weight. But she did the same as somebody who smoked a lot of cigarettes and then said, right, I'll just finish this packet of cigarettes, then I'll stop smoking. And so she was very big. And so I'm just having a takeaway. What did she order as a takeaway? Most people, sweet and sour pork, special fried rice, chicken chow mein, battered chicken, all sorts of... No. Chips with curry sauce and chilli, and rice with curry sauce and chili flakes or something else. And she literally just piled the whole lot onto one plate and started eating it. I'm thinking, you're going to die. You're going to die. It was an enormous meal, even by my standards. Jim says, we'll make a vegetarian of you, at least a Presbyterian out of you, if you go to that big radio station in the sky. There is no big radio station in the sky. There is no... I've spoken to people who've been there. They've said they've looked around. There is no radio station in the sky. I'm going to be sitting on a cloud talking to myself. I mean, how... Actually, wait a minute, it's not unsimilar to what I do at the moment. Why are you buying tinned baked beans? Why don't you buy the 4-in-a-pack microwavable snap pots? 1 minute and no washing up, says Jackie. I don't do the washing up anyway. What, you thinking because I buy tinned baked beans? No. I use metal trays. You know, like you're on an airline, they give you a tray with it all... That's what I'm like, and then I just throw it all away, which is not cheap. But I did see a woman in Waitrose. She had lots of little things she'd bought, and one of them was a little tin of beans. I mean, like a little tin of beans, tiny tin of beans, really small. And I wanted to say to her, why don't you buy 1 big tin of beans? It'll work out a lot cheaper, and you just get a plastic lid to put on the top. Much better. Steve brought back memories of trying to get as many spaghetti hoops on the 4 prongs of a fork before shoveling it into my mouth. Yeah, we all used to do that. We used to do that all the time. Steve, I'm having my people, well, my fingers, type this to tell you my car has one of those damned beeping seatbelt alarms, and they drive me bonkers. Every time I put the shopping on the seat, it bing, 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 bing. I'm getting a migraine at the very thought of it. Oh, I know. I can think of things that really annoy people. You know, countless times you can annoy people so easily on one programme. Also, Her Majesty plays a live version of Pointless at a World War I event in Norfolk with Alexander Armstrong hosting in person. And what was the other one? Oh, Mary Poppins, £2.5 million in 3 days in ticket sales. And I've still not seen the blooming thing, but I have ordered it. I've sort of pre-ordered for when it comes out on DVD, of which it will. Anton Deck hit by more fury. They've just been given another award. Not been on blooming television. One of them for the best part of a year. They've just got a Guinness Book of Records award. You know why? Because they got 18 years of winning the Personality of the Year. I told you it was a fiddle. So they actually win something. How he was put up for it, I've got no idea. And then because they won that, because they won it every other year, it's a case of they now get the Guinness Book of Records award. I mean, it really is, honestly, it really is disgusting. So whichever way you look at it, it's a convicted drunk driver who's not been on... if he'd been on television, I could understand it. But he hasn't. He really hasn't. Well done, you've made it to Friday. In fact, you've made it since Christmas. So this is fantastic, isn't it? Well done. Dennis in Banbridge in County Down says, Steve, why not get some Numberetti too? I didn't even know. I just had to check on what it was. I've got no idea. But apparently it's the same. Presumably it's made by the same people who make made by Heinz as well. So Numberetti spaghetti, and then you can put your age beside your name. Just think how cool your listeners would think you are. I might go have a look for that as well today. I see no reason why you can't have half a tin of each, which is quite nice. Steve, it's definitely an aerosol can. No, it's not. I promise you it's not. I promise you. Hand on heart. Definitely not. Definitely not. I wish I could tell you it was an aerosol can. It would make it so much easier. But it's not. Jane says, you'll love the Mary Poppins Returns. It's really true to the spirit of the original with lots of references back. That's what the little bits I've seen, I love it. I don't know it, but I'm willing to give it a go as well. David Beckham, oh yeah. Oh, and also a thief. She went on a crime spree at her local Greggs. I mean, seriously, you're shoplifting from Greggs about 15 times. She's been picking up sandwiches from their thing and walking out with them. You know, but you see that a lot, don't you? Is it a highlighter or a marker pen lid being lifted on and off, says Simon? No, it's not. Give it to you again. I wouldn't fib to you, seriously. He says, I always thought my friend's seat alarm was a wait alert. Naughty. No, it's I only discovered that if you lift yourself up off the seat, it stops making the noise. So it's obviously something to do with weight, isn't it? I should imagine. Plus. Can't talk about that one. Can't talk about that one. Can't talk about that one. This one looks quite good, doesn't it? It's the celebrity women who can't resist a toy boy. This is Caroline Flack. Can't resist a bevy, can she, really? 39, AJ Pritchard, 24, but looks about 15. Seriously, he looks very, very, very young. Kate Beckinsale and Jack Whitehall. But he's sort of cute, isn't he? Jack Whitehall could sort of just entertain you at the same time. I don't really want to dance, so I wouldn't be that interested. Jack Shepherd enjoyed ski trips and boozy nights out while on the run. The speedboat killer, 31, could still be trying to evade justice in the UK despite handing himself into police. Yes. Well, there you go. Don't worry. What goes round comes around. Oh dear. Trying to find... Oh, care homes. We like a good care home story on this programme. This is the story that care homes spend a daily average of £2.44 per person feeding slop to elderly residents. A nursing home, one of them, which boasted of restaurant-style dining, allegedly served up a slice of ham with a handful of frozen chips. Diane Thompson shamed Claremont Parkway Care Home in Kettering. I know Kettering. You know why I know Kettering? There used to be a little amusement park in Kettering, and we used to go on a little wild mouse, Big Dipper kind of thing in Kettering, and that's the only reason I know Kettering. It's the only thing I know it. But over the food, she claims it served her mum. Its brochure boasted delicious, appetising menus, but Diane said the meal was disgusting. Claremont insisted residents were happy with the standard of food. They're residents, they don't know. They don't know, but if that's what they say. It's called Wicksteed Park. Is it got a wild mouse on there? I went on that as a child. That was my first roller coaster. Woo! Is it a lip seal stick? You mean a lipstick? Is it a lipstick? Because it does. Could be a lipstick, couldn't it? Albeit a slightly bigger than usual one. I mean, this you could... Not really, no. See? I'll give you little hints on it. Steve, I think Anton Deck winning the NTA was more in recognition of Deck, who carried on professionally through the year. He got paid for it. He got paid for it. What do you expect him to do? Stand there and go, I'd like to welcome you. No. He got paid for it. Of course he carries on. That's what he is. He's a professional presenter. I would expect him to do that. Ant was off, and to Ant's credit, he did accept this award isn't for me, but for my friend Deck. He shouldn't have gone up for it. Makes a mockery of being done for drink driving. It really does. Is it a packet of mints? Says Richard in the Wirral. No. Gary says, is it a medical device? I do hope not. I appreciate the fact it probably could be, but I promise you it's not. Also, actually, if you've got a relative in a care home, what's the food like? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it indifferent? I mean, do people, when they get to a certain age, not eat very much food? Can you get away with sort of serving them, not the greatest? I mean, some places, like Cordon Bleu. This one doesn't sound the best, does it, really? And a Para-Olympian who represented Britain at bowls has lost his job after benefits assessors took away his mobility car. Which is not good, is it? But mind you, we do seem to hand things out left, right and centre in this country. There was a thing the other day, I've started watching these Americans who are stopped by the police, and then they start kicking off. And there was one, would you like to get out of the car, ma'am? No, we had one yesterday who ended up being tasered. And this one, he said, oh, can I have this? And then so she starts doing so I've got to produce this again. Why do you ask? And I'm thinking, you've got an attitude problem. You've got a major attitude problem. And so eventually it turns out she's not getting out of the car for anybody. And he's insistent she is going to get out of the car. So eventually he gets the car door open, gets her out, because he's a police officer. And she's broken the law. It's as simple as that. So she then shouts to her friends, start videoing, and then screams for the whole thing. Literally, it's like one of those car alarms. So it goes on and on. You know she's a fraud. And then there was another one. She's a counsellor. She's driving in a car with her little boyfriend who doesn't have a licence, and she seems surprised that the police have stopped them. These crooks out there on the road, and she's in power. She has no idea that she's being filmed. And so she says, I'm going to, I should be contacting the police chief. Can you get the police chief on the phone for me? No. Can you get a police officer? I am a police officer. It's amazing, isn't it, really? It is absolutely amazing that these sort of things go on. But because everything is filmed nowadays, it goes up on the thing. The counsellor got fired the following day. The one the other week, got fired as well the following day when she was going, can you tell me the charge? No, it's nothing to do with you. Well, I'm a commissioner. Listen, ma'am, commissioner, call me commissioner. Okay, let's just call you a bent crook, shall we? Because that's what happened, and she was out the following day. Is it a roll-on deodorant? Could be, but it's not. Strangely enough, Darren also thought the same as Martin. Is it an air freshener? Now, come on, logically, what would I be doing with an air freshener in the studio? Sky News have reported... Is this true? Have we actually checked? So this is the prominent American gay conversion therapist, David Matheson, is divorcing his wife. This is somebody who's been on television over the years. You don't have to be gay. You can come out. Anyway, he's a gay boy. He's divorcing the wife and he's come out as gay. Another person in the long list of anti-gay individuals who, surprise, surprise, turn out to be whoopsies, says Jason. Yes, I agree with you. Hypocrites, one and all. Was he doing it through God? He was one of the God-fearers, God... and you only had to look at these people, you go, you're a Mary. Come on, straight away. You don't need to start... You've got to be truthful to yourself. So what he did, he's blamed it on the Mormon Church. Oh, Lord above, don't tell me. The homophobia in the Mormon Church. It hadn't actually crossed my mind. I mean, I'm aware that most churches don't seem to subscribe to things like that, and yet there's more sort of whoopsies in the Roman Catholic Church than you can shake a stick at. So obviously something's festering there as well. But David Matheson is going to divorce his wife and is now coming out as gay, which means he's got a boyfriend. That's it. They never want to... Otherwise, you're just going to be wandering around like a lonely little soul. Is it a hairspray can, says Damien? No. James says the clicker. Is that your medical tablet organiser? No. That doesn't make that sort of noise, actually, my medical box full of all the... Because you get a box for each week of tablets. And I discovered 8 empty boxes the other day I had to take back in again because Mr. Shah fell over and he wasn't there yesterday, so I'm not even sure if he's still in hospital. Honestly, what happens to people nowadays when I'm not there? Steve, have you seen the new Star Trek's Discovery? It'll be right up your street. Encompasses all. You've got to see it. You've got to see it to see my point. Is that what is Star Trek's Discovery? Is that something I don't know about? Just a new Star Trek. I never did Star Trek, but I've got a complete set of Star Trek, whatever it is, on Laserdisc. On Laserdisc. Isn't that amazing? Still got them. Because it just looks bigger. If I had my way, I'd have a cinema at home. But there's nowhere to put it. It's going to go on the kitchen wall or something like that. It's Just the Devil Who Wears It. Prada under fire for selling overpriced T-shirts. Mind you, Victoria Beckham fits into that category as well. How on earth you can even charge, anything over £1 for a T-shirt, a white T-shirt, is totally beyond me. I went to Austria some time ago and I was there's some reason I bought it was in the summer, lots of Yugoslavian T-shirts, white T-shirts. Admittedly, you washed them and they disappeared. But they were selling them at the equivalent of 25 pence each. So I bought about 40 of them. I don't think they'd ever seen anybody buy 40 white T-shirts. But they fitted for that brief moment, and then when you took them off, you threw them away. It was, you could go and clean the car. So much easier. So boozy crash teen is jailed, and the classroom for improvement. Yes, 1 in 10 secondary schools. There you go. It does sound a little bit like an insulin pen cap, but I assure you, Pineapple, it is not. Jem says, is it a flask? No. Therese says, is it the case for your glasses? No. Pot of sweetness, says William. No. Stapler, says Maria. No. Travel mug, no. Travel mug, no. I like the idea of it being an insulin pen cap. I suppose it could be, actually, if you think about it. Could be, but it's not. Care home cuisine, the lumpy porridge and tired scrambled egg my late mother was served at her care home made me feel ill just to look at it. Still, says Suzanne, she seemed to like it. I don't think people care when you get to a certain age. It's just food. It's put in front of you. It's like people complain about hospital food. And when I go, on the odd occasion, I've been to hospital, I've had an overnight stay, I thought the food's been great. Because you're that hungry, you'll eat anything. And when I had it for the burns, I stayed in, she came around and said, what would you like? And I put down jelly for breakfast. I wanted a jelly. Not much good for me, but I just fancied a jelly. You have these sort of strange cravings, and that was the Steve Allen strange craving. The food on nursing homes, says Dean, is a national disgrace. The bad homes get away with it. Even the regulators of nursing homes don't do anything until it's too late. Until they're caught out. Until they're caught out, mainly by somebody saying, my mother was in a care home, she thought the food was dreadful. But I suspect you will find that most people in care homes think it's okay. Because they wouldn't know any differently. Many people, we used to have a care home near me, just up the road, just by Richmond Green. And if you went past on the bus, it's just a lot of people sitting in armchairs staring at the ceiling. That's it. It was no sort of quality of life whatsoever. Unfortunately, says Kevin, cheap clothing is destroying the environment worldwide. Look into where these clothes are made and you'll see the wholesale disaster areas. Glenn reckons it's a 35mm camera case. But mind you, he's in Victoria, Australia. It's not. An eyeglass screw set? Definitely not. And, interesting. Care home food is a disgrace, Steve, as is hospital food for old people. There are exceptions, of course. I thought mine was fine. When I went in for my heart, I had a very, very nice, I think it was like a cottage pie. That was delicious. Seriously, I would have licked the bowl if they'd let me, but they whisked it away from me, lest I start sort of indulging in dreadful habits. I've got the closest one yet. Spiking on the A13, Steve, it must be hand moisturiser. You're the closest. You're the closest. You're the closest. I'm amazed, actually. It obviously comes over very differently on different people's radios in the car. Yes, if you are phoning to take part, please don't. This isn't. It's not really BBC Local Radio, who have just had an award ceremony, which I noticed. I was sort of reading it, and they go and local radio so and so. Is it the cap to hand cream? Says Kent. No, you're close. Is it some sort of tool? Says Gary. I don't think so. No. Is it the lid off your swear box? Says Lee. Is it an AK-47? Oh, you're nearest as well. It's an AK-47. And the other, is it some sort of tool? No. Shampoo lid? No. Listen again. Listen carefully. Okay, coming off. Putting on. Come on, I mean, it couldn't be easier. Steve, I'm back in West London, visiting family. This is from John in Margate. I've got 4 lovely days off. Be nice to get away from the smell of marijuana and Stella. I'll be trading in for the aroma coming out of a dozen Indian takeaways. How lovely. How lovely. I could smell a curry the other day. I got back home and I could smell a curry. It smelled so delicious. And I thought, oh, I quite fancy a curry. I haven't had one for ages. Dave says, I work for a care home company in Somerset. And the food where I've worked has been great. Mostly home cooked and very tasty. Is that tasty? Very, very tasty. It's very tasty. Woo. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because I've never been in a care home. I just know what people tell me, that the food isn't great. And I've always sort of likened it to TV programmes. Amazing how many people wrote to me the other day after the Sheridan Smith programme about the cleaning ladies, and me saying it was likened to this film, which was made some years ago with Peggy Mount. Collins, Steve, was on my flight last year, no minders, and guess what? Nobody was the least bit bothered. Exactly, why would you be? Inflated ego, talentless. Cold Feet is great, says Paul. I'm enjoying this series. Star Trek Discovery is on Netflix, and it's actually quite good. By the way, is it a glasses case? No, Bernie in Warwickshire gets it. It is facial moisturiser cream. Well done, Bernie. I said it's Olay's 7-in-1, and it's a little pot, and you push the plunger down, and it dispenses a little bit of cream. And so facial moisturiser cream. I don't know whether it's supposed to make you look younger or anything like that. Who was it who did that in a film once? Somebody was sort of saying, oh, it's to make you look beautiful. You know, you put this... I can't remember what it was. I mean, this isn't guaranteed. It just says it's anti-aging moisturiser. I'm here to tell you it's not. I'm here to tell you it's not. It doesn't matter. I don't care, actually. I dropped my new phone yesterday, but luckily I thought it was on an aircraft mode, so it landed safely. Oh, God. That's a bit of an old gag, isn't it? But I quite like it. Because I didn't know what aeroplane mode was, actually, until a short while ago, and you're supposed to put your phone on it. I've got my own cup. Got my own cup here. I rescued it, this thing. I think it looks like it's one of those cups from a coffee shop. And it's quite nice, actually. Quite nice. So, here is the mother. So she books a holiday. Like, you know, people book holidays. You go through and you go, which one... Can you not touch the top with your hands of the cup, because that's the bit I drink with? How many minutes? Here we go. So it's 10-2. Let's see how we go. Thank you. Oh, he's doing the long distance one. There's one round the corner here, and he insists on going for a walk down there. But anyway, so you decide to go on holiday, and you go into the travel agent, and you go, let's have a look through, and then you find the places that you want to go to, and you decide you're going to Turkey. So you book the hotel. It's all very nice, and it's all very fine. She's a mum of 2. She claimed she went on a water slide and she was almost squashed by an obese woman also on the water slide. Now, it's one of those water slides which you get in at the top and then you slide all the way down and then you shoot out the other end. And that's what happened to this woman here, who she claimed needed life-saving surgery when her internal organs were ruptured when the holidaymaker shot out of the flume and landed on her. Because sometimes they come down quite a rate. The idea is once you've exited, you shoot off to one side. You don't sort of lie there, because there's other people coming down this thing. And this particular woman, the healthcare assistant's injuries included a split liver. She said, the travel company didn't bother to find out where I was. I was left to sort out my own care. But why should that be... I mean, I don't quite understand why it would be their problem, something that happens on a water slide. She does say that the hotel failed to monitor who was coming down the slide. I've never been in a hotel yet with a water slide where they have somebody monitoring it. The idea is you come down the slide and you exit either left or right, because the next one's coming down directly after you. Whether it's an overweight person or a thin person, it's the same kind of effect. But the holiday company said they had been in touch with her. I suspect here, she said a friend had to pay her £5,000 surgery bill up front. So you didn't have insurance. This is where it all stems from, isn't it? You didn't have insurance. What do they do when you go on a holiday? They tell you at the airport, do you have holiday insurance? Oh, no, nothing will happen to us. And then it does. And then you have to cough up for things. If she'd had holiday insurance, she would have been fine, I suspect. But because she didn't, she wants her 5,000 quid back. And the holiday companies say, nothing to do with us. You should have taken out the insurance. And whenever I go to America, because of my various illnesses, I have to take out travel insurance. And it's the moment they start hearing more and more different things you've had done, the more the insurance bumps up. It starts off at a very reasonable £100 for a week. By the time you finish, you're near 320 quid. Seriously, praying that you don't get sick, but it's there as an encouragement, I think. But you don't go on holiday and start using water slides going, oh, they weren't particularly bothered. Why would they? It's up to you. That's up to you to sort of get to the bottom of the slide. I don't know, I wasn't there. I'm just saying to you that she should have had insurance. Everybody should have that when you go on holiday, especially with 2 kids. Childhood memories. When you were little, we all had favourite food that our mummies either cooked or they bought in, and it makes you feel nostalgic. So things like a soft-boiled egg was considered quite good. I don't eat soft-boiled eggs now, but I used to eat them all the time. Rice pudding. I used to love a rice pudding. A roast dinner. When we were children, we didn't really have a roast dinner. We didn't do that at all. Fish fingers, chips and beans. That was quite nice. Trifle. Love a trifle. Always love a trifle. Cream. The biscuits at the bottom, the fruit, the jelly. I love all of that. An Arctic roll. However, when you go through the list of things that you liked, it's what you call a page filler here. Toffee apples. Candy floss, all the sort of things that you know are really, really yucky. Cola cubes. Please don't write in with your favourite sweets. Jam roly-poly, Viennetta. I used to love Viennetta. I've never had Viennetta for best part of 5 years. Spaghetti hoops, I'm definitely having today. I'm definitely going to have spaghetti hoops today. Eggy bread, never had eggy bread in my life. Alphabetti spaghetti, yes. Potato waffles, I love potato waffles. Orange squash, yeah. Lemon squash. It's got to be Robinson's. Iced buns. They used to do them pink. Sometimes the school I was at, we used to get them in pink, which were lovely. Taking him 5 minutes so far to find the kitchen. Mint choc chip, ice cream, cola float. You know where you actually pour in the Coca-Cola and then you put a big dollop of ice cream over the top of it. I thought it worked better with lemonade. I thought it worked better with lemonade as opposed to Coca-Cola. Fig rolls. See, I like fig rolls. Most people go, oh, how can you eat fig rolls, Steve? Chocolate mousse. Never enough, is it? Never enough. Oh, no, it's not him. I thought it was him bringing the tea back. I don't know. Perhaps we should send out Hannibal and the Blooming Elephants to try and find him. How you can get lost between here and the kitchen and turn on a hot tap, I've got no idea. Potato faces. I think I remember potato faces. Popcorn. Yeah. French bread pizza. Yeah. I love French bread pizza. And turkey dinosaurs. No, but they sound disgusting. Potato waffles. How lovely. Toasted sandwiches. Spotted dick. Oh, we'd all put our hands up for that one. Licorice sticks and macaroni cheese. And just bread and butter pudding. Or just bread and butter. Sabrina says, please don't play that game again, Steve. Makes my brain hurt trying to work it out, and I never get it. Why is she not suing the woman who fell on top of her? I don't think she sort of fell on top of her. I think what happens is, as with all these slides, the whole idea is you gather speed, you shoot out the bottom, and you hit the water, and everybody goes, yeah, it's fantastic. And so, as I say, what you then do is you get out of the way. Because there's somebody else coming down the slide. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm sure she's been on the slide loads of times, and it hasn't been somebody after. This person shoots out the bottom, because she was quite large, and landed on top of her. They didn't have holiday insurance. They have to take her to hospital, and she's got to pay £5,000. And she's obviously thinking, I want the money back. So somebody said, why don't you sue the holiday company? Why would you sue the holiday company? They weren't on the slide. What do? I mean, are they supposed to monitor people? Go, OK, leave it 10 minutes before the next one goes down. No, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. It'll be interesting to see how it goes in relation to other people thinking about that. Andy, the neon light trucker on the A1. 7 minutes he's been away now. Did your friend from BBC Radio Shropshire win anything in the BBC Local Radio Awards? I don't think so. Actually, all they got last night's Gillard Awards was accommodation in the best story category. Wait for it. Telford's Nazi war criminal. I rest my case. Shane's going to the Sydney Opera House tomorrow for the Australia Day celebrations. They said it's going to be 40 degrees. It sounds vile. Hope you're keeping well, Steve. This is Ben in Taipo, the New Territories. The sun is shining. The skies are blue. Do you know, the sky... When I left here yesterday, because the interview got cancelled... So we didn't do the interview yesterday. We were sitting down, and then, unfortunately, he was stuck up in Leeds. Must be the place to go to, I suppose. But anyway, here we go. Oh, hello. Did you get lost again?
No.
Took you 10 minutes.
I didn't.
It did. Hello. It's 8 minutes too. 8 minutes that took you.
No, not 10 minutes.
I could have built a kitchen in 8 minutes. Ridiculous. Have you ever heard anything like it? He's gone off again. Where's he gone to now? It's like losing some child, isn't it? That's why when he was little, they used to put reins on people. Do you remember reins? And say you'd walk in front of your mother. I didn't even get water this time, did I? Oh, no, you didn't ask for water. He's got yourself water, of course. Hello. Not for me, though. No, yeah. No, I don't want yours. I want my own. I don't want that one. I'm not having that one. I want another one. I want a fresh... And now you started drinking out of it. Why would I want that one? Ugh, disgusting. I want an ice cold water. Okay. But anyway, he said the factories and... What did I... Oh, yes. When I went back on the bus yesterday, going over Waterloo Bridge, the sky, I should have taken a photograph, was the most beautiful orange. It was seriously the best orange I've ever seen. And Ben says, looking forward to exploring the greener sides in the New Territories with hikes, waterfall walks with plunge pools when we have our week of public holidays starting 1st of Feb. So factories, maximum production levels for the past few weeks in anticipation of the Chinese New Year break. Oh, lovely. Tony says the larger person going down the slide would have been slower going down. The one claiming must have been way longer than they claim. I don't know. Somebody says, I wouldn't want Gemma Collins coming down on top of me at speed. Well, no, you probably wouldn't. I mean, that would be quite difficult, I should imagine. But she wasn't on this holiday, although she might as well have been. But I think it's because they didn't have any insurance. That's what I think it is. Oh, looking forward to that ice-cold water. Cool as a mountain stream. Yummy, 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 yum. Perhaps during the news it might arrive, because we've got the news. It's all very hot. The water, tepid. That's all I can tell you. Obviously, he's been digging a spring outside in the car park, and he's decided, we're going to get our water from there in future. I said the cup's warm. And he went, I had to go upstairs and I thought, oh, Lord above, honestly. Apparently, my friend Callum, I've not seen Callum for a little while, actually, because he works for one of our sister stations, very important. And he says TGI used to do a great Coke float, or as he's put down here, a great Coke floke. What's a floke? Is that sort of a different version of a float? He said, we'll do one next week. There we go. That's straight to HR. Straight to HR. I'll not be threatened like that, I tell you. We used to do... I'm sure when people did Coke float, did you put the ice cream in first and then the Coke, or is it the Coke in and then the ice cream that floats around on the top looking like a softly melting iceberg? Which they are. I don't really know, actually. I can't remember, because my mother didn't allow us to have things like that. We didn't... We did do a Wimpy, but it wasn't very often. But I quite... A Coke float, eh? Can you do it with alcohol? Could you do a Coke float with sort of vodka and then the ice cream on the top? Ice cream first. Oh, right, and then the Coke. Oh, right, that sounds quite nice. We used to like Corona. Do you remember Corona? We used to have a lorry that came round and you'd order your Corona, and there was one that was green, which was sort of like a lime and lemon, and there was an orange one and a red one. We used to love Corona. And they did an ice cream... What was it called? Ice cream something thing. And then you do that, and then you do the ice cream on top of it. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Could you do a quick in conversation with the assistant producer live? Yep. How are you? He said he's fine. There you go. That's a very quick conversation. You don't want anything. You don't want to hear anything else from him. He's gearing up for Robbie Burns night, and he's going to be celebrated, but not in a kilt. I thought that was de rigueur. I reckon if Callum had the opportunity to wear a kilt, he'd wear a kilt. I don't think he's even got a kilt. I think it's a load of old codswallop. You don't have a kilt. I thought you didn't. No. You haven't got one, have you? Because you don't have a family tartan. You can hardly have it if you're Albanian, can you? They don't have... Is he Albanian? Where's he from? Armenian. They don't have tartan, do they? Do they have tartan in Armenia? Well, there you go then. You don't have a tartan. What is your... Have you got a clan? I'd like to see him in a clan. You're in the same clan? Well, how come you two are in the same clan and I'm not in a clan? How does that work? You're distantly related. Oh, God, what fun nights out you've got ahead of you, haven't you? You take the high road and I'll take the low road and I'll be in Scotland afore ye. Clan MacDonald. Of where? Clan Reynolds. Sounds like a car park at the back of Aldi, doesn't it? And the next... Oh, stop it, honestly. I'm going to be sick. Do you think aliens have trolley dollies on their interstellar spacecraft? Yes. I don't know. I remember seeing... What was that film? Independence Day, wasn't it? Where this thing's sitting there and he goes, I'm coming to get you. Ice cream soda. Thank you. Ice cream soda. Steve, to tell any employee to take a cut or a pay hike or a hike or a pay cut is unforgivable in this day and age. I don't believe it because they're all too big. If all the staff left and said, well, I tell you what, we've saved up our money, you fill the whole thing now. They'd be in dreadful state. Also, it generates a lot of income. A lot of it. What are you looking at me like that for? I'm not joining your clan. I used to play cowboys and Indians. I had my own troop of cavalrymen. You can't fool me. Am I Scottish? What are you saying? You're saying you can only wear a kilt if you're Scottish. Well, that's absolute rubbish. That's like saying I wear a pair of trousers. Well, are you allowed to wear a pair of trousers? Yes. You can wear a kilt if you're not Scottish. I could go up to a kilt maker now in wherever. I could get into the clan. You watch. I could get in. I'm telling you. I don't need to prove how. Money changes hands. Come here, Clan MacDonald chief. And here you go, 20 quid. You're in straight away. There you go. And Steve will now address the haggis. Dear haggis. Not going to happen, is it? I mean, does that mean that tomorrow we're going to see lots and lots of drunk Scotsmen wandering around going, yes, just nothing new, nothing. I never said it. They said it. Nothing new. Even the producer was about to say it as well. I mean, I just don't know what you're supposed to... So you all sit down, you have this meal, and then some people come in, and they do a little dance, and they do it over the swords, which, of course, is marginally more entertaining. If the swords were pointing upwards, let's watch people dance then. And then sort of... I just don't understand what it's for. It's not like selling New Year's Eve or something, is it, to people? Callum says, a big fan of the show. Did you ever have a turkey Twizzler? I think the case comes up next week, actually. Turkey Which part of the turkey was the Twizzler? We don't want to think about that, do we? Are they the ones that Jamie Oliver banned from schools? How wise. How wise. And is it just like a little twizzle kind of thing? They didn't say... What part of the turkey is it from? Oh, right. We don't know where it's from, but we don't like the sound of it. So, in answer, Callum, to your did we ever do turkey Twizzlers? The answer is not intentionally. Not intentionally. If Scottish boy is Armenian, his surname must end in Ian, does it? It does, yes, absolutely. Yes. Well, because they all do, don't they? It's like if you've got Polish names, there's always going to be a WZY somewhere in it. And things like that. There are certain key sort of letters. So his surname ends in Ian. Yes. Yes. I don't think he's ever been to Armenia. You've not been? Oh. You could always go another year. Yeah, you could go back there and visit your roots. Going back to my roots. You could do that, couldn't you? That'll be if you. Yeah. Do they have a football team in Armenia? Big football team, is it? They have a little tiddy football team. Not even... Chess and weight. Oh, chess and weight. Well, neither of those for you, are they, really? You don't do chess, and I don't think you could do weightlifting, not with that little body, frankly. I'm hungover, says Kate. Too old for this. P.S. The head of Clan MacDonald gave me away at my wedding. My late father's best friend. He lived in Yorkshire. So there you go. See, how little you know. I know people who know the head of the clan who are dead. OK, so presumably there's a vacancy. Hello, up steps me. Up steps me. I can be... Why not? Of course I can. You're not Scottish. Well, I'm part Scottish as well. I drove up there once and had a chocolate biscuit or something with McVitie's written on it. I went to Tollcross. Nothing frightens me. I could be a member of Clan MacDonald. Don't start being racist against me and discriminatory. If I want to be in the clan, I shall be in the blowing clan. But it's very exciting tonight for a lot of people. Tom Jones, Steve, my husband managed to get tickets to see Tom Jones live in Colchester Castle Park in July. Oh, he'll be good. He'll be very good. Candice says, have you watched the mini-series of Les Miserables? No. I've sort of watched I've watched various versions of Les Miserables. Saw the first time round at the Barbican. Loved every minute of it. Holly says, my parents celebrated their 60th wedding anniversary yesterday, which is amazing. They really don't look old enough. I had a word with her Madge, who sent them a card. My mother especially was over the moon. So thank you, ma'am, to rhyme with jam. Okay, not ma'am to rhyme with smarm. So it's jam and ma'am. Okay. Posh Price. Yes, poor old Victoria Beckham, another ghastly series of outfits, wallet-busting sportswear. I mean, who seriously buys this stuff? It's cheaper to get it from the manufacturer because it's Reebok. Her stuff is way too expensive. And somebody said you might as well just buy the Reebok stuff. So in other words, Victoria Beckham, Reebok jersey, 88 quid. Reebok's long sleeve, £14. Victoria Beckham Reebok running socks, one pair, £25 for a pair of socks. Reebok 1 series socks, 3 pairs, £12.95. Victoria Beckham Reebok tights, £89.95. Reebok Nilex tights, £17. You're spotting the differences here. Why would you waste money? Same company. Victoria Beckham Reebok's beanie. Have you ever seen her in a beanie hat? No, me neither. £100. Well, it's $99.95. The Reebok beanie hat, $12.95. I mean, it's just ridiculous. She says she spent the past 9 months personally testing each item, and it can blend seamlessly into any wardrobe. It's just an item of tacked clothing, dear. What are you talking about? It blends seamlessly. You just open the wardrobe, throw it in. What do you mean it blends seamlessly? But the deputy fashion editor has said it's only good for posing, this stuff. It's not even sporty. There you go. But, poor old Victoria Beckham. I love it when they sort of stick her in these things like she spends all her time doing. Well, she doesn't. We've seen her. Perhaps she does it secretly. The pilot ferrying that footballer to Cardiff didn't have a commercial licence, it turns out, and was fighting £18,000 debts. He only had a private pilot's licence. He worked as a heating engineer. What? And disco DJ. Air Accident Investigation Branch officials confirmed they were probing whether the flight chartered by Salah's agent was legal and the level of the pilot's qualifications. Apparently, a pal of the dad of 4, who came from Scunthorpe, said he flew for fun. I'm not aware of him being paid to fly. What? So anybody could just get in one of these planes and take off. The search for Dave and Salah was called off yesterday. Experts say the Piper Malibu's wings may have iced up. Although Salah's sister, Ramina, begged, please don't stop with the search for me, they're still alive. I think highly unlikely. I mean, seriously, the plane ditches in the middle of the ocean, ice cold, the temperature of the sea would have killed them almost instantly, I would have imagined. Also, the weather conditions were not good, so they never would have known in which direction, even if they were swimming, which direction they were going to. Are they going further out to sea, or they didn't know? They didn't know. Mike says, still love them today. Hot buttered crumpets once a month, like a big treat. Yes, I mean, ours was probably a bit more than once a month. We didn't have it very often at all. Bit of a luxury food for us. And I suppose in the same way that Callum had his Coke floats and turkey Twizzlers, I should imagine. I'm sure in my mind I've seen a turkey Twizzler, and any adults listening who have young children in the household, they've probably eaten them. I like little chicken nuggets. They're quite nice. I'm going out for lunch today. Got an interview with Angela Douglas, who you'll know from a few of the carry-ons, and the fact she was married to Kenneth Moore. And she's got a book out. In fact, she's actually got a couple of books out. So we'll talk about that a bit later on for In Conversation this weekend. Tanker driver Phil says the memories of the Corona lorries. Crates of pop, rattling ice cream soda, orangeade, cherryade, lime and lemon. Back in the early days on the road in the 80s, I was part of the crew of Liverpool Corona lorry. I was the tail gunner. Corona. It was such a good thing to have, wasn't it? Cold this morning, but it's Friday, don't worry, because it's the weekend and it's going to be wet and cold, or in some parts of the country, snow and cold as well. Steve, if the pilot only had a PPL, he's not able to charge his passengers any money. Well, I don't know how it worked. I don't know if the plane was rented. I have no idea. I just know that they say he had loads of other jobs, and one of them was he had a private pilot's licence, which I don't think enables you to take fee-paying passengers, but there you go. You can join my clan, the Forsyth clan, says Kim. Don't worry, I'm going to the McDonald's. There's a vacancy for head of clan, and I can do it, and I shall prove that I can do it as well. I can sing all the songs, I could dance over swords, I could do anything like that. And with my family history, believe you me, I shall find somebody in the dim and distant recesses of the Allen clan, late of Skegness, to actually make sure that we can move ourselves up to... In fact, I see no reason why there should not be a takeover of the MacDonald clan. There seems to be a vacancy at the top of the tree, and I think what we could do is we could just sort of do a coup. I could bring all my clan members, Clan Allen, and we could then sort of attack the MacDonald clan members. And you'll be out, you two, out in the cold. You'll have to sit out there chopping firewood, because we don't want you in our clan, because it's going to be a different clan now. It's going to be more show business, more theatrical, more sort of, in keeping with today, not some old thing from years and years ago. Mick says the best was cream soda and ice cream. Does the jock know what the architecture feature is at Buchaness? What is the architectural feature at Buchaness? Do you know that word? Have I pronounced it incorrectly? He doesn't know. See, they're not true MacDonald clan members. They've just latched onto something so they can go, oh, I'm a member of the MacDonald clan. It's a light. Of course you know it's a lighthouse. You've just cheated and had a look. It's a lighthouse, Mick, but they didn't know that. And I'm sorry, you didn't know a minute ago. It's no good looking on the internet because he's put it up on there. It doesn't ring any bell with you apart from, oh, the bells. It doesn't do anything at all. It's just lies after lies. You're out that clan. I think you find one of the main rules of being a member of Clan MacDonald is you don't tell porky pies. And you didn't know what it was. You didn't even know it was a lighthouse a minute ago. Steve, says Jim, I'll look forward to your Angela Douglas interview. Be sure to get some carry-on anecdote. She was the daughter of the Kazi of Kalabari. I remember them on the carry-on cruising when they were doing the exercises to tempt all the different people. I remember it very well. Dan in Kent says mother and children's spaces at supermarkets should be at the far end of the car park to give the average overweight kids some much-needed exercise. What happens if there are no average overweight kids? Then, you don't want to go too far away, do you? But I love it. I've seen it all in America on YouTube. People have been stopped for using spaces which aren't theirs at all. And it's amazing how some people are trying to get away without realising that the people who are giving them the tickets have got a camera on the front of them. It all goes up on the internet. No, more people lost their jobs. Not so good. Here's a doctor in all the papers today. He was trying to operate a fraud. And the fraud was that he faked a burglary to make a bogus insurance claim of £180,000 because he wasn't earning the money. He claimed antiques, including a 19th century Rococo red marble fireplace, had been stolen, but the Maserati-driving orthopaedic surgeon, a serial love cheat, this is Dr. Anthony McGrath, quite clearly a crook. In fact, they obviously thought he was big enough, a crook, because the jewellery and painting and the items that he claimed were stolen, he just hid them at the family's Irish home. So he's gone to prison for 8 years for fraud. 8 years. And also the couple, both, she was jailed for 2 weeks during the trial for contempt after she refused to come into court following a bust-up with her lawyers. Well, I'm sorry, slap on the back of the legs. There is a law, and you've had to adhere to it. But he was cheating left, right and centre. He showed his petulance as he was being sentenced. He ranted at the judge, "You're an abusive, racist and terrible person. And you're an old crook, aren't you, Dr. Anthony?" Bedding a string of women's behind his GP wife's back and then trying to fill in a fake thing. 8 years for fraud. He's an 007 wannabe. He's a pathetic waste of space. He's in all the papers today. Here's the slide. And the obese woman's belly flop on the slide nearly killed me. Gemma Jocelyn. And I've seen these. I've never been on one of these slides before. It never really interested me. I'm not into... I went on something. Wait a minute. I went on it years and years ago with my godson, who I think at the time was probably about 12. And it was a slide, and we were on like a little paddling pool thing, like a little dinghy. And it went down this slide, which has got... and the water and everything else. Frightened the life out of me. So she says here, all I saw were 2 feet coming towards me. But you have to get out of the way of these things. I mean, surely. And she says the shoot was not supervised. Why would it be? They're assuming people know how to use it. Assuming. So Gemma, who donated a kidney to her mum in 2015, is now suing the travel operator. She paid $2,700 for an all-inclusive trip and for about 4 people, I think. Only been there for 14 hours when this woman and her daughters headed for the 5-star hotel's water park. Everybody else seems to manage it. But they have flown her parents out to be out by her side, and they're just sort of waiting now. But that's what you have to do with these waters. I mean, surely you must have seen them on the television. People shoot out the end of them like rockets out of a gun. The Allen clan, says William, are from Northumberland. Loads of Allens up here. Must come from the River Allen area. Very pretty part of the country. Thank you. Yes, as many of us. Scots, we Allen, we Wallace Blades. We Allen. I remember when I was a wee Allen, I went to my first clan meeting, which was held in the middle of Northumberland, and it was very cold. And I just remember us all standing there. God, it must have been about sort of early 60s, and holding flaming torches and proclaiming our allegiance to the Allen flag. And there was a fair number of us. I think 4 turned up on that particular occasion, and we had it was all very wonderful. Actually, I was steeped in the mysteries of what went on, and then I got my first, and I'll never forget it. My first kilt, and my sporran was handmade. Handmade, my sporran was, and I ended up with the hat and everything else, and they gave me a set of the pipes, and I had some drums as well, but they were just for ornament. They didn't actually work. And it's the time I pumped them to the ground, but nothing ever happened. But that's what it was all about. So, any other clan members listening? What was our famous cry? A Peliar. A Peliar. That's what it was. And thank you. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. So the Scottish one has been found out. Everybody knows about the lighthouse and the Dundonny Cliffs. Yeah, he didn't know anything about that. Because originally, when I asked him, he didn't know what it was he? Ray, he says, our White's cream soda with Wall's ice cream block stirred into it. Sunday treat. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I know. I'm sure it's really bad for you. You know, the R. White's cream soda has got to be bad for you, and Wall's ice cream. But when you're young, it kind of goes together. Oh, the 2 ladies in Carry On Cruising were Dilys Lay and Liz Fraser. Angela first came in the Carry On 3 years later in Carry On Cowboy, in which she played the part of Annie Oakley, the daughter of Sheriff Earp, played by John Pertwee, says Chris in Brentwood. Can't say anything about the Carry On films, can you? Everybody knows all about them. A little bit about Roxanne Pallett. And her professional life has imploded. Not a nice person. Not a nice person. She tried to cause trouble for quite a few people, which was not very good, and then she was caught out. So, Auld Lang Syne, for all you people celebrating Burns Night tonight, he'll be celebrated with haggis, whiskey, poetry and songs, but most appropriately, a wild swingers party. Yes, believe it or not. Revered in his homeland as a champion of the working class, Scotland's national poet was a self-confessed sex fanatic and a pest, ladies and gentlemen, who left a trail of pregnant young servant girls in his wake. He even bragged about his prowess in rude rhymes with titles including 9 Inch Will Please a Lady. I don't get that one at all, actually. Don't get that one at all. But apparently he does all these bawdy poems. Well, we don't celebrate him at all. I mean, one here, what was it? Address to a Haggis. Oh, I can't read. It's too boring. Seriously, why you want to talk to... You must be really off your trolley if you start talking to the food on the table. But they don't just talk to it on the table. They pipe it in. Excuse me. They pipe the haggis in. And I've never quite understood. We don't have any ceremonies like that where I come from in Twickenham. You know, unless the Thames floods, you know, we don't bother with anything that's to do with the river or anything like that. But he did A Red, Red Rose, written in 1794, proving just how ahead of the game he was. Oh, my love is like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love is like the melody that's sweetly played in tune. So fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas run dry. God, he was fabulous, wasn't he? He really was, honestly. And I'm sure that everybody celebrating Burns Night tonight, you will be celebrating good old Robbie Burns, and they've got all sorts of drinks and everything else. It mainly involves just getting a bit tiddled, I think, and doing it. But there will be people who'll be dressing up tonight in their kilts. As I say, my little kilt still fitted me. But I fell out with Clan Allen some years ago, and I've not really been invited ever since. So now I'm going to latch on to the old McDonald's. You know, because I think that's ripe for the taking. So we're going to mass them all in a clearing in some forests outside of Aberdeen, which we're having planted, and then we're going to round them all up, and then I shall just announce a takeover. It's as simple as that. Steve, the Corona lorry had Dandelion and Burdock that was so good. Did it? I don't think Dandelion and Burdock came along way after the Corona thing. They just did all the straightforward flavours. I don't remember that one at all. Mind you, there's some things I don't remember at all. Bird's Eye's new buttermilk chicken strips from Iceland, highly recommended. No. Young's crispy fish fingers. Chip shop batter. That's my favourite. LBC News thing every day. I've now been offered lunch from Callum, so that's good, isn't it? Although I'm not wild about the idea of turkey Twizzlers. I don't think they serve those in Joe Allen's, as far as I know at the moment. Steve, my dad has just found out, says Debbie in Leicester, through DNA, that he's mostly Irish and Scottish, plus Eastern European, hardly English at all. Does that make me Celtic? Makes you a very interesting person, Debbie. Makes you very interesting. I always think, I'm always quite jealous of people that have history within the family. You know, you've got history of all sorts of things, whether you come from Eastern Europe, whether you come, from Ireland or... I've got nothing at all. Nothing at all. I'm just boring Anglo-Saxon. I mean, how dull is that? Dreadful. Since I moved, says Gary, to Perth in Western Australia in December, I have to say that with the 8-hour time difference, the midday start I now have for your show is so much more agreeable. So great to still be able to listen to, courtesy of the LBC app. I know, and for those people who don't have it, and for those people who keep saying to me, I'm going away on holiday, I shall miss you for a week, I go, you don't have to. You can still hear it. You go to the LBC website, you download the LBC app, and then it means wherever you go, you can sort of listen to the station. You don't need to, and you get the Global Player app. It's so much easier. You don't have to worry about it. You really don't. Cold yesterday, says Kestis, the Northern Norway Courier. He says, -30 in some places in Norway, and I'm definitely not used to this weather. I only moved here a year ago from London, where I lived for 10 years. At the moment, it's -10. I can cope with that. Yes, just about, I should imagine. My ex-husband's from Lancashire, says Jan. He had Dandelion and Burdock along with Vimto. I didn't have it when I grew up in Headstone. I think it was a northern thing. I don't remember it. I've never tried Dandelion and Burdock. It doesn't quite appeal to me. I don't know why. It always sounds a little bit sort of caftans, doesn't it? I visited, says Rob, the local hospital recently. All the patients were reciting poetry and mumbling, and I noticed I was on the burns unit. Thank you. Oh, do you know, honestly, it gets worse and worse, doesn't it, really? It gets worse and worse. And as my long-standing bachelorhood will attest, says Spicer, I don't know much about pleasing ladies, Steve. I do know that this cup of tea is pleasing me, even if it's taken almost 2 hours to get downstairs to make it. Do you know, I did that the other day. I sat down, I got back in, I bought all the bits and pieces I need to buy, and I sat down in front of the television, and I thought, I'll pour myself a glass of Prosecco. And I looked down, and the bottle was empty. And I thought, do you know, I didn't have the strength to get up and go get another bottle. I don't know why. In the end, I phoned a friend of mine who I normally speak to, and it got to that stage where I was sort of very, very tired. I'm going to bed, so I just sent a thing going, absolutely exhausted. Going to bed now. Climbed into bed, out for the count. Lovely. Steve, Clan MacDonald were killed in the Glencoe massacre. Different Clan MacDonald. Different. The Clan MacDonald that they're in next door, there's only 2 at the minute. Okay, it's just these 2. There's nobody else there. Yeah, Clan MacDonald of Glencoe, but they're not in any important things at all. Seriously, they just think they are. It's some sort of excuse to, we're like bonding kind of stuff. I'd rather be in the real world, I'm not in the clan anymore, but I could do a takeover. It doesn't, Clan MacDonald. And I'm having a look at the badge. My hope is constant in thee, and it's a picture of it's a bit rubbish. It's a belt, and it's a castle with somebody coming out holding a sword as well. Also known as Clan Ranald or Cian Ronald as well, Scottish brand, and the founder of the MacDonalds of Clan Ranald is Reginald, 4th great-grandson of Somerled, which is lovely. We all remember Reggie, don't we? Oh, come on, Reggie, come on, out you come on, do it. Yeah, anyway. And today, both the chief and the clan are recognised by the Lord Lion, King of Arms, the heraldic judge in Scotland. So that's really riveted me. They're based in the Hebrides, farther away the bottom. Because remember yesterday we had a bit of an argument going on about, speed bonny boat like a bird on the way over the sea to Skye. And then they went up there to Sky the other day. It was a programme I turned on the television just quite by coincidence. They were at Sky. Nothing there at all. Nothing. There's just a little road that meanders through and a few sort of people. So, hey, we're from Sky. And that's it. And it's not welcoming to tourists at all. They don't really like tourists. They didn't like them. They said on the programme, they said they used to stand there. It takes ages, because there was a couple who moved there, and they said it took ages for them to accept us. Don't shake your head. I'm telling you a fact. It's a factual story. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, over the sea to sky. Marry the man who's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Da, 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 da. It's a nice little song, actually, but, whether it works, I've got no idea. Lee in Cumbria says, the volume on my car stereo set at 17, it drives me mad. Must be on an even number. Same with the television. I've got a television. Well, obviously I've got a television. I've never heard of people who haven't survived without a television. They did try it once. It didn't work very well. And the volume on the DVD is lower than the television. And sometimes they're very low and I can't get any more out of it. And I thought maybe I'm sort of losing my hearing. But Lee says, on another note, while all the Scots descend on their homeland tonight, let's rebuild Hadrian's Wall. Oh, no, we like the Scots, honestly. Look, I'll tell you, you cannot beat the swirl of the kilt and the sound of the drums and the pipes and everything else. It just, you can imagine men in skirts coming towards you, playing an instrument, and then at the very end, there'll always be the little boy, won't there, holding the flag. That was his job, the little lad to hold the flag. And so invariably, once that flag went down, you knew that the day was lost. Kenneth McKellar recorded My Love Is Like a Red, Red Rose. And apparently Dandelion and Burdock, I don't know what burdock is, but I'm assuming you get it from the hedgerows, goes back to medieval times. Not the fizzy stuff in the bottle, though. And Sean Pertwee plays Bruce Wayne's butler Alfred in an excellent TV series called Gotham. He's also narrated MasterChef The Professional, something about his alluring, gravelly voice. Yeah, Sam West does loads. Sam West literally does all sorts of voiceovers. Remember drinking Dandelion Burdock in the 40s, says Russell. See, I don't think I've ever drunk it. Is it a cordial? Or is it's not the fizzy stuff, is it? I hope not. Here's a picture, the masked vandal who daubed white paint on the hero's statues. Somebody will recognise him. Somebody will go, I know that is. Police pictures show the scruffy yob in goggles, cap, and with a Sainsbury's bag. He shouldn't be too difficult to track through London on CCTV. And the last living dam buster veteran, Johnny Johnson, 97, says how disrespectful to 58,000 heroes who gave lives for his freedom. Yeah, and let's find out who he is. It'll turn out he'll be somebody revolting. But I think they will find him. Because now they have the picture of him defacing the statue. I mean, I think that's a 10-year stretch in prison once they've actually got you, mate. And he's walking away with a bag, so that identifies him quite easily. And they'll be able to find him from there. There'll be another camera on the corner. That will find where he goes to. If he goes down onto the underground, all the cameras there will catch him. They'll find him. Don't you worry. I reckon by the time we get to tomorrow morning, they might have a name. And somebody, and also make the most of them. Yes, because Meghan in Suits has been axed. Months after her final appearance, the show is coming to an end. So it doesn't really leave us anything else, does it? Really, it was only Suits that she'd done that I think that was of any notice to anybody at all. Also, drug firms will be paid up front for antibiotics as part of the fight against superbugs. Wow. And concert ticket reseller Viagogo has been accused by regulators of not sticking to a court order stopping the firm ripping off consumers. I'm always amazed at round here, and here is a classic example, how many shops that say on them official half-price ticket booth. I mean, there must be, I would think, a good 8, but there is only one official half-price ticket booth, and that's the one directly in front of our front door. All the other ones are ticket tout places. They're not half-price ticket booths, official or otherwise, but there's loads of them. And you see people queuing up, and I feel like saying, it's round there. It's that one down there. So much easier. So much easier. But, same as everywhere, isn't it? People think it's great. But I've noticed not as many of those ghastly little rickshaws all over the place, which is good news, isn't it? Don't want to see any more of those. Robbie Williams, this can't be true. When I read this story this morning, I thought, I better read into it, just in case. It's Robbie Williams filmed telling two fans to take Class A drug, cocaine and telling them how to mix ecstasy with booze in a sensational internet video. The sensational thing about it is, if this is genuine, he's more stupid than I thought he was. He's more... small wonder this bloke's got emotional issues if this is what he's talking about to people. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard of anything like it. Also, the Anton Deck hit by more fury after being rewarded with a world record. Yep, so for being a drunk driver convicted, £86,000, you can have another award from the National Television Awards. And then on top of that, because you've done 18, it's funny, isn't it, the way it works out, Guinness Book of Records then give you an award as well. Fantastic, I tell you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Robbie Williams hosting an Instagram live session where he could be seen chatting to 2 fans. He said, "Which gear should I be on?" And you were asking me, I know it's a gag, but are you talking like steroids or speed or weed? Laughing, the young lads replied, "No, it was cocaine, that's what we call it." Then he stroked his nose and Robbie said, "Oh, I see. Not for a long, long time. It's been... Look, I'm 44, and when you get to 44, the heart can't keep up with that. I've got kids." Drambuie goes very well with ecstasy, he said. And he's supposed to be going over to Vegas. He's doing a stint at the Wynn. Do they know who he is? Wow. He says, "I'm getting fit for Vegas." Good, lovely. Just don't want to hear this other sort of stuff, don't we? And then it cropped up the other day. What did Max Clifford do? He complained about unheated prison cells and cold showers every day before his death. 74, serving 8 years for sex offences when he collapsed in jail. His daughter says conditions at HMP Littlehay in Cambridgeshire had an influence on his deterioration. Well, I mean, he was 74. And so he died, because a lot of people say, because if you don't know who he was was basically a PR who decided he could make so much money after taking... So in other words, if you'd had an affair with a footballer or a celebrity, you would go to Max Clifford. Max Clifford would then negotiate your story with a particular newspaper, whoever it was who were interested. And there were loads of people who made money out of Max Clifford who negotiated fees for them. Because if you'd slept with somebody famous, the only thing that you had left in your life, as you've quite clearly got no self-respect, is to go and sell the story so everybody else can point and laugh and go, "Oh, my goodness." And then it turned out to be a whole load of other people who were all doing, let's sort of trying to find a footballer in a London club to sleep with them and then sell the story. I mean, some people made quite lucrative careers on just sleeping around and then selling the story to somebody. And we used to read them. We didn't realise that it was just a little bit sad and tragic. Here's David Beckham looking at a haggis, not really knowing what it is. "This is for you, Victoria." He attempts to cut the thing in half, actually. I shouldn't imagine. They say he's dressed cosily in a new commercial. It's for whiskey. Either you like whiskey or you don't like... If you don't like whiskey, don't worry about it. And Monica says, "Remind people the weekend didn't start yet, so it's time to find their cab." She's always touting. She's always touting for business. And Angela says, "Do people realise when you submit your DNA for testing, the company then own your DNA? They can do with it what they want," which is quite worrying. Made me think twice about having it done, even though I'm too curious about my ancestry. Yes, well, I'm just Clam MacDonald. That's what I'm put down as. Though somebody did. My Uncle Stan started doing our family history, and we only got so far. You can do so much, and then you need to get some help from elsewhere. Welcome along to the programme. It's Early Breakfast on LBC with Steve Allen till 7. After 7, Nick Ferrari will be here. Simon Cowell in the papers today. He says he's a target for internet trolls. He regularly gets vile comments posted about him online. He says, "One thing you never ever do is go onto the comments because they're vile. These are people who sit in dark rooms anonymously because they won't put their real names, which is cowardly." He says, "Why do I want to read that?" So, of course, he doesn't. He doesn't, but they are sad people. They've generally got quite a few screws missing, and of course, but of course, we don't see them. They think that we see them, but we don't. Some people seem to thrive on it, but it doesn't make any difference. I don't see the blooming things, so I don't get it. As far as I'm concerned, I don't get any. I was given one of those DNA kits for Christmas. The results are going to be announced on the Jeremy Kyle show. That's nice, isn't it? They make their living. They make their living through doing DNA testing. Did you do this? Then we're going to find... And it just goes on and on and on and on. But, did you sleep with, next door but one? You said no. Why'd you say that? Because I was telling the truth. Says you were lying. He loves it. He says that with a snarl. Says you were lying. I always like it. It's like, was your wife cheating on you? Yes, she was lying. she was cheating on you. Now you know where Ronald McDonald comes from. I'd stick to Clan Allen if I was you. You've got a very good-looking tartan, says Holly. It is good, isn't it? I quite like it. I'm a big fan of tartan. Big fan of it. And I just like, there was a guy who does, if you type in cathedral, it's a very famous piece of music that they play at a lot of these sort of ceremonies where they've got, oh, look, very fast, when they sort of do things like massed bands and all the rest of it. That's the fastest you've ever been. Look at that. Look at, how did you manage that? All by yourself. Oh. You all right? It's not a talking part, remember. Not a talking part. There you go. Off you go. Thank you. It's like dealing with the wooden tops. It really is mad. That was an old TV programme, by the way. An old TV programme. And so, it's interesting the way that sort of people, you know, sort of worry about these sort of things. But if you go and watch Cathedral, there is a bloke who stands right at the very front, and he looks like he's the pipe major. He's not playing pipes, he just stands there. He's got a lovely big bushy beard, and they're playing this music, and it must be fantastic, because I think it's fantastic even watching it. And he's standing there at the very front, and I thought, do you know, even if you didn't know what he did, he'd have to be part of a pipe band. And he looks amazing. Seriously. Just come back from the hospital, says Rich, as I've lost my hearing in my left ear. Oh, God. Doctor took a swab. My ear's being clean. I can just about hear Scottish Boy in Talkback. I have to wait until Wednesday for the results. I'll keep you updated. Sorry I didn't log in at 4 a.m, but I did watch the first round of the GC dancing, or as you better put it, wobbling on ice. Yeah, she doesn't dance. She can't dance. She has no coordination whatsoever. She just sort of stands there looking like it's a bit difficult to remain upright, which, of course, throughout her career, it really has been. Bosses at Sky One can't get enough of Russell Howard. We love Russell Howard. He's doing a programme at the moment. I think it's with his mother. They're doing something. I can't remember what it is. A lot of people do this sort of thing. But Jordan Clark has spilled that he's worked with Johnny Depp and Kate Winslet. It's a live selection of sort of comedians. Some you've heard of, 90% you haven't heard of. It doesn't make any difference. But in fact, Russell Howard, they've ordered 2 more series of his topical news shows. Wow, he can continue to navigate through and make us laugh. He's good looking as well. He's good looking, you know. When you get the combination of somebody good looking and they can make you laugh, I mean, you're on a winning combination, aren't you? I need a little fountain for the summer. I've decided I've got a ball that rotates on top of the fountain, but I've just decided that I think I want to hear more running water this year. It's very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. And another one here says, just providing a public service, says Monica, when people seem to be more sleepy than usual, strangely coincides with a good show like yours, so I remind them that most cabs in this city play LBC 24/7. A friend of mine was on a bus the other day, and they got on, and this bloke's playing his music, and all this kind of stuff. And so she moves upstairs. She says, the next minute, I'm listening to you, she said. He's switched his machine and it's now playing Steve Allen on LBC. How cool is that? How cool is that? I think it should be compulsory. I think on the Underground it should be Steve Allen played back to back. I don't know why we've never done a deal with London Underground or in all the buses to have it piped in and you can listen to LBC. So that, you know, you literally get onto the train and then you just sort of stand there. Because otherwise you're staring at the person in front of you's crotch, aren't you? If you're sort of sitting down, it's because there's loads of people standing on the train. So why not have something like LBC played on the trains, the buses and everything else? There must be some sort of tie-in we can do there. That'd be a brilliant idea. I love the idea. Well, I love the idea because it had a happy ending of the Queen's 82-year-old bootmaker, Rudolf Schneider, was in Mayfair. He was unloading stuff from his car into his office, and 2 people, well, 4 of them actually, from a vicious 9-strong gang, jumped him. They covered his mouth to suffocate him. His £10,000 Rolex was ripped from his wrist. However, the gang, all from London, were caught. And here they go, off to prison. 15 robberies between May and November 2017. Other victims dragged to the floor, kicked in the face. And so off to prison because they like the company of other men. Exactly, here they are. This is Soraya Gwanzura from Southwark. given the longest sentence. 11 years. You must like the company of men, darling. You really must. Ziad Al-Daha from Lewisham, jailed for 10.5 years. Your parents must be so delighted that they brought up pond life like you. But as I say, with all your time in prison, you got loads to think about. And the top chippy. Somebody delivered chips here the other day. I saw a bag sitting on a windowsill, and I thought to myself, oh, chips. How lovely. Chips. I'm just ashamed you can't cook chips at this time of the morning. But this is a husband and wife, Tim and Kelly Barnes, who run a place called Crispies in Exmouth in Devon, and they beat 9 other finalists. They for large cod and chips, they charge £9.60. I don't know if that's good or not. It seems reasonable. They opened 20 years ago, and it's a dream come true. Captain's Fish and Chips in Hoddesdon was awarded second place, and Lowe's Traditional Fish and Chips in Aberdeen. Aberdeen got third. Isn't that good? A fish and chip shop from the boys up north. They'll be very pleased about that. He won't know, of course, because they probably don't eat fish and chips. He's never even heard of it, has he? No. It's very well known. Lowe's Traditional Fish and Chips in Aberdeen. They got third. You've never heard of it, have you? He thinks the better one. He doesn't know. He's never been to Aberdeen, has he? He goes up there. Every time he goes up there, he's blindfolded because the family don't want him to know where they live in case he finds it by himself. But that's it. Crispies have beaten the best fish and chip shops in the business. I wonder what makes the best chips. Crispy chips. We have very good fish and chips in Twickenham. Very good fish and chips in Twickenham. Not too far for me to walk. And actually, I haven't had the fish, actually. I haven't had the fish. I've had the chips and I've had the sausage in batter. And good enough for me, as they say. Plus, Jan says, do you know why bagpipe players walk when they're playing? To get away from the noise. Oh, I love it. I think it's so good. Type in Cathedral on YouTube and watch that big pipe major at the beginning, just standing there. He looks like he's so proud. So proud. Restoring Van Gogh's iconic sunflowers that could require some Dutch courage. And here is a man working on it, part of a 6-week project to restore the masterpiece to its former glory at the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam. It's previously been loaned abroad about 6 times, most recently to the National Gallery, but they now say it's too fragile ever to leave the Netherlands. But the trouble is, there's loads of these things. He just painted sunflowers. It's like, what are you turning out today, Van? Oh, another sunflowers. That'll be great, won't it? 11 versions of sunflowers. The troubled Dutch artist created in France. Other surviving versions are in London, Munich, Philadelphia, and Tokyo. He notoriously cut off his ear, then he shot himself dead at the age of 37. He'd sort of kind of lost the will to live, I think, by that time. Also, yours for £270. What is it going to be, ladies and gentlemen? It's a white T-shirt. And this is from Prada. They're flogging the plain white cotton top for the exorbitant sum, while others offer lookalikes for as little as £3.50. I mean, how on earth you could ever justify £270 for a white T-shirt, I've got no idea. It's apparently supposed to be, the very best. But they did they not actually? Gucci criticised last year for a similarly outlandish T-shirt. It featured a Paramount logo, sold for £480 for a T-shirt. But these ones here, it's not even the most expensive T-shirt that Prada stocks. They've got one at £540. £540 for a T-shirt. You'd have to have more money than sense. Seriously, that would be mad. John Cooper Clarke celebrates his birthday today. John Cooper Clarke is 70, and Alicia Keys. So, she's celebrating her birthday. 38. So, many happy returns. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, happy returns of the day. I hope you end up with lots of nice presents, and I hope people will remember to send you cards. But in these days of doing things on the internet, people don't receive cards, do they? Fiona says, Highland Cathedral was my daughter's school song sung at the end of every prize giving, complete with the proper very rousing. Miss it now, they've left school. It's lovely. Geraldine from Coatbridge says, we have a chippy van. Tony's from Shorehead. Made fresh as you order, it's delicious. Nothing better than on a freezing cold winter's night when you can go and you can see your breath as a mist to have hot fish and chips. Oh, it's about the best thing you could ever have. With some hot cocoa at the same time. Cup of cocoa. Bottle of Prosecco. No, cocoa. I think Coco, very nice to have your company. Friday, 25th of January. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, with you till 7. I still like the story, actually, out of all the stories, the prominent US gay conversion therapists. These are people who go around the country denouncing gay people and going, you can have a conversion, we can turn you straight, and all this kind of stuff. Load of old baloney, as per usual. And David Matheson, who was married, has now divorced his wife and come out as gay. Hilarious surprise. You only had to look at a picture of him to realise that straight away. He said he had a non-negotiable need to be in a relationship with a man. God dear, honestly. He's acknowledged that his work was hurtful and blamed his previous views on the shame-based, homophobic-based system of the Mormon Church in which he was raised. What are you telling us? You're telling us that the Mormon Church is just full of gay people desperately trying to escape from their marriages. He's written about it. He said, I enjoyed a happy and fulfilling marriage with my wife for many years. What a load of old baloney. Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't. You don't just sort of suddenly go, oh, I think I'm gay. Honestly, these people, they really are. He said, but I experienced attractions to men. Yeah, I think people knew before you did. But he said, I found too much homophobia in myself. And then he met another so-called conversion therapist. And Truth Wins Out founder Wayne Besson told NBC News when they wanted an expert, they'd go to him. When your expert is now coming out of the closet and dating men, I think that speaks volumes about how the therapy is damaging and ineffective. I think we've had people on LBC talking about this, these conversion people, and it generally comes from the church, and they go, oh yes, all these people here, and they put together a lineup of what looked like the campest lineup you've ever seen of men with women. You could tell that nothing had ever gone on, and they go, all these people used to be gay, but then they saw the light, and they've decided to be straight. So here they are coming out the woodwork. When I say coming out the woodwork. If LBC Steve, says Holly, was piped into public transport, I recommend it was only Steve Allen played back to back, as you suggested. Then you could start the day with a smile. Because if you had Dave O'Brien on, there'd be arguments all over the place. You know, and fist fights, and people go, I'm not getting off the train. Get off the train. I don't want to get off the train. He's not finished. He's still having one of his rants. Which is good. Apparently, before Scotland play rugby at Murrayfield, a lone piper stands on the roof of the stadium playing the bagpipes. Can anybody hear him? Or is he mic'd up? You know, they do that when they do the big thing in Edinburgh. Military tattoo there. They have the lone piper up on the battlements. You can only hear him because he's got a microphone there, otherwise you'd never hear him, would you? Sounds fantastic, actually, at Murrayfield. See, I like the idea, I like patriotism, all in favour of it. Pauline Ealing says lard is best to cook chips, but it's ever so fattening. Oh, I know. Talking to someone hearing you on the radio on the bus flying to Montreal a year ago, says Bernie, I put on the BA earphones and there was you in conversation with Bono. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever talked to Bono in my entire life. And I've been in the business I would remember. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. He'd have had dark glasses on, so definitely not me. Definitely. Gary says, talking of DNA, at primary school, the police came in to give us a talk about themselves. Part of that involved taking everybody's fingerprints as a demonstration. Makes me chuckle to think it was a cynical way to get our paw prints on file in case anybody ever turned to crime. Yes, because they don't get rid of them, they hang on to them. It's all on sort of line, isn't it, really, actually? Another one here. Says, do you think the GC looked like Divine from Hairspray when they crammed her trotters into those poor ice skates? If that's the best ITV can offer on a Saturday, God help us all, says Mark in Hayes. Oh dear. And Oliver says, I love listening to Steve Allen Show. It's the perfect end to my night shifts. Yeah, you need something at the end of a night shift to kind of ease you down, or failing that, wind you back up again. It's quite easy to wind back up again. So we've discovered nobody who would spend £270 on a white T-shirt from Prada. I mean, I couldn't care less whether it's Prada or it's, you know, Better Buys, or it doesn't make any difference. £270 is just ridiculous, ridiculous. Also, what did we have today, actually? Oh, born on this day, Virginia Woolf, 1882. I never knew anything. There was a complete set in London, all devoted to that kind of thing. Why did the Coffee file a police report? It got mugged. Seriously, I mean, that's about as good as it gets in the Daily Mail today. They don't really have things like jokes, do they? Also, we can't... Oh, no, I can't do that story. I've already tried to do that story before, and I can't do it. I've just realised. Why do they put them in the papers? It's so annoying. So annoying. We did the 8 years for the Search News staged a fake burglary Off you go to prison, matey. Obviously like the company of men, so why not? And Prince Charles has cut charity ties to a China firm in a spying row. Because the Prince's Trust is the latest to suspend payments from the company. The charity, founded by Prince Charles in 1976 to help disadvantaged young people, said it had received $490,000 from Huawei. And this is a technology giant. Takes them long enough, doesn't it? You tell people about things and they just don't they don't get it. Still touring. They're all touring at the moment. Including Anton Dubek, Tony Beak. He's touring as well. And they go, dance those magical musicals. It sounds boring as heck. Who goes to these things? But they've got a whole list booked up. You know, everywhere from Basingstoke to Reading to the London Barbican, Brighton Dome and stuff like that. There must be, mustn't there? And also Rip It Up. This is songs from the 60s with Lewis Smith, Aston Marigold, such a change from She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain, and of course the solo career never worked out, Jay McGuinness and Harry Judd. So bringing the sounds of the 60s at the Garrett, that sounds quite good. I don't mind that one at all. Tony Hadley, Sister Sledge and UB40 are doing a tour called Throwback. Oh, it's one of these ones on a boat where you go and so you get 4 berth cabins from $399 and then you get the entertainment on there. That sounds good, doesn't it? I quite like that idea. Also Stages, Alfie Boe, Sheridan Smith and Calabro as well. I've got them. I've met them on a few occasions. They've been to Cliff Richard's party. Brendan Cole is doing his little show as well, because nobody wants him on television. They really don't. It was bad enough on the one show where they dragged out Bros the other day. Dreadful. I mean, seriously, we've had enough of it already. Let them do their little show at the Brixton Academy and then disappear again, please. Ron says, I was a Saturday boy. Do you remember what they called them? Saturday boys. Why? Because they only went in on Saturday. It was like a part-time job at Corona's Dagenham depot. Dandelion and burdock was fizzy and one of the most popular drinks. Oh, right. Huawei, says Raj, is pronounced Huawei. Huawei. What's it spelled, the other one? Caught a bit of the Jeremy Vine show yesterday. I saw Daniela Westbrook on there. Oh, God, what a waste of time. He says, please don't do close-ups of her at all. I don't know why they bother putting her on there. She can only talk about herself. Although bad news for the loose women. Watch Brown Nosing today. Because Jordan's going on the show to tell you about her drink driving and everything else. So in other words, they'll be crawling as far as they can, you know, to sort of publicise this woman who's not been on the show since January, mainly because she's rubbish. But she's going to be on the show today, like, talking about, you know, like, they got it all wrong, the press, and, like, I didn't have money, and I paid this, and I paid that. And so they'll just turn it over. It's really pathetic. Really pathetic. I would expect more from them. But I suspect you're not going to get it, I'm afraid. So they made a big play about, oh, yes, and Jordan's going to be joining us. I thought, well, there's one thing I can do today, not watch television. Another one here says, I'm supposed to be sleeping. You're just way too funny. Thank you. Yes. I know that feeling, actually. Please do check in the papers today for this bloke carrying the orange bag. This is the one who vandalised they think he did the Yvonne Fletcher Memorial as well. It's the same sort of white paint. And once we found him, let's strip him bare of his little mask and his little hat. I say little hat. I wear a little hat as well. Also, no, I can't do that story. There's so many stories in the papers. Don't push your GP for antibiotics you may not need. Because some people hang on to things, don't they? Oh, the WI was the Women's Institute earlier on. The Queen led the winning team, which is, quite like that idea, actually. And the Queen told somebody, thank you for a lovely time. Because she doesn't get out very often, does she? I mean, she doesn't talk to real people. It must be quite lonely. Quite lonely. Archive footage from 1964, what were you doing, has emerged revealing how a driver was forced to swerve as Prince Philip was coming straight for me. Dear me. And when it comes to hunting toy boys, yep, she's up there again. Caroline, have a drink. Flack. Also, you've got Melanie Sykes. She was sort of hanging around with somebody. They said she was secretly dating Ollie Murs. I think Ollie Murs is saying, I don't think so. Also, Anna Friel. She was grabbing somebody's bottom at a BAFTA party. She's 42. There was a 17-year gap. I don't think it makes any difference, does it really? Cheryl, Leanne Payne was just 14 when she clapped eyes on him. Slightly disturbing. Kate Beckinsale, of course. And she's dating Jack Whitehall, we think. Zoe Ball. is dating somebody a lot younger. He's a construction boss. He's 47. And Caroline Quentin was previously married to Paul Merton for 7 years. I like them as a couple. I wanted them to stay a couple. I don't like it when people sort of split up. And also McGiffin, young Carol McGiffin. And she says, anybody who doesn't like the idea, Mark and I are coming up for 9 years together, and we're stronger than ever. If you don't like it, shut your mouth. It's not your life, it's ours. We're the only ones who need to worry about it. I know people worry about it, though, don't they? People worry about it. They go, oh, you know, should you really be having this relationship? They go, what's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. You know, beakies, they all stick their nose in, don't they? Oh, I'm going to complain about that. God, honestly. The Morning Glory is this lovely picture inside the Express today of the still waters of Shoreham Harbour. The sky was the most beautiful orange, as if somebody had painted it. It was staggering. Absolutely staggering. Talking of staggering, the LBC News Time now, 6:15. Something very exciting about tombs of pharaohs. And there's something very exciting about the fact that the Valley of Kings is still there, and still, every so often, they will unearth a new grave. And still now from Tutankhamun in a new light, because the golden mask is falling apart a little bit. But what they've actually done, they've actually gone in and they've restored the paintings on the side of the tomb, because he's in the Valley of the Kings. Well, he's not anymore. He's now in a museum, poor soul, for his revealing. I mean, it's amazing they actually found him in the first place. That was just a stroke of genius. And so they say here it would be an amazing revolution to discover that he had actually worn this tunic-like object. They say, countering the idea that Tut was a weak and sickly boy king. He died at the age of, I think he was only about 20 or something like that. Imagine you sit there, though, and you're watching them building your tomb, but you've got no idea what it looks like inside, except if you had probably a special day out where they went out there. Because when you look at the people doing the conservatory, because the moment air got into the tomb, things started to go wrong, and they started to lose things, so they have to sort of save them. I mean, you can actually go and see King Tut's burial chamber. It's still as fascinating today as it ever was, and it wasn't until they took off the masks that they suddenly realised this was somebody you were dealing with that was quite something, quite something. Haute couture to be Mimi Bird, whatever they call it, Mimi's, something like that, and they've got super. Have you ever heard of Joan Smalls? She's a supermodel. I've never heard of her either. I've heard of Naomi Campbell. She's sort of gone see-through in this dress. I mean, where do they wear this stuff from? I've never seen anybody walking down the road with a see-through dress on like this. Somebody wouldn't be allowed to wear it. You'd be arrested. Public indecency. So they've got all sorts of people who go to the Paris shows, and they take pictures of these people, and you think, are these just joke items? There isn't anywhere where you go to wear them, is there? Where is Naomi Campbell going to go out where she's going to wear it? I mean, all she's doing is wearing this because she's paid to wear it. It's as simple as that. Have you got a Subway in your area? They've started doing a big hash brown, says Alan. We do have surprisingly, we do have a Subway in our area. And there's one also just down by Waterloo Station. But I've never, because I went into our one, it must be a few years back, because I don't know how it works. I just wanted a ham salad roll. Which roll do you want? What colour roll do you want? For God, it was so complicated. Just give me a ham salad roll, okay? Can I just have ham? Okay, I don't want any lettuce. I just have cucumber and tomato. Is that it? Yeah. Okay, would you like any salad cream? I don't know, might do. What sort of roll do you want? I'll have a baguette. And that was always quite nice, wasn't it? It was tasted better than everybody else's. So, Alan, I do have a Subway. Perhaps I should have go there to celebrate a big hash brown. Too cold in Eastbourne for the Trilby this morning. Steve got the red thermal hat on, says Donny. And back in the 80s, says Pamela, on my milk float, Corona pop bottles made of glass would explode as the bumpy ride of the float fizzed it up. Very dangerous. And Steve, I've tried Alpen cereal with that gold top milk and now have it every day. It's lovely when it's ice cold. There's something, I don't think you're supposed to drink ice cold things. I remember reading somewhere a while ago that you can drink, water's supposed to be at room temperature, and ice cold milk apparently is, but that's the only way I like it. It's like I've been into places, if I've had a pizza, which I've not had for ages, although I quite fancy pizza today, and you sort of think, I'll have a pizza, and you think, I'll have another nice cold drink with it, but it's got to have loads of ice in it. In the summer, I'm always asking for ice in drinks. Loads of ice, please. Thank you very much indeed. What else we got here? We got Songs for Nobodies. And this is a one-woman show with a difference. Bernadette Robinson not only impersonates 5 of the world's most famous singers, but also 5 ordinary people. I love these sort of shows. I'm a big fan of those sort of things. Also, what have we got? Time to read the fine prints. There's all sorts of books. Wait a minute. Have they mentioned... I wonder if they've already mentioned James O'Brien's book. He mentioned it himself the other day. He managed to sneak it in. I thought it was quite clever. Quite clever. He sold a few copies, hasn't he, really? He's not done badly. Not changed his clothes or anything, so he hasn't made that much money. But they've got story We Own the Sky by Luke Allnut. Dear Mrs. Bird, believe me. Non-fiction, The Language of Kindness. Oh, that's nice. Christy Watson worked as a nurse for 20 years at Great Ormond Street and St Mary's Hospital in London, and she talks about her memoirs. I used to have a woman who used to come in on a regular basis, and she was a district nurse in the days that, I mean, I know there are films. In fact, I think you'd find Once Around the Daffodils was sort of the forerunner to the Carry On films. Same team, but again, you had a nurse who cycled round in the village to see her patients. Happy days, eh? Happy days. You don't get anything like that now at all. Such a shame. Also, Helen Lederer. What are her best books? The Language and Kindness, A Nurse's Story. It's strange how she's gone for that one, which I went for as well. The Idiot, The Tattooist of Auschwitz. She says it's based on a true story, given even more power to the fact that the human spirit can survive almost anything. It's about a prisoner who's forced to tattoo his fellow inmates. It has resonance that I'm the daughter of a Czech refugee who survived the war whilst his family didn't. I like Helen Lederer, actually. I've always thought Helen Lederer was delightfully scatty in a very, very interesting way. Very, very interesting way. And I always loved her for that. I thought she can come in and she sort of sits there, and some of the characters she's played, which I've seen on television, I've always thought absolutely brilliant. She has that sort of knack and that ability to do this sort of, I don't know where I am kind of situation, which is great. So the Robbie Williams story, front of the Daily Star, together with Anton Deck ruling the world, the £270 T-shirt, and the water slide fatty who nearly killed this poor woman, but didn't. As I say, she didn't have medical insurance, which she should have done. Also, the ISIS family. Ariana Grande apparently is the devil. That's what they've said. All mad, of course, completely. And the British thugs in the car smash. This is the UK family accused of wreaking havoc in New Zealand, have smashed their car after onlookers screamed at them. Nobody was injured in the crash, but the notorious group abandoned the car with a blown-out left front tyre. They're not very pleasant. The children went shoplifting, very young children. Mother was convicted of shoplifting as well. The New Zealanders don't like them at all. They're the Vest and Pant Brigade. But not very popular. They've left a trail of destruction and filth in all the rooms that they've actually had. But if you can identify the picture of a scumbag who defiled the war memorials, they'll be very, very pleased. Very pleased. He can't be that difficult to find. Somebody must go, I know who you are. You look like my neighbour. It would be very useful if you looked in all the papers today and found the best picture. You probably go online. You can probably find the picture online so that you can make sure that we get this person and take them out of the equation. Thank you. Anton Deck hit by more fury. They've now got another award. So there is Ant, convicted drink driver, looking very happy with his Guinness Book of Records, whatever it is now. And the only reason they actually got that is because they've been crowned best presenters for 18 years. So, in fact, as he's not been on television for the best part of 10 months, how he can be classed the best one, I've got no idea. Should have gone to Holly Willoughby. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. It definitely should have gone to her. And she didn't get it, he gets it. So then, because they clocked up the 18, you can almost predict it, can't you? They get this, they then qualify for the Guinness Book of Records one. Which really, is ridiculous. Killing sore as bobbies are cut. This isn't just in London. This is all over the place. All over the place. The number of murders in England and Wales has increased by 14% in a year. That's a hell of an increase. I mean, it really is. People now don't seem to worry about taking knives out. I can't think of any. I mean, years ago we had a penknife. Or you had the thing with a pair of scissors, and you'd constantly go, look, I've got a pair of scissors, thing for taking the stone out of a horse's hoof, and everything else. And speedboat killer Jack Shepherd set to appear in court today. He'll go before a judge in the Georgian capital, Tbilisi. Extradition proceedings have begun to bring him back to the UK to face justice. Let's absolutely stop wasting time. You don't need to put him in court over there. Let's get him over here, shall we, please? As soon as possible. That'd be nice. Rita Ora, doing another saucy image. Apparently her family don't agree with her doing these sort of pictures. She says, because I'm outspoken. Really? We've never noticed. and I'm a woman. No kidding. And I definitely exclude sexiness with what I do. Some of my further family I don't speak to. They're like, what is this? Well, it's just you being attention-seeking. I'm assuming you must have the same sort of agent as the Beckhams have got. Barely a day goes by where we don't get the Beckhams in the paper doing something. I mean, one of these days, perhaps they'll go on holiday. They've not been on holiday for ages, unless you call walking down to the pizza place on holiday. And a call centre worker who went on a 14-hour payday bender was jailed for drink driving. Now you know why. I mean, to be honest with you, they should have actually jailed Ant, but there you go. Alicia Jones had travelled only a few yards in her new car when she missed a roundabout and crashed through a fence. One of her passengers claimed she blew 250 quid on the binge. Well, more fool you for even getting in the car. And Bingham, who admitted downing dozens of vodkas, Sambucas and Jägermeisters, told the court she wouldn't have known if she'd been sitting next to Brad Pitt. They found the trio by the motor, £10,000 Vauxhall Adam, which was a write-off. Joanne was discovered to be nearly 3 times over the limit. She denied drink driving and claimed a fourth person had been at the wheel, then ran off. These people tell lies and then try and prove it. And, of course, they can't. They can't. They work for N-Power. They went out for payday drinks in October. Then they left a nightclub in County Durham at 4 a.m. She told the court, when I get drunk, I really get drunk. I spent 250 quid that night, all of it on drinks apart from a couple of pounds on a taxi. I would not have remembered if I'd been sitting next to Brad Pitt. Well, we have to take these people off the roads. They have to stay off the roads as long as possible. So she's been now jailed. I don't know how long she was jailed for, but so there was she got only jailed for 12 weeks. It's not really long enough, is it? Things like that should be longer. It's 25 to 7. I'm with you till 7. Any idea when Dave's book will be in the bargain bin? I don't think it's likely to be. He's popped up on all sorts of different programmes. I have my own signed copy, which I was very lucky to actually get. And Sarah says, making me wake up extra early to laugh my head off. Why do you call James O'Brien Dave? Well, because it's his name. It's like Tony Beak has changed it to Anton Dubek. And what was Big Daddy? He was a wrestler. Shirley Crabtree. That's what he was called. His name was Shirley Crabtree. In the day when you can... Because I think, didn't it Johnny Cash who sang about a boy named Sue? Because people used to have girls' names. I don't know why, but of course it made him tough. Well, that was the idea. Looking forward to reading the new Tracy Thorn of Everything But the Girl, early biography, out in February. And Alan says, will Charles's charity be giving the previous money back that they've received from who... I can't remember how it's pronounced now. Huawei. I shouldn't think so. And Steve May in the Black Isle, enjoying listening to you as always. Dingwall has wonderful award-winning butchers, even lasagna haggis. Ooh, another lovely Scottish tune is the Dark Island. So we'll be having haggis, neeps and tatties tonight. Will you have a nice time? I'm sure that everybody loves things like that. The idea of sort of, a Friday night, because you haven't got to get up for work. I like anything on a Friday night. I'm fine on a Friday night. Go out, I can stay out a little bit later than I would. So I shall be having a bit of fun time. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to watch, actually. I always like to watch a film on a Friday night. And I feel I can watch it, and then I'll have a little something to eat. But what to eat, I've got no idea. I'm always a bit instant. Gone are the days where I'm sure that your mum, and you might do it as well, you go out and you do the big shop at the end of the week, and that tides you over the weekend. I shop daily. I mean, I'm probably the world's worst shopper, but I know loads of people who shop daily. We can't help it. It's just the way that we go. And now they're doing... Oh, no, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing Alphabetti Spaghetti. And they do the numbers one as well, which I quite fancy. The reason we mentioned Alphabetti Spaghetti is because I think the Bluebird Cafe... which is very posh. I've been there a few times over the years. They're doing it. They're doing Alphabetti Spaghetti. I don't know why, they just are. Half of you are stressed by the train into work. Yeah, but you just get used to it. I always think they make things like that up because, if every day you have to get the train into work, you know what it's going to be like. You know that unless you get there and pushed to the front and everything else, and then you manage to get on the train and go, oh, here we go. And then you sort of cling on, and you manage to get there. But by the time you get there, you're probably very stressed because people have been pushing up against you. I still see people with a cup of coffee on, or failing that, even more irritating, the ones with the bikes, which don't fold. The woman who is locked in a legal battle at the moment in all the papers today after being accused of libelling her ex-husband on Facebook. This one promises to run and run and run. And what was the other one? Oh, yes, the Queen's bootmaker wrestled to the ground by a gang of Rolex thieves, but they managed to catch them all, and they're all in prison. Top one for 11 years. Fantastic, honestly. Talk about thick. Talk about thick. Also, Archbishop Welby finally says sorry for abuse slurs against a bishop. And happy birthday to John Cooper Clarke, who did a lot of rude poetry over the years. And, of course, we experienced it on LBC with Adrian Love. I've told the story many, many times before. Adrian Love used to enjoy a bevy or two or six. He was very good. And he used to do a Sunday night programme, and they would invite in a celebrity who had a book to plug or a play, or so, very similar to an In Conversation thing. But people used to have to guess who it was. And then once he'd been guessed, then they could go into the normal programme. But they would have a guess of people phoning up saying, is it so-and-so? Is he a singer? Is he this and that? And I would get a little interview afterwards. But I didn't in this particular occasion because Adrian had a few sherbets. And we didn't think it was anything wrong with that. We were in the middle of Fleet Street. I mean, the pubs were open until practically 5, 6 in the morning. And so he used to go there. And he came on, and Adrian had recorded John Cooper Clarke for BFBS, the British Forces Broadcasting. And he wasn't totally with it. And he said, oh, let's have a poem. Let's have a poem. And so John Cooper Clarke said, which one do you want? And he said, oh, I don't know. And John Cooper Clarke, who was helping him out, could see he was a bit stressed. He said, the chicken? So Adrian, of course, went, yeah, the chicken. Well, I mean, it started off, it was so rude, I couldn't even repeat it. It was the F word chicken cross the F word road, and so it went on and on. And the producer, who was in the same inebriated state, nearly fell off his little chair and tried to push the dump button. We used to call it prof, the profanity button, because the programmes were in delay like they are now. This programme has happened 10 seconds ago, but you don't know that. It's like somebody yesterday phoned up James O'Brien to talk about, because it was musical hour, and wanted to know why you couldn't pause live radio. And he said, well, how would that work? You can't pause live radio. It wouldn't be possible, because otherwise we'd all have to sit there waiting for ages and ages. And you can pause live television. I used to go through it, but you can only, then it just plays catch up. And if you play radio, you can't halt radio programmes. I don't think you can. He wasn't totally convinced, but I'm pretty certain that you can't halt live radio programmes. Yeah, you can on the app, but you're just... And if you've got something that's already pre-recorded, well, then obviously you can just put pause on it. But if it's a live programme like this one, you can't do anything about it. I don't know why I mentioned that, actually, because I was sort of listening to it, but John Cooper Clarke is sort of doing it. And in those days, we had a jingle, and the jingle came in... When the moment you hear the first word, all you'll hear is LBC, where news comes first. And then, of course, it goes back into the programme again, where he's still swearing. He's still going on. And so every so often, he got this blooming jingle going on all the time, which was hilarious for us. And, of course, up in the newsroom, there's only a couple of us up there. Had to put the wine away. And we were saying, what's he doing? He's swearing? Oh, my goodness me. We had exactly the same when poor Barbara Windsor appeared with Monty Modlin. And Bar was in her heyday. And, of course, everybody fancied Barbara Windsor. Everybody fancied her. And so every call came on. They were talking about the things they wanted to do with her. Too much. In fact, in the end, I think she was laughing so much because it was so funny. Because she heard it. It's just that you didn't hear it as well. But the John Cooper Clarke thing, eventually Adrian went, I think we've had enough of that. And John Cooper Clarke said with a straight face, well, he did ask. Which, of course, he did. Can I get a boo, please, for my wife, who's working a 15-hour shift today, says Cliff. Boo. Boo. It's not nice on a Friday, is it? It's not nice. But my first guest on In Conversation this weekend is an actress who's appeared mainly in American and British films. Born and raised in Bombay, she first went into modelling, rose to prominence with her film debut, the British drama Slumdog Millionaire. That got her a BAFTA nomination for Best Actress in a Supporting Role. It's Frida Pinto. She came in to talk to me about Love, Sonia, a film about the story of a young girl's journey to rescue her sister from the dangerous world of international sex trafficking. Frida told me about first getting into acting.
I think there was something that I pretty much knew at a very, very young age, that I would have to perform and entertain and do something on stage to be happy, because I love performing. I love the form.
What do you like about it? Is it the doing it, or is it what comes back from people?
what comes back from people I think I started understanding after Slumdog. For me, up until that time, it was a form of expression, a bit of escapism, escape from what I present myself to everybody else. I get to be these other characters, these other characters I sometimes imagine in my head, sometimes wrote about, and even told my mum. There's a little funny story. My mum, it's a funny story, but she was petrified when I was little because she thought I was a pathological liar. I made up these stories, and they were very convincing stories, to the point that my friends' mums would come over to cross-check and clarify if I really had a pet monkey or if I had a baby brother that my mum would not let outside the house. But this was all part of my imagination, which, a friend of my mum's revealed to my mum that don't curb it, like just let her keep going as long as she's not harming anybody. And so I started writing, and I think that one thing led to another, and I started writing my own plays. I started directing them in school, so a lot of amateur theater. I pretty much knew that this is what I would have to do.
You didn't realise just what a climb it is.
Yeah, what I didn't realise was it was going to start off with a film like Slumdog Millionaire.
Yes.
That was completely unknown to me.
I loved it. The funny thing is, as you will hear on the interview, Slumdog Millionaire, the tune that they danced to at the end of the film on the platform, is not the tune you hear in the movie. It wasn't until they saw the movie they went, wait a minute, we didn't dance to that tune. We danced to something else. And Dev Patel freely admitted to me on In Conversation that he couldn't dance. So they used to have to do cutaways so he could do the... It was all very good. That's the actress Frida Pinto in conversation with me this weekend. As well as Frida, I'll be talking to a fellow actress who's also a writer. Her career has spanned 60 years. She starred in TV, theatre and film, as well as being the star of 4 carry-on films. That's Angela Douglas, who'll be coming in later on this morning to talk about Josephine, an open book, which is the story of a young woman's journey to stardom and the trials and tribulations of show business and celebrity in 1960s London. Oh, I'm sure it was better, I promise you. And you'll hear me in conversation with Angela this weekend, along with Frida Pinto. You can hear those conversations tomorrow morning from 6. After the best of Steve Allen, and on Sunday evening from 9. Or if you can't join me this weekend, you can listen to the whole thing by downloading the LBC app or the Global Player app. All of that to come. It's now time. Steve, I went to Sandringham to meet a famous stallion. The Queen's stud manager regularly gives talks to the local ladies from the WI, who can hear all about her Derby winner. Says Helen. There you go. Simon says, I watched the Bros documentary last night. What a lot of self-indulgent twaddle. I thought it was a comedy parody. Well, that's what they did say they thought it was. So they turn up on the One show trying to laugh. Yeah, it's really funny that, Matt is like into conkers. And of course he didn't deny, he just admitted, yes, he was into conkers, which is a bit tragic, really. But I've got a Pure One Elite DAB radio, which you can pause live radio, says Darren. But it only means that you just turn the sound down. Isn't that the same sort of thing? Because... What do you mean when you say pausing live radio? So, in other words, you pause this, okay, so I'll be going da-da-da-da, and all of a sudden it just goes quiet, and then it picks up, in 2 or 3 minutes, but I don't go back to where I was. I'm reading from the 2 or 3 minutes, aren't I, surely? No, you can't go that far. It's 10 seconds. It's built into the thing. I don't think you can do it. Although Richard reckons you could pause live radio if you had a hard drive connected and it would pause like Sky Plus, and then you could fast forward back to live. It's possible. But in fact, if you remember, they had when they did that kids program, they couldn't pause live television. If somebody swears on live television, you're stuck with it. You can't do anything about it. They can't halt the program going out. And I don't believe that you can buy radios with a live pause function. That would be called, you're playing a recording and you just push stop on it. What would be the point of pausing live radio? Because presumably you pause it, the machine doesn't then go back to the beginning of where it was when it was paused. It would go to... I'll have to check with our engineering department. They're bound to know that. But summer is coming. Look at this ice cream boat off the Isle of Wight, says Alana. I love the idea of an ice cream... Oh, that's cute, isn't it? An ice cream boat. Would you like some ice cream? Yes, please. I'd love an ice cream van. I'd be very good. John Wayne was called Marion. You're quite right, he was. John Wayne's first name was Marion. But he was fairly butch, wasn't he? He did all the butch stuff. You need to try Joffo rice, a delicious Nigerian dish. I'm taking some rice to work today for my colleagues. Very nice and tasty. You can pause digital, but not analog. Your engineer will explain. I don't want to pause anything. As James O'Brien was trying to explain yesterday to somebody, he said, why would I want it paused? We all sit there waiting while you decide when you want to go back to the programme. It doesn't make any sense. But I'm sure we shall fathom it all out, I promise you. Daily Star, waterslide fatty nearly killed me. Grass up the scumbag. Somebody will know who he is. There's enough pictures in the papers today. You'll find out who he is. Let's get him arrested as quickly as possible. That's, I wish we could have actually got him to clean all the stuff off, but, not physically possible. Oscar-nominated Richard E. Grant on finally being recognised. He's very happy. He's very, very happy. That's on the eye. Limp reviews for Blanchett's kinky return to the London stage. Daily Express, why toy boys are all the rage, so they put up a picture of Joan Collins with her husband. Also, gear up for no-deal Brexit. The Queen, she's been crowned pointless champ. Daily Mail, speedboat killer outrage. He's using your money to appeal his conviction, but has hired £15,000 lawyers to fight extradition. No wonder the victim's families say it's the final insult. Also, Land Rovers supplied to Royals have seatbelt alarms turned off to make it easier to drive without one. Otherwise, you go beep, 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 beep. You have to do that. Also, Victoria Beckham in another ghastly series of outfits, which you'd be cheaper off getting elsewhere. From the same company. Same company. She's done this sort of thing, and then we sort of dragged Brooklyn along, whose ex-girlfriend says that, he's a bit too childish for her. Because he doesn't really say anything. It's best that he doesn't. Well, I thought he was going to college to learn how to be something, but he just seems to be spending most of his time sort of fannying around. Why celebrity women can't resist a toy boy. It's poor old Caroline Flack again. Old woman nabs bloke who everybody fancies. Speedboat killers, high life on the run. This is the Mirror this morning. Times, Britain joins the bid to topple Venezuela leader after mass protests. And I saw The House on Cold Hill, which opened in Dartford this week. It was very good, says Dean. LBC recording radio could be classed as piracy. I mean, I suppose in theory, yes. I don't think you'd ever find anybody to prosecute over it. Might be pausing for a loo break, says little Julie. You see, if I just sort of said, no, it doesn't work for me, you see, because all our programmes are done in delay. They're all done in 10 seconds, so people used to try years ago to beat the delay, but it's there purely to protect the person calling in, or the presenter, or a combination of the both. It's there, so there's lots of different buttons. I've got a button here. I can't remember what it says on it, actually. Oh, I've got dump, cough, and something else. But it used to be called prof, short for profanity. And you would push it, and it was a piece of tape. And now it's digitally done. It's quite clever. We used to sort of demonstrate it where we would sort of push the button. I would count to 10, and then you'd only hear so many. No, I don't want to do it now. It's far too complicated. Otherwise, it gets a little bit messy. I'll tell you what. I'll do it next week for you. I'll do it next week. You've had too many exciting things today, in deciding what the noise was on the programme. Knife crime at a record high as murder source, say the Daily Telegraph. Also, wild card whiskies, vegan haggis, and tartan tassels. Yes, it's all going to be going on tonight in Scotland and down here. A lot of those sort of ex-Scots who aren't at home will be celebrating with family and loved ones and friends, which is quite nice, isn't it? Bros on their documentary in The Guardian. Dreary, dull, boring. Enough already. We know all about it. We know all about the documentary. We were the ones who told them. They were the ones who didn't realise that people were laughing at them. They really didn't know. They actually thought that it was sort of one of those things that wasn't really their fault, because they just didn't get they didn't get the whole gag about why it looked as if it was a sort of a documentary that was a bit of a spoof. So I can't wait to read that one a little bit later. I love those sort of things, because having seen them pop up on programmes before they sort of disappear back to America, because that's where they live now. They don't live here. They live in America. So I don't know what family they've got left over here. But I will be finding out just how good they are. But they are hoping, I think, to do a bit of a resurgence of Bros Mania. Why? I've got no idea. I thought we'd had that. They need some new material. That's what they need. There's no point in just doing something and then going, oh, what are we going to do? So they've got a picture of Bros on sibling rivalry. that documentary and Conkers, we knew there'd be some uncomfortable moments. Sort of Matt, who doesn't look as though he's aged at all, mainly because he can't move his face, and Luke, who looks like he could be in just about anything at the moment. So we shall read that later. And also, Gemma leaves the judge skating on thin ice. Poor old Gemma Collins. What disaster are we going to have this week? And the answer is, we're not really too sure, are we? We're not too sure. Anyway, that's just about it for this morning. Without the cameras, there would have been blood. Apparently, say the Brosput. They just don't like each other, do they? I got the impression on that, you know, they really didn't. Digital radio can pause, Steve. You, the broadcaster, doesn't pause. The radio does. Yeah, but I'm on it. If I'm on it, what do you mean? I have to be part of it. You can rewind, but it's only 60 seconds worth or something. It's to do with the digital receiver. The listener picks up where they left off, so they're no longer listening live, says Tanya. And Jan says, it's us listeners that can pause live radio at our end, not the broadcaster. So if you're listening to something and your phone rings, you can pause what you're listening to, then carry on from where you were. All right. And Sam says, I pause live radio every day. I'm listening then I receive a phone call. No matter how long the call is, it picks up exactly where I was at the beginning of the call. Maybe 10 minutes behind. But interesting, very interesting. I shall have to find out from our engineering department. They know all these kind of things. They're much better qualified. That's it for this morning.